So welcome along to Brands Hatch. For those joining us watching the live stream now as well, the Super Pole session for the Miata Trophy is just heading out onto circuit. They had a qualifying session earlier on to work out who was going through to Super Pole. The top 5 cars in each class in reality go through to the Super Pole session, which means that Declan Lee, Aidan Hills, John Langridge, Michael Nibbs and Will Morris all make it through of the Mark 3s into Super Pole, and the 2 Mark 2s that we've got entered for this weekend, Liam Cochrane and Gary Paddock also make it through as well. Super Pole session's always good, quite exciting. Alan Hyde, who joins myself, Mark Werrell, in the commentary box, because it means you've got to get on with it straight away. You've got yourself through to Super Pole, you've then got to nail the perfect lap.
Yeah, and it's a lot easier for them not to complain after qualifying that they were held up by traffic, because they can find themselves a nice amount of tarmac, clear tarmac, which is now becoming a lot drier. Over the last sort of 10 minutes quarter now we've had, for the previous qualifying session, we've had a fairly damp conditions. It's been raining, the track is now wet, but I really think the rain has eased off quite a lot. Certainly I can't see umbrellas on the other side of the circuit, so we're isolated in a commentary box in the central paddock area, and it's, I think, potentially at the end of this 10 minutes going to be a little bit drier than it is now. Michael
Nibbs sliding around at the wheel of the number 82, trying to seek out the grip on the very edges of the circuits as well, as he headed out of clearways that time through. He comes over the start finish line. It did rain, yeah. He's still got the windscreen wipers on as well, so through he goes. You can see the rooster tails off the back, and topping the times at the moment is the number 17 car of Will Morris. So that is the car that was sliding around, and the car of Will Morris goes third quickest, as Michael Nibbs goes to the top of the times at the moment. Number 82 car to top the times. Michael Nibbs down into 4th already. That's the thing, isn't it? You've got 10 minutes to get the laps in. There's a much clearer bit of tarmac, but looking at the rooster tails, I think it's getting wetter rather than drier at the moment.
Do you? So, yeah, I can see it is drizzling outside. We've got blue sky, which is coming our way. It did get quite dark, didn't it, about half an hour ago? It was pretty much cloud cover. The weather coming from the clearways direction and coming over towards the Indy circuit here. So drizzle, but certainly not drying out, that's for sure. And really, really slippery going through Graham Hill Bend. Just looking out the back of the commentary box, I think that was the number 8 car, was it, I think, that was just going through.
Yeah, difficulty is that, yeah, it is, they allocate 10 minutes for it, but you do only get the single flying lap in.
So just one lap.
It does look as though that is the case. Yeah, it said 10 minutes on the screen, but it is checkered flag out already, which means that just the single lap to try and nail. And Declan Lee, who leads the championship, did exactly what he needed to do. He is fastest of all. He will start the race from pole position later on, 1 minute 3.802. Number 82, Michael Nibbs, was second quickest with a 1 minute 4.485. Then third quickest is the car of John Langridge, the number 5 car, 1 minute 4.820. Fourth quickest is number 8, which is Aidan Hills, 1 minute 5.831. Fifth quickest is number 17, which is Will Morris, with a 1 minute 5.903. Sixth quickest is the first of the Mark 1s, with a 1 minute 9.206, having been posted by the number 94 car of Liam Cochrane. And then the car that was 7th quickest was second of the Mark 2s, which is the number 14 car in the hands of Gary Paddock, with a time of 1 minute 14.417. So that was a very short and sharp Super Pole session for the Miata Trophy. If you're watching on the live stream, we will be back with all the racing later on, starting with the Miata Trophy, which will be taking place at around about 11:30, their first of 2 races over the course of the day here at Brands Hatch. If you've been watching the stream, thanks for joining us. We'll catch you later. If you're here at the circuit, then we've got more qualifying coming up in a few moments' time. The United Formula Ford featuring Champion of Brands is next up. So welcome along then everybody to Brands Hatch for our first race of the day, the first of two today for the Miata Trophy. We've got plenty of racing to get through over the course of what's going to be a busy day here as we draw the curtains and close off the 2023 racing season for both MSVR and MSVT. MSVR Racing, MSVT Track Days. Miata Trophy, our first up, our first of 6 races that we've got over the course of the day. Then we move on to single-seaters and the United Formula Ford Championship featuring the champion of Brands. And then we also have another race to squeeze in before the lunch break, and that will be the final race of the season for the MSVT Trackday Championship. Then we'll have a brief pause for lunch. And this afternoon, we've got 3 further races to look forward to. The MSVT Trackday Trophy, another race from the Formula Fords featuring the champion of Brands, and our final race of the day will be the Miata Trophy, their last race of the championship season. We've also got more racing to come up tomorrow as well, of course, with the IndyCar 500, the 8-hour and 20-minute race, or 500-minute race, for the for the Enduro Ka series. So lots to look forward to. And by way of introduction, once more, if you've just arrived here either at Brands Hatch or you're just tuning in on the live stream, Mark Werrell chatting to you now, basing myself today largely up in the commentary box, but tomorrow we'll be sharing duties from commentary box and reporting down in the pit lane. Alongside me is Alan Hyde. Alan, looks as though the weather is finally improving here at Brands a bit.
It is. It's yeah. Hi, Mark. Hi, everybody. It's been a changeable morning. I think the weather forecast it's going to be a changeable afternoon and a changeable day tomorrow. But at the moment, we're in one of those rather nice little windows where we've got blue sky that's looking down on certainly the first half of the Brands Indy circuit. The second half is a little bit gloomier over towards the Cooper Straight and the conclusion of the lap. The start of the lap's got blue sky, bit of sunshine, and hopefully, fingers crossed, there's not going to be any rain for a little while. It's a bit blustery. It's not too chilly. About 10 degrees, I think, is the temperature. So that's my weather forecast complete. Let's get on with the racing, shall we?
Yeah, because we've got potentially a champion to crown at the end of this race that will be coming onto the circuit very shortly. In terms of the championship for the Miata Trophy, there's 50 points for a race win. There's 47 if you're second, 44 if you're third, 42, 40, 38, and so on. It diminishes from there. However, if there are less than 10 starters in the class, which there are for the Mark 1 category, which is Class NA, for the Class NC cars, which are the Mark 3 cars, then we are on full championship points. So whereas the winner of the Mark 1s would only get 40 points because there's less than 10 in that class. We've also got to factor in the fact that we have a qualifying session, but then we also have a super pole session for these. And if you manage to secure pole as a result of that super pole session, you pick up an extra 3 championship points. If you were second, you pick up an extra 2. If you were third, you pick up an extra 1, which means that Declan Lee, who starts from pole position in this one, who is already the championship leader, is now on 477 points coming into this race. Second in the championship is Alex Miller, who did not get through to super pole, so he remains on 415 championship points. So for Alex Miller, he really needs to go well in this race, and he almost needs to, he wouldn't wish it in that respect, but he almost needs to keep his fingers crossed that misfortune goes in the direction of Declan Lee, because he's 62 points adrift in the championship, and if Declan Lee simply adds to the tally reasonably, then he's going to be out of sight even with 1 race to go. So it's all still to play for in this one. Damp circuit conditions, Alan, we've seen throughout the course of qualifying this morning, which has caught a few cars out, and whilst it has sort of gone from damp back to wet, it's sort of back to damp again now, isn't it? And it's those conditions in the middle that drivers just don't like. They like it either dry or wet, but the bit in the middle is not ideal.
It is. Let's have a look at the track and just pop outside the commentary box and have a look at just how much of a dry-ing line appears down on the Brabham Straight. Well, it is a dry-ing line, and it's not raining at the moment, so this is good news. It'd be great if they could have a circuit that was drying out over the entire course of this race, because 20 minutes, it's not that long, but it could be significant as far as getting a much better track by the end of 20 minutes if it doesn't rain.
Yep, so they've already had plenty of racing. This is the 11th round of the brand new for 2023 MSVT Trackdays Miata Trophy Championship that's coming up. They started the season here at Brands Hatch, but that was on the Grand Prix circuit on that occasion, and the wins there went the way of Aidan Hills, who is not in the entry list for this weekend. He won both of the races. Then it was on to Anglesey for the next rounds, which were rounds 3 and 4 of the championship, the very picturesque circuit in North Wales. Declan Lee, who starts from pole position, won the first of the races there, and the second of the races there was won by the Miller Motorsport car of John Langridge. Well, John Langridge starts third on the grid for this one at the wheel of the number 5 car. Then it was on to Donington Park for the next 2 races, round 5 and 6 of the championship. Declan Lee again won the first of the races there, so that was his second win of the season at that point after 5 races. And the second race of the weekend was won by Alex Miller, who is the only other driver in mathematically a touch for the championship. But say Alex missed out on getting through to Superpole and has got a 62-point deficit to try and make up, with only, what, 103 available over the course of the weekend, and now there only being 100 of those available. He did win the second of the 2 races there. Then Snetterton, which was in August. Declan Lee won both of the races there, so he clean sweeped both of the races. And last time out, it was Alton Park on the 30th of September, where the first race was won by the man who lives on the doorstep of Alton Park, really, Paul Sheard, who's not present this weekend. Declan Lee finished second, but I think Paul Sheard was in the guest class for that weekend, so Declan Lee might have finished second but picked up the full championship points in reality. And he did win the second of the 2 races overall. So he has, Alan, by far been the most winningest driver over the course of this season, with 4 wins in total, 3 seconds and 2 fifths. He's finished in the top 5 in every single race so far this season.
And impressive this morning as well in those mixed conditions that you described during qualifying. We're waiting for the cars to make their way out onto the grid, and we've got a slightly later lunch break today before we have an afternoon of racing and qualifying right at the end of the day. But we've got 3 races before lunch, so we've got this race which we're waiting for to appear on the grid. Then we go to single-seaters. We've got the Formula Ford C this weekend and the Champion of Brands, so we're looking forward to single-seater racing following this opening race of the day, and then a slightly longer race with pit stops for the MSVT Trackday Championship. That's going to be a race over 3/4 of an hour before we get our lunch break.
Yep, so the cars now making their way onto the grid. They qualified in similar conditions to they'll be racing in, so there shouldn't be any requirement for anything other than a single formation lap for these cars. And for the Miata Trophy, it is going to be 2 20-minute races that they will have to finish off what's been a brilliant opening season from them. So onto the circuit they will come, and as ever, the marshals doing a grand job of just making sure that they are positioned where they need to be on the grid. So up onto pole position comes the green car of Declan Lee. So he's just slightly forward of his mark. So we should be able to guide you through the full grid then. When they head off on their formation lap, we should quickly be able to rattle through the full grid. So it's a green car that sits on pole position. Michael Nibbs is the sort of darker car, but he's got the red rollover hoop, so that's how you can tell who he is. So let's confirm the grid for you then. Declan Lee starts from pole position, and alongside him is Michael Nibbs. Row 2 of the grid is John Langridge and Aidan Hills, who sits on the outside of row number 2. Row 3 of the grid, we'll see on the inside John Langridge. Row 3 of the grid, we'll see Will Morris line up on row 3 of the grid. And alongside should be Alex Miller. We've only seen the front 2 rows of the grid on our graphic there, so it should be Will Morris and Alex Miller that are there on row number 3. And then row number 4 is Simon Fleet and Drew Fletcher. Row 5, Ray Worley lines up alongside Jack Hargreaves, with row 6 being Charlie Lane and then Gary Smith. And then row 7 of the grid, it is Andrew Jameson who lines up on row 7. And for company, it's the shared car. Now, we don't know which driver is behind the wheel of the car, but Anthony Levy and Nicholas Lawrence share that car on the 7th row of the grid. One will do one race, one will do the other. And the final row for the Mark III is number 20, Jude Worley, lines up alongside the 18 car of Andrew Cahill. Then we get a few rows gap before we then see the Mark Is come in. So after we get those few rows gap, then the Mark Is, it is number 94, Liam Cochran, that is on pole position for the Mark Is in reality, alongside Gary Paddock. And then it is Nick Cristofaro, who is at the tail end of this field. So then, colours, green for the pole sitter, it's grey with a red rollover hoop for Michael Nibbs alongside. Row 2 of the grid, John Langridge, is sort of grey and white and green. And for company, he will have alongside Adrian Hills, who is light blue, orange, and sort of a silver tail end to his car in reality. It was black at the beginning of the season, but I think it's silver now. And in the third row of the grid, it's pretty much the all-black car of Will Morris alongside the black car with the odd little goldy flash on it here of Alex Miller. So as they head up towards Druids on their formation lap, key time to try and build a little bit of temperature into the controlled Toyo tyres that they all run, but it is a subtly different tyre. It's a Toyo Proxys TR1 if it's a Mark 1 Mazda. It's a Toyo Proxys R888R if you run in the Mark 3 class, and there's different weights as well for them as well. So if it's a Mark 3 car, then it's 1,100 kilograms is the minimum weight, including the driver at all times. And because the Mark 1 is a slightly lighter car generally in terms of curb weight, it's 960 kilograms, the minimum weight of the Mark 1 car. So looking forward to this one, Alan.
Certainly, and the ultimate meeting of the year for an inaugural season of a championship. It's quite right that we've got full live streaming and we've got quite a few camera angles around the circuit. It's really good news, really good coverage that we've got today to bring you this final meeting of the year as they very, very slowly bring themselves up towards, goodness me, that's quite a wide angle of weaving.
I thought Declan Lee was going to spin, if
so
I'm honest.
I.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of weaving halfway and quite aggressively halfway across the track to just get that last little bit of heat into the tyres.
I was undecided if it was going to be a spin or a clatter into the side of Michael Nibbs.
So he just looked over to Michael Nibbs as if to say, was that a bit close? Yes, it was.
Yes, it was rather. So first half a dozen rows are into position. Just waiting for the final couple of rows of the Mark 3s to come into position. And then we just need the Mark 1s of Liam Cochrane, Gary Paddock and Nick Cristofaro to come into position, and then we're good to go. Nick Cristofaro is a Mark 3, but he's running in the guest class. He goes to the very back of the field. So 20 minutes are on the clock. Round 11 of the 2023 Miata Trophy is about to get going here at Brands Hatch because we are going to see the 5-second board held aloft. The red lights are already on, and on a damp circuit, who's going to counter the wheel spin when the lights go out? It looks as though it's a terrible start from pole position from Declan Lee. Michael Nibbs is going to lead the pack away, and a brilliant start from John Langridge from the second row of the grid.
Start. Yeah, absolutely the best start. Got all the traction. Everything was absolutely right. Brilliant off the line and brilliant into Paddock Hill Bend.
However, he started third. He's fourth now, so it didn't quite work for him in the end.
It's quite perplexing, really.
So in towards the braking area, it looks as though Declan Lee is second at the moment. Michael Nibbs is leading the way, but then Declan Lee runs out a little bit wide coming out of Druids, which allows Aidan Hills in the number 8 car to squeeze his way up into second place, and Declan Lee is down into third, remember, our championship leader at the moment. There goes number 5 down the straight as well, which is John Langridge, the fast starting car, losing a place, which is very counterintuitive. And have we had a change for the lead? Well, we tried to. Aidan Hills went to try and grab the lead of the race from Michael Nibbs, and if anything now he puts himself under pressure and he might drop down from second to third as Declan Lee tries to squeeze his way through.
It's going to be like this, is it? Quite like this. Quite a boisterous opening lap as they head now into Clark Curve, up to complete one lap now, up towards the start-finish line. Yeah, the wipers are on. I did just look over there into the distance where Brian is writing his report and wondered if we've got a bit more rain in the air. It's going to be the story of the whole of today, you know. It's going to be changeable all day, but I did notice wipers are on.
Yep, so it does look as though, a few more spots
of rain on the
and you
camera.
can see the spray already, can't you, in the cars?
Yeah.
So that, again, it's a case of trying to seek out corner by corner, lap by lap, where the grip is, because the circuit is evolving. The conditions are deteriorating now as they charge their way downhill and in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend.
Just wondering if our journalist that stands outside Brian has got a waterproof head, because it looks as if it's raining over the Cooper Straight, but not necessarily over here. Isn't that weird?
Very strange, yeah. I agree with you, yeah. Yeah, very strange. So for the lead of the race, Michael Nibbs leading the way. You can see the car squirming around under braking as it went in towards Clearway's corner. Aidan Hill's almost right out to the white line, as is the car of John Langridge, just trying to see if they can get off that polished bit of tarmac and try and seek out the grip somewhere. So over the start-finish line, they'll charge their way. Michael Nibbs leading the way. Second place, Aidan Hills. Third position, Declan Lee. Those three have broken away, haven't they, a little bit from the 4th and the 5th place squabble, which is going on between the black car, number 17 of Will Morris, and then the number 5 car of John Langridge.
Declan Lee mounting a challenge for second place on the run up towards Druids, closes right up on the back of Aidan Hills as they go through the corner. In fact, the top 3 all become a trio heading through the corner. Then the acceleration is first for the leader and gets that gap back as they head down towards Graham Hill Bend. So no changes for the top 3, but very, very close now with this battle for second. Declan Lee trying all he can to take second place.
Yeah, so they sprint their way along the Cooper Straight and up towards Surtees and McLaren. Very tricky corner at Surtees. We've seen a few spins in there in qualifying over the course of this morning, but everybody dealing with the conditions admirably at the moment as they wiggle their way through clearways and up towards Clark Curve. Michael Nibbs still leading the way at the moment. See if he can hang on to this lead of the race. He's not had a win so far this season, Michael Nibbs. He's had 3 second places overall, but the top step of the podium has eluded him so far, and he leads by 0.7 of a second as they complete lap number 3 from the number 8 car of Aidan Hills in second place. Declan Lee in the number 12, the green car, the championship leader, still sitting there in third, and at the moment that would still be sufficient for him, subject to official confirmation, to become the champion for this year, because his main championship rival, which is Alex Miller, who started 6th, is still running in 6th place, and he's only just moved up to 6th because he was down in 7th. He's just managed to wiggle his way through and past Simon Fleet. So even for the car in 3rd place, Declan Lee, where he is still sufficient to lift the championship crown.
I've just spoken to James Beckett, who popped in. He looks after the Formula Ford championships, and I said, "I'm sorry, James, you look dry. Is it dry outside?" And he said, "It is." And I said, "But it looks as if it's raining over on the Cooper Straight." He said, "It is. That's the way
Wow, it's the very edge of the cloud, is it?
Yeah.
So Simon Fleet pushing hard in 7th place at the wheel of his light blue and Dayglow pink machine. Over the start-finish line, though, come what is now an ever-extended margin. So it was 0.7 of a second, Michael Nibbs back to Aidan Hills. It's now come out to 1.2 seconds as Michael Nibbs sets the fastest lap of the race that we've seen so far. 1 minute 4.863 from Michael Nibbs. This is exactly what he needs. He's got the break on those behind, Alan, but it does look as though that cloud has just blown over this way a little bit. It is now raining on the Cooper Straight.
Yeah, Brian has gone inside. He's gone down the steps. So what a weird thing to be right on the edge of the rain. Not just weird for us to watch, but for the drivers on the circuit. They come onto the Bradman Straight. They complete Clearways and Clark Curve, and it's not raining. In fact, you can see it's quite dry down on the tarmac in certain areas. And then they head up towards Druids. From that part of the circuit onwards, it's raining. What a peculiar thing.
Very strange, very strange. UK weather has been that all summer, hasn't it, really? We ought to pick up on who's leading.
Summer?
There was. If you blink, you missed it. Okay. That was for sure. We ought to pick up on who was leading the Mark 1s as well. It is the number 94 car of Liam Cochrane, just to pick up on that leads the Mark 1s. But for what is going to be 4th and 5th position, together up towards Paddock Hill Bend, still trying to hang on to the place is the all-black car of Will Morris, who takes a big wide sweep across the nose of John Langridge heading round through Paddock Hill Bend. Has to be careful that he doesn't run too far out wide. As soon as he hit that wet painted curb, Alan, you could see the tail end of the number 17 car there was already struggling with grip.
Yeah, and they need to be extremely cautious on that half of the circuit, pretty much from the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend on the run up Halewood Hill towards Druids and all the way back to the exit of Clearways. That's where it's really, really slippy. And another point as well, you just saw a good picture of that if you're watching the live stream. Avoid the curbs. It's going to unsettle the car massively and potentially throw you into a spin. Look at this, the battle for second place still rages, doesn't it? So too do the windscreen wipers.
Absolutely. Aidan Hills still trying to palm away the aspirations of the number 12 car of Declan Lee. A few times I've seen the cars under power just squirming around, and yeah, lots of arm twirling to try and keep the car under his spell there, Declan Lee, who last time through set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 4.299. He can't better that this time through, but that could be important again because he runs in 3rd place. He is the championship leader. He'd pick up 44 points for 3rd, and he might be through into 2nd here as Aidan Hills makes a mistake at Paddock Hill Bend. He's got the inside line. He's through. Can he get the car stopped and turned in? Yes, he can. So that would give him 47 points now, plus the extra point for fastest lap, 48, which would see him more than enough to secure the championship in this race.
Is that the masterclass in being so close to the back of another car that you just just force the tiniest of errors, and that's all you need to let the door open to take a place. So really well done for Declan Lee. Second place secured. Can he now pull away from Aidan Lees and close up on the back of the race leader, Michael Nibbs?
Yeah, they've got traffic to deal with in the meantime, so they dive. One went down, the other on Andrew Cahill.
Hello.
And that is the opportunity, possibly, to try and work his way through and past. There's another car that they need to deal with as well. So the traffic coming into play there as they go past Jude Worley. And now they've got the Mark 1s to deal with, which is Gary Paddock's car. The Misty Racing machine stays well and truly out of harm's way and allows the front cars to go through. And all of that now means that Michael Nibbs has had his lead advantage chipped away at. 0.4 of a second quicker was Declan Lee than the race leader in number 82, Michael Nibbs, last time through.
He's closing, isn't he? He's going to close as they run up towards Druids, and through the corner they go. They're going to be dealing with traffic now for the duration of the race, heading down towards Graham Hill Bend. Turning into Graham Hill Bend now goes the race leader. Aidan Hills drops back a little bit, more isolated in third place now, but Declan Lee all about applying the pressure to the race leader. So Nibbs and Lee through the left-hander at Surtees, up towards McLaren into Clearways. It's going to be another lap completed at the end of this lap to put 8 laps in the book. And as you said earlier on, Mark, it's Declan Lee in second place who's got the fastest lap of the race, a 64.299. But the leaders go through and complete at any moment now. 8 laps across the line they go. And the gap between the two of them, half a second over the line.
A spin for the number 80 car of Andrew Cahill, and that was right in front of Alex Miller, the number 7 car. I think was in that dichotomy for a brief period of time as to which way to jink. Do I go driver's left? Do I go driver's right? Made the right choice. Andrew Cahill eventually gets the car pointing back round in the right direction. Jude Worley also had to take avoiding action as well. Those two had been having a squabble for who wanted to finish in penultimate position, who's going to end up last in this particular race. So Michael Nibbs still leading the way. He has responded to the fact that his lead advantage was coming down because he's just set the number 82 car that leads the race. His best lap of the race so far, however, Declan Lee behind him was still quicker. So the gap first to second, as you can see now as it heads round through Clearways corner with more traffic to deal with again, which is Andrew Jameson's car, is now down to half a second. And again, I think that traffic is playing into the hands of the championship leader, who again, under acceleration, you can see the tail end of the car, Alan, is squirming around, and all three are now back together because Aidan Hills wants in on the fun as well.
Yeah, in the traffic, they've all three closed up, haven't they? The trio for the lead turn into the right-hander at Paddock Hill Bend. And look at Aidan Hills in third place, taking a very, very different line. That should give a quick exit from Paddock Hill Bend, particularly with these wet conditions, and so it does. Gives him a good run on the run up towards Druid. So Lee is hung out to dry on the outside line. That could potentially give an inside line for the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, and Hills has done nothing. So it was a really good move going through Druids, but it didn't amount to anything as far as track position. And then Lee goes wide coming out of Graham Hill Bend, gets over the curb. We said it was slippery, loses out massively.
Yeah, just that small little correction. The car started to get away from him. He had to apply some opposite lock, and it went on the green painted surface there, and straight away then the wheels just spun up instantly. So from being in second and looking for the lead of the race, he now finds himself back down in third place once more. But that's still good enough for the championship, because Alex Miller has made 0 progress from 6th on the grid. He still sits in 6th position, the number 7 car. So yeah, at the moment this is still good enough for Declan Lee to be the champion, as now Aidan Hills looks for the lead of the race, sneaks up inside of Michael Nibbs. The two of them door handle to door handle round through Paddock Hill Bend. Aidan Hills gets a little bit unsettled. He has to get off the gas, and now might be the opportunity for Declan Lee to squeeze his way back up the inside at Druids, and yep, they've swapped again.
What a superb battle this is. So Declan Lee back into second place, but it looked as if Hills was going to be in the lead of the race come the end of this lap, and now Declan Lee all over the back of Nibbs once again for the lead of the race. Absolutely tied together, and Nibbs makes the same little error on the curb on the exit of Graham Hill Bend as Lee did on the previous lap. So advantage now Declan Lee.
Yeah, absolutely. Is he going to be able to hang on to it though? Yes, he does. He was third over the start-finish line. He's now leading the race 3/4 of a lap later. Still 8 minutes to go. Still more traffic up the road as well that we'll need dealing with before too much longer. So I think there's a twist or two still in the tail of this one. And that next car that they're going to come up against, is it Simon Fleet maybe? Is that the next of the cars that they're going to come up against? race. So they go over the start-finish line. No, I don't think it is. I think it's the Anthony Levy and Nicholas Lawrence shared car. It's the next back marker to deal with.
Declan Lee has got an advantage already, having got into the lead for the first time during this race. Now the battle rages for second place. He's been able to get himself a little bit of an advantage, which he's going to need in the traffic, because then he can pick his place to get past. It's past the number 15 car, so the 15 car at Druids gets neatly out the way and allows him through. The 94 car we're looking at, was that having a grassy moment?
It was, yeah. That was Liam Cochrane, who was leading the Mark 1 charge.
Aha.
So whether he has still hung on to it, I think he did, because I think it was only a brief moment where he was on the grass. But we'll have to wait and see when he comes over the start-finish line next time through. Liam Cochrane, there he goes now, over the start-finish line. Still leads the Mark 1 category, despite that rallycrossing moment that you spotted, Alan. Now, we've got 7 minutes of the race to go. This is lap number 12 that's about to be completed. Declan Lee still leading the way, and the green car has certainly opened up the daylight now between himself and erstwhile race leader Michael Nibbs, who at the moment has got a chunk of work to do if he wants to try and scoop up that elusive first win of the season, having finished second on, what, 3 previous occasions. Well, he's got work to do now, because the lead advantage is up to 1.5 seconds nearly. New fastest lap of the race for Declan Lee last time through as well, 1 minute 3.771. At this stage of the race, Alan, that is 9/10 of a second quicker than anybody else in the field. So that was a mega lap from Declan Lee, the race leader.
It was, and all of that attention to, first of all, the back of second place, and then taking the opportunistic move into the lead has now allowed him to show the pace shown in qualifying this morning, because that was mighty impressive in qualifying, and now able to pull out an advantage of 1.5 seconds over 2 cars that he was pretty much tied up with for the first half of this race. That's impressive stuff for the championship leader, isn't it?
It certainly is. There's another good fight just going on down the Cooper Straight as well. That's the light blue car with the pink flashes to it of Simon Fleet. He's in 7th place, fighting away with Drew Fletcher. Drew Fletcher has the inside line as they go through Surtees and hangs on to it then through McLaren. So the slightly darker blue car, but still with a little light blue flashes to it here and there. Drew Fletcher through, and also recovering, having had a spin, Andrew Jameson.
Yeah, gets back on the circuit, just appears into view as we continue to watch the battle between the two of them. Meanwhile, the race leader has been across the line and further substantiated the advantage, 1.561 of a second, the advantage for Declan Lee over Nibbs, and still with the close attentions of Aidan Hills just behind, 2/10 separated the two of them. At the end of 13 laps now, Mark, completed, and 5 minutes remain.
Yeah, need to keep an eye on what's going on for second and third as well, because Michael Nibbs and Aidan Hills still aren't that far away from each other, fighting over the final 2 podium spots. They've also got some more traffic to deal with, which will be Jude Worley's car that they're going to meet just as they get onto the Brabham Straight. So through and past it goes the number 82 car of Michael Nibbs, followed shortly thereafter by Aidan Hills. So there's still just 0.6 of a second separating second from third in this race. More traffic to deal with will be the Gary Paddock Misty Racing Mark 1, which they carve their way past on the run up in towards the braking area for Druids Corner. So they are still locked together. And if they squabble, Alan, it's just going to further play into the hands of our race leader, Declan Lee, who is already 2 seconds clear anyway.
It totally will, and it's the battle for second place that's allowed that to happen, in combination with the raw pace that Declan Lee has been showing so far today in the changeable conditions on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. He's been pretty impressive in qualifying and pretty impressive now in the lead of the race as well, consolidating that advantage. 2 seconds at the end of 14 laps, and this the battle for second place, with the erstwhile race leader Nibbs leading from Hills, but only just 0.2 of a second between the two of them on the last but 1 lap, and 0.6 of a second between the two of them on that last lap.
So once we've gone through the top 3, it's still John Langridge who sits there in 4th place, a number 5 car. Then it's 17 Will Morris who's in 5th place, and 6th is completed by Alex Miller at the moment. Another spin, and that looked as though Andrew Cahill again, that's the 2nd time he's spun at that part of the circuit. He had a spin there earlier on, didn't he, right in front of the front runners. He spun very much on his own with nobody around him this time through, but recovers. For our race leader Declan Lee, another new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 3.501. That is 1.2 seconds quicker than Michael Nibbs in 2nd place could muster that time through. So 3.3 seconds now is the gap. And for Declan Lee, he looks more than anything on course to scoop up not just win number 5 of the championship season in round 11, Alan, but it was also, mathematically, I think, give him the title.
I don't like the use of your words, I think.
Subject to official confirmation.
Okay, that's fine.
How's that?
Okay, you're happy with your maths?
I am.
This is because I will be seeing him in a couple of moments.
If I don't get my maths right, I'm in detention, aren't I, as well?
I'll just send him up to you. Yeah.
So, squabble still continuing. Gary Smith, car number 121, continuing around on his own. He's running in 14th place at the moment. Again, another big wiggle from him. It must be so difficult trying to get the power down coming out onto the Brabham straight, one would have thought. And up at Druids, we've also still got back markers that are being dealt with by our front runners. So through has gone Michael Nibbs and Aidan Hills, neither of whom were particularly compromised as they worked their way through and past the all-red machine there, which will be Nick Cristofaro, who runs in the guest class, and having started off the back of the grid is now running in 13th position, so he has carved his way beautifully up through the order the way things stand. We're heading towards the final 2 minutes of this race at the moment, and it certainly looks as though Declan Lee is on for another win.
Yeah, just looking there at William Morris, and Will Morris qualified in 5th place and is running in 5th place as well in the number 17 car, and continues on his way with 1.5 minutes of the race remaining. That's Will Morris, car number 17, and we've got 17 laps completed now by the top 3 with 1 minute and 20 seconds of the race remaining. They are doing lap times just over 1 minute, so 1 minute and 4 is the sort of average of the front running cars. 1 minute 3.501 is the super impressive fastest lap of the race by the race leader, by Declan Lee, pole position this morning, and the fastest lap of the race this afternoon, and looking on course to winning the race and claiming the title as well. Not a bad day's work for Declan Lee, but it'd be interesting to talk to them on the podium if we get the opportunity to do that, about the first half of the race where they were dealing with one half of the circuit that was raining and one half that was dry. You get it on the Grand Prix circuit on a regular basis, but on the Indy circuit, almost unheard of.
Yeah, very unusual, isn't it, on the Grand Prix circuit? And also how they're having to feed that power in, because certainly it looks as though grip is still at a premium out there. Over the start-finish line with just 30 seconds to go goes our race leader, Declan Lee. Michael Nibbs and Aidan Hill still half a second apart, squabbling over position as well. And then up towards Paddock Hill Bend, we've also got Nick Cristofaro looking to try and put his car in the guest class through and ahead of the lead Mark 1 that we've got in the field, which is Liam Cochrane. So Liam Cochrane hugging the right-hand side of the circuit, the inside line up towards Druids, to try and keep the man from the back of the grid behind him. But for Declan Lee, he is on course for win number 5 of the championship season in round 11 of the brand new for 2023 MSVT Trackdays Miata Trophy. He turns his way through Surtees up towards McLaren. The clock has ticked to 0. And in what is now the sunshine here at Brands Hatch, despite the fact that we had a shower midway through, he is on course for the win. And mathematically, that now puts him out of sight from anybody else in the championship. So Declan Lee comes through to win the race. And subject to official confirmation, that also gives him the inaugural Miata Trophy championship as well. Michael Nibbs should come through in 2nd position from Aidan Hills, who was there in 3rd place. John Langridge should flash his way over the start-finish line now to finish in 4th place. And I think it'll be Will Morris who'll come through to finish in 5th place. We've already had Liam Cochrane through, so he is the winner of the Mark 3 category, again down in 12th place. And there was only one car in the guest class, that is Nick Cristofaro, who finished in 13th position off the back of the grid. So it's still a few more cars to flash their way through and over the start-finish line now. Alex Miller comes through. He finishes in 6th place, but that now means that he is not able to do anything about the championship points. He will finish as the vice-champion, the runner-up, whatever you want to call it, in this year's championship. We've also had through Drew Fletcher, Simon Fleet, and I think Ray Worley is probably one of the last of the cars that we're going to need to take the checkered flag in what are now beautiful sunny conditions here at Brands Hatch.
It's quite warm as well.
It's changed, hasn't it?
Yeah, very
much
so. It has changed, yeah.
So Alan Hyde is going to make his way down in towards the pit lane area to conduct the podiums once we get the last car, which is Ray Worley, over the start-finish line. In a few moments, I should be able to confirm the results with you for that particular race. Remember, we do see those cars out later on today. The Miata Trophy will be back out on circuit around about 10 minutes to 4 this afternoon, there or thereabouts, subject to how we get on with all of the racing and all of the other activities that we've got to squeeze in here on the busy final day of racing. So to confirm the results, then Declan Lee claims the win. It's Michael Nibbs in second place and Aidan Hills in third, making it a Hills Motorsport lockout on the podium. John Langridge finishes in fourth place with Will Morris in fifth, and Alex Miller was there in sixth place. Drew Fletcher finished in seventh with Simon Fleet, Ray Worley, and Charlie Lane for Misty Racing completing the top 10. Then as we move outside of the top 10, in 11th position, it's going to be the number 66 car that finishes in 11th place, which is going to be Jack Hargreaves. 12th place will be the winner of the Mark 1 category, which is Liam Cochrane. And then it will be Nick Cristofaro, who finishes in 13th position. 14th place was 121, which is Gary Smith. 15th place was, convenient enough, car number 15, which was the Anthony Levy and Richard Lawrence shared car. It was Anthony Levy, I think, was behind the wheel of it for that one. And then it was Andrew Jameson, Jude Worley, Andrew Cahill and Gary Paddock that were our final runners in that one. So Alan Hyde making his way down in towards the pit lane. I think most of the cars, Alan, have been ushered towards Parc Fermé, so it might be a while before you see the drivers with you.
Well, I haven't actually made my way down to pit lane because I have a plethora of silverware behind the podium on the first floor podium. So we've always called it here at Brands Hatch the Grand Prix podium. It's been a while since we've had a Grand Prix at Brands Hatch, but I still sort of nostalgically call it the Grand Prix podium. But the class winners, so the top 3 overall and top 3 in the NC class, and then the top 2, the 2 finishers in the remaining class have both been stopped underneath the podium. So they will be appearing up here on the podium. We've got the camera crew that are down there to see the celebrations and the hugs that are taking place down in pit lane as well. And that's not just a race win hug, that's a mathematical hug. That's a championship title hug taking place, and a couple of them taking place down in lifting off the ground and having a hug. I don't know, I'm up here, Gary. Up here we've got trophies, so but potentially they're going to have a little champagne moment down on the ground. Top 3 and the 2 NAs, yeah, would be great. So we are going to enjoy the moment up on the podium. And even if I'm in the wrong place, if you say confidently enough that you're in the right place, then everyone else will come. And that's the plan. And they are going to come up. And, well, the clue is the fact all the silverware is here. We'll only need 2 in the NA class for Cochrane and Paddock, and then the overall top 3 as well. So Gary Paddock and Liam Cochrane, having been stopped down in the Parc Fermé area, which is just underneath the podium, and the top 3 as well, Aidan Hills, Michael Nibbs, and the winner, Declan Lee. And Declan has got a bottle of bubbly, and he'll be celebrating in a couple of moments as the television crew, they make their way up towards the backstage area. Declan Lee is still, have you taken the cork out of the bottle? No, well, it's a nice bottle. Are you sure you want to spray?
Warn people of the splash zone down below the podium. It's open your mouth because it's nice champagne.
That was quite a celebration you had down there. Tell me about the start of the race, because that was a little bit peculiar when half of the circuit was wet, half the circuit was dry.
That's right, and unfortunately for me, the wet part of the circuit was actually where you start from. And if you're on P1, if you've raced at Brands Hatch, you'll know you're on an incline, so it's tricky. So I thought I was going to fall back a few places, and I thought I might try and keep in third, but then my mind just said, come on, let's win this, we can do this, and I went for it, and here we are.
Carry on this conversation in a couple of moments, because we need to have our podium. Are we going to do the... first of all, the NA class, we're going to get the 2 onto the podium. So, in reverse order, in second place, Gary Paddock onto the podium, please. Gary, well done. Many congratulations. We've got 2 trophies in the class to present, and they're making their way out onto the podium. And to the winner in the category, Liam Cochrane. Well done, Liam. Congratulations onto the podium, silverware in hand, and the 2 of them take the class podium and will pose for the cameras, and the television cameras down there as well. That's our first category podium. Thank you, guys. If you want to make your way back here and posing for the cameras, they are, and then we'll dress the podium and get it ready for the overall top three, and of course top three in their category as well, that we will get onto the podium in third place. And a great battle led the race as well. Third place, Aidan Hills. Well done, Aidan. Congratulations. Onto the third step of the podium and receiving the award on the second step of the podium to Michael Nibbs. Well done, Michael. Again, great battle between the three of them. But on the top step of the podium and mathematically already spraying the champagne. Well done to Declan Lee. He makes his way onto the podium, smiling away. He's not letting go of that bottle of champagne, is he? Absolutely determined that he's going to enjoy this moment on the podium. All three of them pose on their individual podium step. He can't wait to get the cork out the bottle, can he? Okay, well, we're going to go away then, because it's going to be a champagne moment on the podium, and hopefully once a big cheer down in pit lane for the champagne celebration. And both Michael and Aidan taking evasive action. I think that's a very wise decision, as I'm going to carry on my conversation with Declan, who has now had a swig of the champagne, and that tastes sweet, I guess.
It does. I would also like to clarify for everyone else, I'm not doing race 2, so that's why I'm having a drink.
No, absolutely fine, and fully understood. You've got a bit left as well.
I do. If I can interest anyone, they can find me in box P13. I just want to thank mainly my parents for getting here. They've been looking after the sponsors and just doing everything to get me on the grid.
Supplying the champagne?
Well, actually, the champagne's been supplied by many people. So Alan Baldwin of many people, Ashley have all supplied champagne for me, which is very nice of them. And mainly Covers as well for getting me on the grid for 2024, and hopefully a couple of other partners too.
How determined were you to take the title with a race win?
Well, there's this feeling, when you put on the helmet, you don't worry about anything else. Life doesn't really matter. What matters is being at the front, and you just get this drive, which is only racing drivers will be able to tell you what it's like. It's fantastic. Aidan knows it, we all know it. Thanks to Hills Motorsport for getting me here, and I couldn't have done it without all of the team effort.
Absolutely superb, Declan. Many congratulations. Go and enjoy the moment.
I certainly will. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Go, Declan Lee, everybody, on the top step of the podium and claiming the title.
Thank you, Alan. So we've got another race coming up for you that's already on the grid, and it's about to very shortly head off on its formation lap, the United Formula Ford Championship, featuring the champion of Brands. So as they head off on their formation lap, should be able to guide you through the grid and the way that they line up for the first of their two races over the course of the day. And we'll also give you an idea as to what's happening with the champion of Brands points as well. So the cars head around the circuit. Lucas Romanek starts from pole position, number 73 car, and alongside is 16, which is Jacob Toffs. Row 2 of the grid is 40. That's Andrew Rackstraw. And number 2, Ben Powney. He has for company on row number 2. Row 3 of the grid, on the inside of the third row of the grid, it's the number 17 car of Neil Toffs alongside 27, which is Sean Macklin. And row 4 of the grid, it's number 13, Simon Pruce, and 4, which is Mark Adkins. The next row of the grid sees number 19, Innes Hickman, line up alongside car number 52, which is actually being driven by Richard Earle, not as it says there on the graphic. And the final row of the grid is number 7, which is Matthew Smith, who sits there at the tail end of the field on his own. So in terms of the United Formula Ford Championship, that is already resolved in favour of Lucas Romanek, who has already stitched up that title quite substantively. And in terms of the champion of Brands and the point scoring there, coming into this one, Rory Smith, who is an absentee this weekend, is leading the championship on 14 points in the champion of Brands running for those races that form part of the United Formula Ford Championship but are only here at Brands Hatch. Lucas Romanek is second, but the drivers that are jointly in third are not here, so we can discount them, which means that you have to look all the way down then to 6th place, Richard Earle, who is on 9 championship points coming into this one. So for Lucas Romanek, he is pretty much, as long as he has a reasonable day, pretty much secured, surely, with scooping up not just the United Formula Ford Championship title, but also the champion of Brands title that goes with it as well. So in terms of colours, it's black with little bits of white and red flashes to it. Lucas Romanek, the Van Diemen JL13 that sits on pole position, the Medina, the blue and yellow car of Jacob Toffs sits alongside. Row 2 of the grid, the largely all white and blue Spectrum, being run by KMR, Kevin Mills Racing, of Andrew Rackstraw, alongside the all-white Jamin of Ben Powney, I should say, who did really good things at the wheel of his historic class car in qualifying to position against some far more contemporary machinery. So green flag waves at the tail end of the field. 20 minutes are on the clock for the first of the United Formula Ford races here at Brands Hatch. Red lights will come on the gantry any second now, and as the revs start to rise, it's a good start from pole position from Lucas Romanek. He is not slow away at all. He was 2.1 seconds quicker than anybody in qualifying, so you would expect the fact that he would run away into the distance, but the circuit is ever drying, and I can now see on the run in towards Paddock Hill Bend some pretty light pieces of tarmac there, suggesting that the weather conditions are improving ever more. The difficulty they'll have, though, is that because of the gradient of the circuit, the undulations, when they get down towards Graham Hill Bend, that being the lowest point of the circuit, that's going to take the longest to dry as things currently stand. So sweeping our way through that point of the circuit now, it is Jacob Toffs in second place, Andrew Rackstraw in third, and as we expected, Lucas Romanek, who was so dominant in qualifying, Alan Hyde, he is already starting to gap those behind.
Yeah, when you say so dominant, it was a class of his own, really, wasn't it, during qualifying, which has been a little bit of the story of the year, hasn't it? Very, very impressive year for Lucas Romanek. Car number 73 briefly came into the pit lane during qualifying, I seem to remember, and just a little check over of tyre pressures, and that there was enough time to be able to do that kind of thing and not really be too worried. And not surprisingly, immediately on this opening lap puts in the fastest lap of anyone else on that opening standing start lap.
Yeah, I think we might have a change up at Paddock Hill Bend. Simon Proust sneaking up the inside of the number 4 Jamin of Mark Adkins, but the race leaders are already descending down towards Graham Hill Bend. Lucas Romanek leading the way and pulling away from this brilliant battle that we've got going on for second, third and almost fourth place, because Jacob Toffs is feeling the pinch, isn't he, from the number 40 car of Andrew Rackstraw, and sticking with them with the task in hand in the far, far older car is Ben Powney, who's going beautifully well at that wheel of that number 2 Jamin and is keeping up with the, say, far more contemporary cars and modern cars that lie ahead.
It's that trademark little wiggle that you get from a Formula Ford, that you know they're fighting against adhesion, as the number 40 car at Rackstraw has a little moment, goes off on the gravel, gets back on the circuit, but it's just that twitch. Formula Fords are such mechanical beasts to control, and when you're dealing with a slippery surface like this, you not only can you see the driver, because you can see in the cockpit of the car working to correct those little problems, but you can almost see it from the suspension as well. You can see every single part of a little moment and fighting for adhesion on the circuit.
Absolutely, yeah. There's no aerodynamic grip; it's all mechanical grip. I do a little bit of sim racing, and they earlier on this year launched a Ray Formula Ford in iRacing. My goodness me, it is an absolute hoot to drive. It really is. You get the noise of the engine is identical, the little clunk of the gear change.
Wow.
Absolutely. You'd think you were driving a Formula Ford. It handles beautifully. So yeah, I've never driven one, but yeah. If I big spin, that's Sean Macklin, and is he going to stop before the tyre wall? Yes, there's plenty of room to rotate the car there. So a full 360-degree spin. He will get going again, but the Swift, the SC92, having dropped way down through the order. The Swift SC92, that would have been the car that somebody like Guy Smith, who went on to win Bentley, would have raced back in Formula Ford back in the early 90s.
He did, yeah. Won Le Mans, yeah, Guy Smith. So this form of racing, although we can enjoy it for everything that it is in this day and age, it still provides incredibly close racing. Back then, it was the launch of careers of pretty much every star driver in whatever discipline they went on to do. If
you didn't come through Formula Ford, then you weren't going to go forwards, were you?
It was a massive surprise if you hadn't got Formula Ford and doing well in Formula Ford on your CV. And I did an interview the other week with Tiff Needell, and he did Formula Ford and won his car, won the car that he competed in a competition in Autosport, and recently bought back the car.
Wow,
so he's competing in it again in historic racing. And you see his face light up when he talks about it, because of the driver input to racing a Formula Ford car and what it teaches you about the control of a car. There are few that handle a car quite like Tiff Needell can, because he can drift around, for example, a high-speed circuit like Thruxton all the way in drift mode, and that teaching was learnt in Formula Ford.
Yeah, absolutely. That car control and that ability to understand what the car's doing and correct the little slides that it continually does, because say there's no aerodynamic devices that push the car down into the tarmac. Lucas Romanek leading. He keeps setting fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap. We've only done 4 laps. He leads by 11.5 seconds at the moment, and the lap that he just did was a 57.305, the race leader. That is the best part of 2 seconds quicker than anybody else is doing at the moment, and is about 4 to 5 seconds quicker than most are doing at the moment. So Lucas Romanek, as I suggested when qualifying got underway this morning, he would be the one to watch, but I didn't think he'd be pulling away to the tune that he is.
This is a quite incredible gap, isn't it?
It's a very un-Formula 4 type gap, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
But look at the fight that we've got for second and for third and for fourth. Jacob Toffs, Andrew Rackstraw, Ben Powney still busy going for it. And even down through the order, number 19, which is the car of Innes Hickman, he's coming under pressure. He's got the number 52 car, which will be Richard Earle, behind him, despite what it says on our timing screen still with regard to the driver name.
So now the question is going to be, with 14 minutes just over remaining on the clock, just how much of the field Romanek is going to catch by the end of this race, because there is plenty of time, and this pace is really quite astonishing. 57.305, the fastest lap, and the last lap was 58.037. There are already 2 cars that have gone sub 1 minute, and that's just Romanek and Tofts, the top 2 in the race, so incredibly impressive.
Jacob Toffs needs to keep going sub 1 minute, because round the outside tries Andrew Rackstraw. You can see the little wiggle mid-corner. He runs wide onto the curbs, and that was good positioning of the car, I would say, there from Jacob Toffs, because he was always going to make it difficult. But now Andrew Rackstraw's trying all the way around the outside at Druids, which in the damp conditions might work, because he then gets the inside line as he comes down in towards Graham Hill Bend. And with lots of patience and plenty of hard work, Andrew Rackstraw is finally through and up into second place. Jacob Toffs in the number 16 car is down to third.
Determination pays off. Yeah, if you can hold that outside line all the way around Druids and then be brave enough to hold it on the exit of Druids, it does give the inside line to Graham Hill, doesn't it?
It's easier to do in a single-seater, because you're less likely to get pushed wide because of wheel entanglement, whereas in a saloon car you would just usher the car to the outside, wide and onto the curbs. You can't afford to do that in a single-seater.
And wheel entanglement is so vulnerable, isn't it, on a Formula Ford car?
And look, he's still staying with them. Really impressed with the pace that the Jamin of Ben Powney is showing here. That's the number 2 car that sits there in 4th place, albeit he met the back marker in the wrong place there and couldn't quite get through and past Matthew Smith's Van Diemen. So the number 2 car losing a little bit of ground to the Spectrum and the Medina.
Is this a gorgeous autumnal day we've now got, because we've got sunshine all the way around the circuit, and look down towards Graham Hill Bend just out of the commentary box window, and it is not just a drying line but a dry line around the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is going to work beautifully well for them, and it will just continue to dry ever more. So over the start-finish line shortly will come our race leader. Lucas Romanek goes through. That was a 59.5 from him on that occasion.
Very impressive, that. So Lucas Romanek continues to lead. 8 laps completed now. Last lap was a 59.5 and the best lap is a 57.2. So not just consolidating the advantage, but also controlling it as well. With a gap like that, you can afford to not take too many chances. See the dry line as the number 2 car in 4th place of Powney. Ben Powney makes his way around the corner. You can see the dry line heading round Paddock Hill Bend up towards Druids. They go a bit damper there. It's in the shade of the trees up at Druids, down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend, turning into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, avoiding the curbs. That's still damp, that's still wet. Looking at the car of Jacob Tofts in 3rd place, and that is the battle for 9th place.
Yeah, battles all the way down through the order. The only one that doesn't really have anybody to play with is Lucas Romanek, because he is so dominant in...
Well, he's only got himself to blame.
He has. He's just too good. That's the problem. 57.214 being his best lap of the race. Up towards Paddock Hill Bend goes another of those fights that we're talking about, which is the car of Mark Adkins, who is busy fighting away, looking to see if he can manage to get himself back through and ahead of Richard Earle. Has a quick little nibble on the run in towards the braking area for Druids, but it's still the Van Diemen at the moment, the number 52 car that leads the Jamin. It's scary to think, isn't it? You think about the age of these cars there. You know, the car of Mark Adkins, the Jamin M92, It's 30 years old, Alan, now. It doesn't seem like 5 minutes ago, does it, since they were modern?
Well, so that's more of a reflection on you and I, I'm afraid. But it does. When I watch Formula Fords and racing at Brands Hatch, Formula Ford festivals of the 1980s and 90s feel very, very recent history, and of course they are not, and particularly when you've got a car that is all liveried up in Duckham's livery. It's very simple to think that. It's not a motor racing circuit like that though, because the furniture and the layout pretty much stays the same. So you can remember 20 years ago, 30 years ago, sitting there at Paddock Hill Bend and watching this thing happen or that thing happen. When I turned up today, I looked down at the podium and thought, 2 weeks ago, Tommy Bridewell was holding up the BSB trophy here,
on that podium,
and this very podium.
Yeah, really does. It's brilliant memory jogger. Right, traffic to deal with here. Andrew Rackstraw carved his way past the Van Diemen of Innes Hickman. So that is Innes Hickman having been dispatched a lap down by the car that's in second position. And now he's got Simon Proust to try and deal with as well, who keeps his car well and truly out of the way. So that's the Reynard 89 FF. And you see, look at that, again, just the way the car was sliding on acceleration coming out of the corner. It looked as though it was all beautifully under control, didn't look untidy. But you could just see the grip is still at a premium at some points of the circuit. We might have that drying line that Alan's been alluding to, but the parts that are in the shade up at the far reaches of the circuit.
Druids particularly still very wet around there.
Yeah, it just takes a while to dry, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it might be the highest point, but it's in shade.
Yep, exactly that. And the approach into Druids as well, that's pretty damp. It's, as you say, it's in the shade of the trees, and that's exactly what happens on the Grand Prix circuit. It could take all morning to dry out, even if you've had no rain.
8.5 minutes to go. Lucas Romanek now leading by 20 3/4 seconds exactly on the previous lap. He goes back over the start-finish line. New fastest lap of the race for the number 73 car that time through. 57.123. Andrew Rackstraw a long way adrift in second position. He's just working his way up towards the start of the Brabham Straight and over the grid hatchings now. And what is the gap first to second this time as they come through? The gap has grown to 20.9 seconds. But I think the circuit is now at that stage where lap after lap after lap, it's just going to get better and better and better because everybody is going quicker than they've previously gone, Alan.
If you've got sponsors all over your car and you're driving a race like Lucas Romanek is, it's not great for television coverage, isn't it? Because we haven't seen a huge amount of him. He continues to consolidate his advantage. 20.9 seconds the advantage over Rackstraw in second place. But you don't get shown too much because Really Good is pretty much isolated on the track.
It is, yeah. You tend to focus where the battles are, don't you? And the best of the battles that we've got at the moment is between the number 13 Reynard of Simon Proust and the number 19 Van Diemen of Innes Hickman. Those two are within a second of each other. The blue Reynard, the largely orange and white Van Diemen, just heading up towards Clearways and about to conclude a lap. They're squabbling over 7th and 8th place. And as they come through this time, has Innes Hickman been able to close the gap? He was a full 9/10 of a second quicker than Simon Proust last time through. This time through, as they come over the start-finish line, I think the gap might have come down a shade more, has it? Yes, but only by a few thousandths of a second. So it's going the right way still, but not quite as quickly as Innes Hickman would like.
There we go. We are seeing the race leader now, and it's been really quite a remarkable drive so far. For the number 73 car of Lucas Romanek, and that has been the story of the season in splendid isolation at the front of the field. There you can see the dry line all the way through Paddock Hill Bend, and Lucas Romanek has got the pick of the run as well. Actually, just jinking out to get a bit of water onto the tyres on the run up towards Druids. You can see that at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend and the start of Howard Hill, there is quite a bit of standing water there, isn't there, to maybe cool the tyres down or get them prepared for the slippery run into Druids.
And slippery run in towards Clearways because he's on the grass for Andrew Smith by the look of things. That's the number 7 Van Diemen that's pointing in the wrong direction on the grass. Should be able to get going again as the race leader goes by. For me, for Lucas Romanek, that was intelligent driving, Alan, because he's 20 seconds up the road and he's still thinking about what the car's doing at any point to dive off onto that bit of wetter tarmac clearly shows that he thinks that the tyres are getting overworked. And
yes,
that may well be the case because he's no longer got the fastest lap of the race. Andrew Rackstraw in second place now, 56.683 last time through is the fastest lap.
cooling tyres down, that's exactly what he's doing again. And on the run up towards Druids, there is that water available, and making the most of it, taking advantage of the fact there is a little bit of standing water on the run in towards Druids. Yeah, exactly what he's doing. Good spot out of Graham Hill Bend, down the Cooper Straight in the sunshine, and that leads on to the quick left and the right, Surtees into the left. It's quite an exhilarating part of the circuit in any bit of machinery, that change of direction into McLaren, immediately onto Clearway's slightly greater change of direction, Clark Curve, and the conclusion of another lap. There's traffic to be dealt with, but with an advantage of 20, almost 21 seconds, you can really pick your point and look after the tyres as well.
Yeah, I think it's Neil Tofts that he's going to want to try and dive his way through. He deals with one of the back markers. He's still got Neil Tofts to deal with, I think, on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend, and comfortably he's able to squeeze his way through. And equally as much, the way he overtakes it means he puts himself on that wetter piece of tarmac anyway, which he would have headed to. Now, it clearly has worked, Lucas Romanek, cooling those tyres down, because they've come back to him again, and all of a sudden now he's popped in the fastest lap of the race. The lap that was just completed by the number 73 car that leads was a 56.306. So with 4 minutes to go, that's another new fastest lap of the race. We've still got the good fight also going on for 7th and for 8th position. Simon Pruce cannot get rid of the attentions of Innes Hickman at all, as those two cars are the next two cars now that our race leader is going to have to deal with as he comes up to lap them for the second time. And thankfully he's going to meet them on the Brabham Straight. So past Innes Hickman in the Van Diemen, up towards the Blue Reynard in the hands of Simon Pruce. Carves his way up the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. Traffic dealt with. 3.5 minutes to go, 17 laps completed.
Yeah, Lucas Romanek has completed that 17th lap. We wait for Rackstraw to come through. Andrew Rackstraw in second place. It's going to be something over 20 seconds. And by the way, Lucas Romanek, I don't know if you said this, Mark, I'm so sorry, but has taken back the fastest lap of the race with a 56.306. So 17 laps in the book now for Andrew Rackstraw in second place. 21.5 seconds the advantage that Lucas Romanek has over him. We're looking at the number 19 car of Innes Hickman, qualified on the penultimate row of the grid on row number 5, and this the battle for 5th place with Neil Tofts defending from Simon Pruce, and they are coming up to complete now their 17th lap of the race. We've got 2.5 minutes just over of the race remaining, and this has been really a textbook demonstration, hasn't it, in drying conditions by Lucas Romanek.
Yeah, he has not put a wheel wrong, Lucas Romanek, who over the course of this season has already scored 8 wins in the United Formula Ford Championship, of which one of them was a Champion of Brands win here earlier on this year. The Formula Ford Championship started at Donington Park, Silverstone, Snetterton. Its first Brands visit was here on the 2nd of July, and then it went to Snetterton, Alton, and then the final 2 race meetings, both on the 17th of September and this one here, both back here at Brands on the Indy circuit. So 3 race meetings out of the 7 are here at Brands Hatch, and those are the ones that count towards the Champion of Brands. All of them together count towards the United Formula Ford Championship. Still this good fight going on between Simon Pruce. The Blue Reynard has not as yet allowed any opportunity for Innes Hickman in the number 19 Van Diemen to wiggle its way through. And as they go through and over the start-finish line to chalk another lap into the book, both of these cars, which hark back to 1989, so are now, what, 34 years of age each chassis, are pretty much side by side as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend. And Innes Hickman, is he going to try the outside at Paddock Hill, or is he going to try the switchback? He tries the outside going in, but can't manage the switchback on the way out. The order remains the same.
Just shy of 30 seconds the advantage now that Lucas Romanek has after 19 laps are completed. So the gap between first and second between Romanek and Rackstraw, 29.145 seconds. We will have a podium. Trophies are standing by. We'll get a chance to speak to Lucas about maintaining the tyres, keeping everything absolutely in tip-top shape, but this has been a great performance, not only in qualifying this morning, taking pole position with a 1:00.242 around the Brands Indy circuit, but going sub 1 minute in the race, and getting the fastest lap with the 56.306, and with an advantage of 30 seconds. We've got 26 seconds remaining on the clock until the checker flag comes out, and quite rightly we are now focusing on the race leader, and Lucas Romanek has had a quite superb race.
He really has. It has been, as you alluded to earlier on, an absolute textbook race. He did ease his pace off a little bit midway through the race, but other than that, there's not been any hint at all of even a slide from the car. Beautifully controlled race from Lucas Romanek in conditions which will have changed as well. You know, the circuit was damp to start with. It's pretty much dry now all the way around, but Lucas Romanek is on course for win number 9 of the season in the United Formula Ford Championship, win number 2 of his career here this season at Brands Hatch in the Champion of Brands. So Lucas Romanek claims the win and sets the fastest lap of the race on the very final lap as well, a 56.1 second lap. Who is going to finish in 7th and 8th place, because they've had a race-long battle. It does look as though Simon Pruss at the wheel of number 13, Reynard, is still going to hang on to it on the charge to the line. Innes Hickman not quite able to muscle his way through at any point, and those two cars finish just ahead of the car that ultimately will finish in 2nd place, which was Andrew Rackstraw finishing in 2nd place. Jacob Tofts comes through to finish in 3rd position, and 4th place coming through now was right with them in the early stages, but the track dried out. His historic Jamin, the number 2 car of Ben Powney, just couldn't quite live with the pace of the more contemporary car, so he comes through to take the checkered flag now, and that means that everybody is now through to having concluded the race and take the checkered flag. 11 cars started, 11 cars finished, and in beautiful sunshine here now at Brands Hatch. Alan Hyde's going to make his way back downstairs to the podium.
Hot now. I've got winter clothes on, it's way too hot.
Let me guide you through confirm the results then. Lucas Romanek concludes the win and claims the win with 21 laps completed. Andrew Rackstraw was in 2nd place, and Jacob Tofts was there in 3rd place. Ben Powney was 4th, ahead of Neil Tofts, who was there in 5th place. Sean Macklin and Simon Pruss had a good battle, actually, for what was 6th and 7th in the early stages, but then Simon Pruss, who finished 7th, was then involved with that battle for Innes Hickman for the tail end of the race, who finished in 8th place. 9th place, it says it's Noah Allaire, but it's not. It is going to be Richard Earle that finishes in 9th place. That's a gremlin in the timing system rather than our graphics. And Mark Adkins finishes in 10th place, with then the only car that finished just outside of the top 10 was Matthew Smith. So that gives you the results then for the first of our United Formula Ford Championship races featuring the Champion of Brands. They will be back out on circuit and on our live stream again at around about 3:15 this afternoon. But we've got another podium to slot in a few moments. You can see the cars and the drivers are down there in the pit lane, and they'll shortly be making their way to the podium and chatting to Alan Hyde.
Yeah, they will. In fact, drivers already out of the cars just underneath the podium, and I've just had a look at what trophies we've got up here. Wasn't sure if we were going to get class winners up onto the podium as well, but I think it's just going to be from the top 3, and Lucas Romanek just unbuckling the helmets. James Beckett, who looks after the United Formula Ford featuring Champion of Brands series, and Lucas pops the helmet safely into the seat of the car, gets a handshake from James Beckett, pops out the earpieces, not radio earpieces, but just ear protectors that he was wearing, and has a small chat down there. We've got the top 3 cars that have been stopped, so Andrew Rackstraw has brought his number 40 car to a stop, and so too has Jacob Tofts. Just getting their gloves off, getting the helmets off, having a quick chat to their team. Handshakes all around, and 3 silver trophies are standing by on the individual podium steps. Still pretty slippy underfoot here on the podium, but once we get the drivers up, hopefully we will get the chance to have a word with them when they appear backstage on the podium. And as I say, we've got an absolute plethora of trophies. Silverware is predominant, but also this quite remarkable trophy, which is the Martin Down Trophy, which is going to be presented over the course of this weekend, and already has 4 names engraved on it since 2019, and there'll be a 5th inscription after this weekend. Lucas Romanek, who has already put his name on the trophy in 2021 and 2022, and is going rather well this weekend at Brands Hatch once again. He's proving to be a dominant force in United Formula Ford here at Brands Hatch and across the seasons as well. So drivers make their way up to the backstage area for the podium, and we are ready with our podium presentation. For James Beckett is here to present the trophies. We are ready with our presentation. Race 2 of the weekend for the United Formula Ford, featuring champion of Brands. Let's get the drivers onto the podium in reverse order, starting with third place, number 16, Jacob Tofts, onto the podium. Well done, Jacob. Gets congratulated by the other 2 drivers that are standing by backstage, receives the trophy. In second place, Andrew Rackstraw. Well done, Andrew. Well done. Congratulations. Smiles as he makes his way onto the podium. And then a really remarkable dominant performance for the number 73 car, Lucas Romanek. Well done, Lucas. Congratulations. Onto the podium he goes and will receive the award from James Beckett on the podium. And no stranger to receiving an award, having engraved his name on this beautiful large trophy that stands by backstage. And maybe if they all want to bunch up together on the top step of the podium, we can get a photograph of all 3 of them posing with their trophies, and the chance to grab a quick word with Lucas, I think, in a moment, once the pictures are complete, and they are complete. So let me dive in and speak to Lucas. Lucas, pop down and have a talk to me. Talk to me about the conditions, because changeable as the race went on, you were diving out into the wet parts of the circuit just to keep those tyres cool.
Yeah, just trying to keep the tyres cool and not overheat them, really. There are a lot of dry patches around the track, especially like turn 1. Yeah. But when you got to Druids and especially the last corner, it was really sort of still damp. So it's all about keeping those tyres cool and keeping it on the track, really.
Fastest lap and a dominant performance, winning by 30-odd seconds, which is pretty rare in Formula Ford racing. What's the secret? Your name is engraved on the trophy back there twice before, gunning for it for a 3rd time consecutively. What is the secret for you?
Well, I think it's just consistency and confidence. I think this is definitely a confidence track, like in the wet. But yeah, just keeping consistent and staying confident, that's the secret.
Well, you did both of them. Well done. Many congratulations to Lucas Romanek. I wonder if Andrew is going to come through and have a word. Andrew, do you want to come over here and have a quick word with us? It can be a bit soul-destroying when somebody's 30 seconds ahead, but you had a great race.
Yeah, we haven't practiced at Brands Hatch yet, so qualifying was my practice to see the circuit. And then race 1, it's just about having fun and learning the car again, because obviously doing Walter Hayes. So yeah, just looking more in the distance. Today's just about having fun and getting used to the car again.
Having fun in very changeable conditions today.
Yeah, very. And I mean, from South Africa, you don't get rain. And if it does rain, race 1 will be dry. So this is very different conditions to what I'm used to, but that's why I love coming here and racing Formula Ford. It's my favorite series by far.
It's an amazing way of racing as well, isn't it? It's very mechanical. Driver input is everything. You can feel everything. We watching can see everything happening.
No, completely. And there's no downhill, so it's just mechanical grip. And the H-pattern gearbox just makes it so much fun. No ABS, no traction control, just pure racing, which is what I love.
Superb, Andrew. Many congratulations. Well done. Jacob, do you want to come forward and have a chat to me as well? And I'm sure you're going to say similar things. You've got a big, broad smile on your face that I've seen for many years after a Formula Ford race, because in whatever conditions, they are just incredibly driver-friendly, aren't they?
Yeah, I struggle in the wet just because I lack experience in it, but even then I still come out of it enjoying it.
There's only one way for experience, and that's to gain it, and you have done today.
Exactly, yeah, I'm just trying to keep going, pushing, gradually finding the limit and getting closer to it.
So for somebody that hasn't got a huge amount of experience, where is really tricky around the Brands Indy circuit today?
Well, I'll be honest, I was struggling in the corners, which is quite a big problem.
Every corner?
Yeah.
Right, that is a problem.
Paddock was all right because it had a dry line, but Druids and clearways are especially slippy, especially clearways. It's worse than what it was a few weeks ago. It's very hard to get the traction down. But Graham Hill and Paddock are okay.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we saw the dry line. And then up to Druids, the next corner, really wet.
Yeah, so under the trees on the inside, it's going to stay damp there for a while, almost as you go under the bridge and exit the corner to get the power down.
Okay, Jacob, thank you for talking to me and Andrew, and well done to Lucas as well. We'll be speaking to Lucas again. That's our second podium of the day for the United Formula Ford, featuring champion of Brands.
Thank you very much, Alan. Yeah, it shouldn't be too many more moments before we see our next race heading onto the circuit. This is our final race before the lunch break, but it's a slightly longer one. It's a 45-minute race. We'll have a mandatory pit stop in the middle of it, and this is also another champion potentially to crown in this one. There's a lot of maths that need to go on when this race goes on, because it's the MSVT Trackday Championship that will be heading out onto the circuit very shortly. So let me tell you a little bit about the championship. If you've only just joined us on the live stream, maybe you weren't here for qualifying when we went through it all. You have 6 race meetings over the course of the year, but you drop your worst score from those when you come to the championship totting up, which means gross score. The championship leader is Stuart Donovan at the wheel of his Toyota Celica. He is on 149 points as a gross score, but if you take his worst score at the moment into account, Stuart has won his class, Class C, which is for cars with between 126 and 150 brake horsepower per tonne. He has won his class on every single occasion, but his worst point score was at Snetterton, where he scored 25 points. So that's what he's going to drop off, 149. So that would put him on a net score of 124. Steve Summers, who is second in the championship, he's in a Class B car, so his car has between 150 and 175 brake horsepower per tonne. It's a more powerful car. Steve has had 2 class wins. One of those was an overall win at Silverstone at the start of the year, but his worst score so far this season is 19 points. So take his gross score of 143, take 19 points off it. That also puts him on 124 points, exactly the same as Stuart Donovan. The car that's third in the championship is also a Class B car, so it sits in the highest class. And that's the car that Adrian Pottinger and Charlie Polk have both driven over the course of this season. Adrian Pottinger is driving the 89 car today. That car has not had either a class win or an overall win, but it has finished on the podium in 4 of the 5 races. Last time out at Alton Park, it retired, so it just scored 1 single championship point. It is on a gross score of 126. You take just then that 1 point off that puts that car on 125 championship points. So there is just 1 single championship point separating on dropped scores, all taken into account, 3 cars coming into this race. And the way that it works is that regardless of the class that you're in, if you win the race, you will pick up 30 championship points. If you finish second, it's 27. If you finish third, it's 24, and so on. It diminishes from there. However, 1 point is awarded for each competitor you beat in your class, up to an extra 5 championship points. So that could mean you could pick up 35 points potentially if you win the race overall and 5 of the people in your class are beaten by you. But we also need to consider there is also 1 extra championship point awarded for each competitor beaten in a higher class. So that helps the Class C cars. That is up to a maximum, again, of 5 additional championship points. So for somebody like Stuart Donovan, if he can beat 5 other cars in his class and also beat 5 cars in Class B, which is the class ahead of him, he could actually scoop up 40 points potentially if he were to win it. We've got the extra point as well that we need to sort out for pole position. That will go the way of Adrian Pottinger, and the extra point for fastest lap as well. So they're on the grid, and we can shortly then guide you through the grid and the way they'll line up. We don't necessarily know the starting drivers for these ones, but Adrian Pottinger starts from pole position, and his teammate Charlie Polk starts alongside. Row 2 of the grid is the Dan and Ben Abbott shared Honda Integra, and alongside is going to be the car of Justin Roberts and Michael Heath. Then as we move on to the 3rd row of the grid, the 3rd row of the grid sees Jack Goes line up alongside John Line, and row 4 is Stuart Donovan and number 3 Lotus in the hands of Steve Summers, who sits there on row 4 of the grid. Row 5 of the grid on the inside of the 5th row of the grid, starting the race in 9th position, will be the next of the cars, which is Chris Reed, and alongside is Wayne Cockrell. And then next up will be the car of Jack Kemp and Louis Harvey, who ended the session in the gravel trap, but with no damage done at the wheel of their Renault Clio. They've got Alistair Eason in the Mazda for company. Then we move on to row 7 of the grid. Paul McHugh and Matt Swaffer sit there on row 7. And row 8 of the grid is going to be the Henry Wright and Kevin Glover shared car. They also have another shared car for company, which is Dave Connell and Alex Wilkinson Hughes, that line up alongside them on row number 8. Row 9 of the grid, Sam Pearce and the Lower and Long shared car, which is Barney Lower and Dean Long. And then it's the Horny Golds, which will be Ashley and Robert Hornigold lining up alongside the car of Colin Wells on the 10th row of the grid. Then as we move on to row number 11 of the grid, it's Ollie Owen and Mick Presland, another Lotus, that line up there on the outside of the 11th row of the grid. David Evans is there on the inside of the 12th row of the grid, and he's got the Elgars for company, which is Ben and Trevor Elgar on row number 12 as they head off on their final formation lap. John Dundee and David Alexander are next up on row number 13, with row number 14 being Andrew McInerney and Ben Grewcrock, who has qualified for me a long way down from where I'd expect him to be, so I'm expecting good things from him to carve his way through the order. Michael McKeegan and Chris Wothenspall line up on row number 15, and it's Lee Forinton and Mark Russell that line up there at row number 16, and that is the last row of the grid. So off they go on their formation lap. This is a 45-minute race. I mentioned there is a pit stop in the middle of it. Each car will make a mandatory pit stop, which must be a minimum of 2 minutes in length. Now, that is time from when the car breaks the beam at pit lane entry to when it breaks the beam at pit lane exit. So the car isn't stationary for 2 minutes. It needs to be in the pit lane area for 2 minutes. And the pit stop, that mandatory pit stop, must be taken between the 15th and the 30th minute of the race. So in other words, it is the middle third of the race where that mandatory pit stop has to take place. Now, if it's a driver that's just on his own in the car, there's no requirement for the driver to get out of the car or do anything, as the rain now really starts to come down again. From a dry track, we're going to a very wet track again, all of a sudden. And if it's a shared car, it's going to be one of those days.
It's like a summer's day on the podium.
Yeah, if it's a shared car, change your drivers as quickly as you can, but then you can't just, as soon as you've got the driver change done, trundle down the pit lane, because remember, you've got to be in that pit lane area for 2 minutes. So this has thrown a bit more spice into this one, Alan. Again, all of a sudden, conditions change.
I know, you can't predict it, can you? It's really quite incredible, and it's going to be the same. We've said it all day. It's going to be a changeable day all day today.
You can predict it. You can predict that it's going to be unpredictable.
It's going to be completely unpredictable, yeah. It's weird because we're looking just over the other side of the Bradman Strait. Because see blue sky. It's quite bizarre. We've got blue sky over as well. We've just got this little cloud which has done its damage, and it's certainly going to change the start of this race. Yeah, the two unique teammates, Unique Racing on the front row of the grid, and I noticed none of them have sort of angled the car either up or down the track. Usually they don't know what to do. I mean,
usually if you tend to angle the car down the track, won't you, so you can utilise the gravity to give you a bit more momentum off the start. But I noticed the front few rows of the grid are all absolutely pointing forwards.
I think they're all a bit surprised. I'm not sure we knew this was going to happen, did we? Look, it's stopped now. The raining has stopped.
It has, pretty much, hasn't it? Yeah, it was just a short, sharp shower. So wipers are still on, lights are on for some of them, spits of rain on our camera screens as well. And let's just have a quick look at the final couple of rows of the grid, just coming into position now at the tail end of the field. And then we are going to get our final race of the season underway for the Trackday Championship. Remember, 3 cars separated by just 1 single point in the championship, so there's going to be lots of maths going on towards the end of this one. And let's just wait and see as the lights go out. It is a brilliant start from the rear-wheel drive BMW of John Lyne. I thought he might get a good start. He carves his way through the field past Justin Robertson, Heath-driven car, but we've got a couple of cars off. 2 Lotuses have made contact. Mick Presland is one of them, I'm afraid, that has had a spin and has clocked the barriers. And the other car, I will try and work out exactly whom that is as and when I can see the number of it. But we've got a couple of cars in the tyres at the start here, and John Lyne getting a bit of a tag in the background.
And just as an update, one of those cars has not got going. One has, but one hasn't.
Yeah, Mick Presland was one of them. His car is not going, and so that's been covered by localised yellow flags at the moment, but with that car stricken at the very edge of the circuit in a very dangerous place on the approach towards Paddock Hill Bend, I suspect I know what the next thing that's going to happen is. Race continues for the meantime, though, and it is still the 2 Renault Clio teammates busy squabbling away as things stand. Adrian Pottinger and Charlie Polk are pretty much matched for pace in qualifying. They are matched for pace at the moment, and with the stricken car there finally getting going, looks as though we are going to avoid having to go safety car by the looks of things.
Really good work. However, it's very slow, and the leaders are coming up towards the back of the top of Paddock Hill Bend, so not a highly desirable situation there, but it's offline. It's going very slowly, but not a great moment for the leaders then.
No, not at all. The cars are having to jink around that Lotus, which is trying to get out of harm's way. It's staying right on the curb line, but yeah, scary moment for the drivers behind when all of a sudden you see the yellow flags probably in the periphery of your vision, and then you see the white flags being waved, which is what indicates that the car is travelling slowly, and then you have to alter the trajectory of the car in damp conditions. Adrian Pottinger leading the way from Charlie Polk in second place, and it looks as though Mick Presland has got front suspension damage and might ultimately end up parking the car up on the runoff area up at Druids, which is still less than ideal. He tried to get it out of the way, but couldn't quite get round Druids to get the car fully out of harm's way. So, begs the question as to what might need to happen again now with that car stricken elsewhere now around the circuit.
It's a busy field, isn't it? With 19 rows having taken the start of the race. It's going to be busy for a 45-minute race, pretty much from the start until the end.
It is through and over the start-finish line now go. So we've got Pottinger from Polk, then Jack goes, followed by the Justin Roberts and Michael Heath shared number 70 Honda. The best of the fights at the moment is John Lyne at the wheel of the BMW. He's got Wayne Cockrell queuing up behind him, looking to try and weave his way through, but in a straight line the Beamer has more power than the Toyota behind. As you would expect, it's a Class B car fighting away with a Class C car, so in a straight line the BMW just edges away again from the Toyota, but right behind the Toyota of Wayne Cockrell we've also got more cars squabbling away, and one of those will be Chris Reed at the wheel of the Mini, who has got right on his bumper the number 12 Renault Clio, which is the Jack Kemp and Louis Harvey car, which had the off in qualifying and arguably is a little bit out of position and trying to make its way through the order. So it's picked off the silver Mazda of Alistair Easom on this lap, and is now the Renault Clio looking to see whether it can sit on the coattails of the Mini and gain another place there. So through go the leading pair. 0.6 of a second separates the two Unique Racing teammates at this stage, but it's still Adrian Pottinger that leads the race from Charlie Polk in second, and we've still got that stricken car of Mick Presland stationary up there at Druids. In fact, he's trying to get going again, isn't he? He's now right on the apex curb at Druids. I think the best bet for Mick Presland now will be exactly what he's doing, pulling the car off onto the grass on the inside, right at the exit of Druids, and if he can get the car right up against the barriers there, might have taken a couple of laps for him to get the car out of harm's way, but he's done it. Yeah, brilliant driving, brilliant forethought from Mick Presland. He has averted, I think, a safety car there with that driving.
Yeah, which was ultimately, I was just wondering, because it was just beyond the pit lane exit, so if the stricken car had finally got going and then gone the wrong way into the
briefly,
pit lane exit,
yeah.
what would that be allowed? Because that would be the ideal route.
You would think it would be frowned upon, but on that occasion it might have been the best thing to do.
It might have been okay.
Yeah.
I was just wondering that when I was trying to second guess what he was going to do.
Matt Swaffer's being kept busy as well at the wheel of his number 45 BMW. Matt, who's been racing BMWs for donkey's years. This is a Class B car. He's got the Ford Fiesta right behind him, which will be the Henry Wright and Kevin Glover Class D machine at this stage. But for the lead of the race, Adrian Pottinger leading the way at the moment. Remember, the car that leads the race at the moment is the car that leads the championship by that single point at this stage.
And with an advantage of just under 1 second at the end of 4 laps in a 45-minute race with pit stops. Well, a bit of contact was there? I think there was on the run down towards Graham Hill, but a bit more as well. This is like touring cars, this. It's not meant to be, is it? Trackday Trophy.
No, that was John Lyne, wasn't it, who was right up onto the coattails of Chris Reed, and the two of them just sort of banged door to door, didn't they?
Yeah, he got a brilliant start. It's like watching Colin Turkington off the line.
That's the other thing I like about this championship, is that, you know, you can have very different cars, some of which are in the same class, some of which aren't. So in the case of the BMW and the Mini, they are in separate classes, but
they're from the same mark. Two BMWs
they
crashing into each other.
But they excel at different parts of the circuit. The Beamer's got more power in the straight line, but it's not as good through the corner as the Minis.
Yeah, absolutely right. Good little battle between the two of them. And when I say bashing into them, I think there was a light kiss.
Light touch, yeah. It's just a swirl mark down the door of John Lyne's car. And here we go. Up the inside goes Chris Reed into the braking area for Druids. Can the Mini make it through? It tried it on the entry. Is it going to be through on the exit? Yes, it is, by the look of things. Yep, so the Mini goes through and gains the place. So that's up into 8th position now, and that's an off. And that is Alistair Easom into the barriers. Damage to the right rear corner of his Mazda.
Hit the guardrail, didn't it?
Yeah. He was running in 12th position. could be the end of the race for him with that damage, I'd have thought.
Yeah, it looked to be quite a thump. Not good news. And if you just have a look at the... Go on.
No, he's going,
Oh,
and he's flying around the circuit with no obvious intent that he's going to be heading into the pit lane.
He hasn't seen the outside of his car, has he?
So yeah, rear quarter panel done, the bumper just hanging off in a corner, but oh, there we go, and he's had another spin now as he heads up towards Surtees and has just avoided going into the gravel trap, I think, there.
Wow. The car stays there at the moment, so it's stricken in the gravel trap, so gets going again. So it's been a bit of an interesting lap, this one, hasn't it?
It certainly has been.
The car's not right, is it? Not by a long way. It's making its way into the pit lane. Not surprised with all that bodywork bashing onto the rear tyre.
Yeah, you can see the tyre up, can't you? So Alistair Easom comes into the pit lane. In the meantime, the squabbling out on circuit still continues. The Robin Ashley Hornigold MGZR trying to apply the pressure to the BMW 1 Series that lies ahead, whilst you've got a 3 Series compact right behind it. So this is going to be a long, long way down through the order that this battle is going on. It's going to be something like mid-teens, really. The number 120 BMW ahead of Sam Pearce, then the MGZR, and behind them is going to be the 334 car, isn't it, which is going to be the Barney Lower and Dean Long car. We weren't handed starting drivers, so we don't know which driver starts behind the wheel of this one.
No, but we can give you both of the names of the drivers that will be at some stage taking the wheel of the car over the course of 45 minutes.
New fastest lap of the race for Adrian Pottinger that time through, who leads the race now by nearly 2 seconds. As we get a bit of an overtake there going on, the Mini tried to sneak through it up the inside of the number 38 Ford Fiesta, so that's Henry Wright and Kevin Glover's car that loses a place. It tries to fight back on the run in towards the braking area for Druids, but looks as though the job is done there, and the position is gained by the Mini, which is William Lynch, who's gone through, and that's now going to put William Lynch up into 13th position.
I'm just thinking ahead towards the end of the race. We've got multiple classes here, haven't we? Have we got podiums for all of the classes?
I would have thought so. Yeah, I would have thought so. More problems. That's the BMW Z4 convertible of the Novobilski family that's got problems.
Those wheels are not pointing in the right direction, are they?
No, that's Richard Novobilski and Christoph Novobilski that share that car. They were running 29th. They're going to, I think, retire the car, are they? Yeah, and they're trying to limp the car into a position of safety, but again, that is on the outside of Graham Hill Bend where they have stopped at the moment, so that is another car that is not particularly in a safe place for the moment. Another change of order there, so that's another place lost for the MGZR of the Hornigolds. So that now means that the BMW compact of Barney Lower and Dean Long has gone through to pick up the place. So both BMWs now ahead of the MGZR. So that's going to put the MGZR down into 18th position, the way things currently stand. New fastest lap of the race, John Line, 9th position, the BMW, 1 minute 2.075 from John Line, who's been a front runner in the Trackday Championship for a good number of years now. The blue BMW going well.
Got a really good start, as we described, and did he lead into Paddock Hill?
Didn't quite get the lead, no.
No, but really good start, and then went backwards on the opening and second lap, and then putting in the fastest lap. It's got good pace, although fastest lap held now by the number 70 car, Justin Roberts, Michael Heath, and the Honda Civic.
Into the pit lane has come the number 30 Ford Fiesta, so that's David Evans that is in, and that is before the pit window opens, so this is an unscheduled pit stop. You can see the mechanics looking around the tail end of the car to try and sort a problem out, whilst the race leader is still trying to thread his way through and past the traffic at the moment. David Alexander's Lotus, which was the other car that got tangled up in that start line incident, is just about to be lapped by our race leader. You can see the damage to the front right corner of the Lotus, a flash of the lights for Adrian Pottinger as he tries to weave his way through and past it. Is he going to sneak through on the inside line heading in towards Paddock Hill Bend? No, David Alexander, long-time Lotus racer, having none of it.
And I hate to do housekeeping on air. Do you want me to go down for the pit stops, or shall I stay here in the dry? I think the clue was in the question.
Stay here in the dry, Alan. How's that? Is that the answer you were after?
We like that. Very good. Yes, well done.
Well, they're so short, the pit stops. Yeah. It's a 15-minute pit stop. By the time you're down, then you've spoken to a couple of drivers, the pit stops are finished.
Yeah.
And you don't always know where the cars are as well, so you You don't get a garage plan, do you, as to where they're going to be, because they're not in the garages,
No.
these cars. They can position themselves anywhere in the pits. New fastest lap of the race has been bouncing around because Jack Goes had picked up the fastest lap of the race at the wheel of the Volkswagen Scirocco. It's now Matt Swaffer in the BMW 1 Series, number 45, that's picked up the fastest lap of the race.
It's going right the way down through the field, this
It is.
fastest lap. It's a proper trading game, isn't it?
Yeah, 1 minute 1.588 from Matt Swaffer, as race leader finally has gone through Adrian Pottinger past David Alexander's car,
took a
and then
while,
Charlie
didn't
Polk.
it?
Well, that's Charlie Polk that's now gone through, so that's the sister car and off. And I'm afraid, and into the gravel trap, we have lost one, and it is Sam Pearce that's gone off, and that's in the gravel trap at Druids Corner. Well and truly into the gravel is the BMW 1 Series. See the wheels spinning, trying to get the car out, but it's going to go nowhere for the moment. So our race leader for the 12th time down through Graham Hill Bend. We're fast approaching the pit stop window as well, because pit stop window will open at the half-hour point.
30,
so
yeah.
another 2 and a bit minutes will be there.
Car in the gravel at Druids being indicated on the live timing screen. TSL-timing.com is the website address for not only the live timing, but also all of the PDF booklets giving you every single bit of information about all of the races, not just this weekend, but right the way throughout the year for MSV. It's a great website, particularly if you like your stats from days gone by.
Yeah, years and years and years of statistics for every single race meeting are on there. Number 71, John Lyne, still trying to thread his way through and past the traffic. He'll know that he needs to get on with it, because if he looks in his mirrors, he's got the Honda Integra DC5 of the Abbotts not that far behind him. That's Dan and Ben Abbott, who are trying to close in on the BMW. And those two cars are, again, in different classes. A Class B car for John Lyne, a Class C car for the Abbotts. And remember, that's all down to the power-to-weight ratio of the car. So if you've got between 150 and 175 brake horsepower per tonne, you're a Class B car. If you're between 126 and 150 brake horsepower per tonne, which the Honda has, you're a Class C car. And all of that is calculated on the Championship rolling road, which attends every single round. Right, okay, safety car, I'm afraid to say, is coming out. That's because of the stricken car of Sam Pearce in the gravel trap. And the safety car is coming out, Alan, with a minute to go before the pit window opens. So I have a sneaky suspicion I know what's going to happen when that pit window opens.
I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, the timing couldn't have been more critical, really. With just 1 minute to go now until the pit stop window opens. Safety car being deployed, being shown around the circuit, and it starts to get a bit more gloomy as well here. Don't forget, we had about 20 minutes ago a little shower before the race got underway. Looks as if it's darkening down, that we might get another shower as well. So how much drama do you want over the course of this?
We've got another one that's gone off just as the safety car's coming out. The number 79, Chris Wolfenspool, Ford Fiesta. Brief trip into the gravel.
Yeah, got back going again, didn't it? So it maybe the only reaction of that is to pull a little bit of gravel out onto the circuit. We can see that stricken BMW in the gravel trap on the outside of Druids. Safety car deployed, and 15 seconds until the pit stop window opens. Do you think it's going to get a bit busy down there, Mark?
I think it might get rather busy down there.
Right.
In the meantime, I'm trying to do some maths just to see if I can understand as to what might happen at the end of this one.
Very much the Carol Vorderman that we have this weekend of the commentary box.
I've been called worse things.
Yeah, no, I fully understand that.
I think Steve Summers we can pretty much discount from the equations. They all file their way into the pit lane, so they're all trundling their way down the pit lane, Alan, as expected, right at the sharp end of the pit stop window. You've got the safety car out there. Why would you not come into the pits and pit under safety car?
Well, a few of them haven't, and coming up towards the line and now crossing the line is the number 38 car. So that car, Henry Wright and Kevin Glover in their D-Class Ford Fiesta, elect to stay out on circuit. But yeah, you're quite right. You would imagine that most of them will come in. We don't know how long this safety car is going to be in order to pull the BMW out, but to give an idea, there we are, we can see it. The telehandler has pulled the car backwards, is now almost entirely on the tarmac. It's getting the car out. The car doesn't look damaged. It just needed that extra hand from the telehandler to get out of the gravel trap. So it might well be that that car under its own steam can get going now, and we can very quickly see the safety car being brought back into the pit lane and the race go live again.
Quick calculation of maths. If Adrian Pottinger stays where he is, which is in the lead of the race, he'd pick up the 30 points, plus he's beaten 5 cars in his class, plus he gets the extra point for pole position. He would pick up 36 points in this race. Remember, that's the car that leads the championship by a single point. Stuart Donovan, he would get 24 points at the moment, because he, in fact, no, he would get, let's have a quick look, not 24 points, it would be less than that. He would get 12 points, plus 5 points for beating 5 cars in his class, plus 5 points for beating 5 cars in a class above him. So he would end up on 22 championship points, which means at the moment, the way things are, the championship is going the way of the number 89 car of Adrian Pottinger, which resides down in the pit lane at the moment. And it looks as though Unique Racing have pitted both of their cars at exactly the same time. One car that didn't pit, though, was the number 92 Honda Integra DC5 of the Abbotts. So they go through to pick up the lead of the race at this stage. So they are on lap number 16, 27.5 minutes remain. And what of the recovery of the car at Druids? Well, in answer to that, Sam Pearce's car, already dealt with up there very effectively by the marshals and the telehandler. The car's out of harm's way.
Just the legacy of the marks in the... it was quite deep, wasn't it?
It was,
you
yeah.
You can see from the legacy that's left in the gravel that it was quite a deep furrow that it had dug into the gravel trap. Work of the telehandler is complete. Goes back to station, and with the Abbotts leading, we've got 16 laps completed now, but the Abbotts did not come into pit lane.
No, and we go
the
green.
The only car that didn't.
It was, yeah, I think every other car came in, yeah. We've gone green again now as well, so we're no longer under safety car conditions. So the race is back underway in reality, so those squabbles can resume again. John Line trying to thread his way through and past John Dundee's Ginetta G40. Matt Swaffer just behind as well at the wheel of his BMW 1 Series, the number 45 car of Matt Swaffer, still with the fastest lap of the race. He's down there in 13th place, or was at least at the start of the previous lap. This time, as he comes over the start-finish line, we'll have to work out exactly where Matt Swaffer is. There's a whole chunk of cars which I don't think have quite realised that the race is back underway, because we've got some cars going over the start-finish line very, very slowly, and other cars going back through at full racing pace.
That's peculiar, isn't it? It's got, again, a little bit darker once again, and umbrellas have gone up, so I think we are back under wet conditions for this race. It's going to chop and change, isn't it, as far as conditions are concerned, looking down at the pit lane into one of the stops.
That's the car that's in the gravel.
Yeah, and I think quite a bit of gravel needs to be pulled out of that car. The team is certainly looking behind the front wheels to see if they can check to make sure everything's okay. But I would imagine that picks up quite a bit of gravel.
Yeah, all in the brakes and everything. Busy team, aren't they, Graves Motorsport nowadays? Not just with really what they do here in the Trackday Championship, but also in the Mini Challenge. They've also got cars now, of course, competing in the Porsche Sprint Challenge as well, haven't they? The Caymans.
Highly professional outfit. You only need to look at the transporter down in the paddock to realise just how seriously they take their motorsport. And yeah, one of these top running teams. Good to see.
I like the way you've colour-coded all of your classes as well. That's very clever, Alan.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I use the pit stops to do that. Yeah.
So we've still got out front leading away the number 92 Honda. It has still not as yet pitted as it clambers its way uphill in towards the braking area for Druids. It's on lap number 19 at the moment, and it has got the best part of a 2-lap advantage. The reason it's got that 2-lap advantage is because, remember, when you pit, you have to stop for 2 minutes from pit in to pit out, which is roughly 2 laps. So we'll wait and see where it feeds back out. It can still stay out there another 9.5 minutes yet, so there's no reason that that Honda needs to come into the pits as yet. They might be gambling the fact, Alan, there could be a second safety car and they can come back in and pit on the second one.
There may well be, and particularly bearing in mind the conditions have changed once again. It's highly probable. Not gambling on, hoping for, I think, is the answer there.
Always do like the shape of the Honda Integra DC5. Here they come in now, so they're not going to pit under safety car. They are going to come in now and pit under green. So this is going to undo some of the hard work, in reality, that they had been doing. But just to see exactly where that car feeds back out. It will put into the lead of the race, I think, the Toyota of Stuart Donovan, who the wheel of his Class C car, is going to pick up the lead of the race, I think.
I think you're right. Let's not forget the Honda Integra was a very dominant car for quite a period in the British Touring Car Championship. And it's still a great looking car now, I think.
It is, yeah, absolutely. It was never actually sold in this country, was it? That shape DC5.
Not that type of Integra. The previous shape Integra did, because I had one. It was a really nice car.
Right, race leader just heading in towards Paddock Hill Bend. The number 112 Toyota leads the way, Stuart Donovan. Remember, he leads the championship standings as well. Look in his mirrors, who's right behind him? The Renault Clio of Adrian Pottinger, who is only one single point adrift of him in terms of the championship standings. So my maths that I had done during the pit stops, I can screw those up straight away and get rid of them, because all of a sudden...
Did you do them in pencil?
I did them in pen, Alan.
Oh,
no.
dear, oh dear.
All of a sudden, we've got some more maths to do again. So Stuart Donovan is leading the race overall, leading his class. He'll pick up 5 extra points for beating 5 cars in his class. He'll pick up 5 extra points for beating 5 cars in the class above him, Class B. How's he getting on with fastest lap in Class C at the moment? 1 minute 2.009 from him is probably going to be the fastest lap in Class 2 as well. So we'll have to try and work out this one. No, not quite. We've got 1 minute 1s in Class C, so he's not going to get the extra point for that. So I'll be doing some maths whilst you're heading to the podium, I think, Alan, because this is going to be a complex one.
I think it was always going to be, wasn't it? Yeah. So Mark's in charge of the mathematics. We've got 22 minutes of the race remaining. Everybody has taken their pit stops now, which is good news. So no more activity down in the pit lane on the scheduled part of the race. Potentially we could see cars coming in, but isn't it good to see such a remarkable cross-section of motors all competing alongside?
I think mathematically the championship looks good for Stuart Donovan at the moment, because the difficulty that the Renault Clio of Adrian Pottinger has in second place is that even if he gets through and ahead of Stuart Donovan, yes, he would then pick up the 30 points for the win and Stuart would only pick up 27, but Stuart is a Class C car, and because he can score 1 point for every car he beats in the class above him, he's going to net those extra 5 championship points that aren't available to Adrian Pottinger. So it does look good for Stuart Donovan potentially for the championship with 21 minutes to go at this stage. The lead advantage is just 0.3 of a second from first to second place. And as they head up towards the conclusion of the lap, Stuart Donovan has got some traffic that he's going to try and contend with, but I think he is potentially going to get held up by that traffic.
So this is quite exciting, isn't it? After the pit stops, just 0.2 of a second between the two of them. What have you got, Mark?
No, nothing. I was just waving at the guests in the commentary box.
I thought we had something exciting happening over at Surtees and McLaren. But Donovan leads, 0.2 of a second the advantage over Pottinger in car number 89. So 112 leads 89. 98 is in third place, and that's the car of Charlie Polk in the Renault Clio. And then we get back to the lead for the race. This is quite a battle, isn't it? With the Celica going wide, allowing the Clio to have a little look on the inside as they go up to complete another lap. They're going to be side by side on the run up towards the line. It's going to be just advantage Celica, just ahead of the Renault Clio. But I fancy that Renault Clio has maybe got the run down in towards Paddock Hill Bend. They're going to be side by side, but it's just the advantage of the Renault Clio. So the number 89 Clio goes into the lead. Pottinger it is that leads, and now they've completed 21 laps.
Yep, so that's 30 points potentially for Adrian Pottinger for the win, plus the extra point he gets for the pole position, plus the extra 5 points he will get for beating at least 5 cars in his class. So that would net him 36 championship points. For Stuart Donovan, it's 27 points for second, but he's still beating 5 cars in his class and still beating 5 cars in the class above him. So mathematically, Stuart Donovan is still in a good position for the championship, but he doesn't really want to risk dropping from second down to third or third down to fourth, so he's got to keep going if he wants to try and lift the title.
Well, again, that's a really different line going into going through clearways. In fact, a really wide line, very much on the wet part of the circuit for the Celica in second place. But you're right, it can't afford to lose anything more, can it?
No, he can't, no. So 9/10 of a second between the pair of them. John Lyon has a big moment going through Surtees and rejoins eventually at McLaren on towards Clearway's corner. The front of that car, the splitter on it, remains intact, but it is absolutely covered in grass. The one good thing is that he's not got any grass on the radiator ducts, but that was a scary moment.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, that's just collected grass, which presumably it will have until the end of the race, because it continues on its way. Lucky the car wasn't damaged with that bounce over the grass, but certainly the car looks to be going absolutely fine. It's had an up and down race, that car, hasn't it? The start of the race, absolutely brilliant, then dropped back, then got fastest lap, now has been off on the grass, but the good news is that the car is still going. Very good news indeed.
It is, yeah, and he's now got a back marker or a couple of back marker cars between himself and the next car that he's doing battle with, because the next car behind him is the number 45 white BMW 1 Series of Matt Swaffer, and then right behind Matt Swaffer is the number 39 car of Paul McHugh as well, his Honda Civic, the Team Rabea racing machine. So BMW from Honda, all of those fighting away for the final 3 places inside the top 10, actually, for 8th, for 9th and for 10th position, with just under 18 minutes now remaining.
Pottinger, Polk and Donovan, the top 3 over the line at 23 laps completed. Still, it's the number 45 car of Matt Swaffer in his BMW that's got the fastest lap of the race. What is that lap time? 61.201 is the fastest lap of the race, and that is the car that holds the fastest lap of the race, looking to be circulating in reasonable isolation in front of the car and picking the lines as it goes through Paddock Hill Bends up towards Hellwood Hill and then run up towards Druids, with the wipers on all the way around the circuit, the umbrellas up all the way around the circuit as well. It's gone from wet to dry, not a dry track, but certainly not raining, and now back to wet again. They really have had it to contend with, haven't they, during this race? 45-minute race, just under 17 minutes remain. Yeah,
and when you haven't got that consistency, you're having to adjust your, not just the speed you carry into corners and how you modulate the brake and how you modulate the acceleration as well, but you're also having to potentially pick different lines, because once it starts to get wet, you don't need the usual racing line again. You'll have to go offline that little bit more. So it's lap after lap after lap, feeling the car, looking at what the cars around you are doing as well, and seeing whether they're getting quicker off the corner because of the line they're taking, or whether they are slower, and evaluating all of that and trying to press on as best as you can. Now, Adrian Pottinger still continues to lead the way at the moment. The sister car to it of Charlie Polk is now up into 2nd place, because Stuart Donovan has now slipped down into 3rd position at the wheel of the black and the light green Toyota. Now, he is 5.8 seconds up the road from the next car that would take a place away from him, which is Chris Reed, but that does now mean that Adrian Pottinger leading the way. Again, I'll have to do a little bit of maths at the moment. It's 30 points, plus he qualified on pole position, plus 5 would still net him 36 championship points. For Stuart Donovan, he's now slipped to 3rd, so it would be 24 plus 5 plus 5 at the moment, which will be 34 championship points, which now means Adrian Pottinger is in position to win the championship, if I've got the maths right, at the wheel of the race leading Renault Clio.
We trust your mathematics. It's very impressive the way you do this, and all without the aid of a calculator. The phone looks to be in a very precarious position there. I'm not sure I trust you on this one.
I think I'm right.
Okay.
As I've said before, Miss Quarmby always told me maths was never my strong point.
No, Mr. Toulon said much the same to me.
So, fights continuing round through the order. This is the number 97 car, Dave Connell sharing that car with Alex Wilkinson-Hughes. Over the start-finish line goes Stuart Donovan. Is he the champion-elect? Is he not? Again, we'll double-check the maths at the end, but for the moment, I don't think he is. He ideally needs to try and see if he can close back up onto the Charlie Polk car that overtook him, but no, he's falling more away from it. And remember, I did say that Stuart Donovan had got 5.8 seconds in hand between himself and the next car behind him, which is the number 114 Chris Reed driven Mini Cooper. Well, that's now down to 4 seconds. So 5.8 seconds from 3rd to 4th becomes 4 seconds. Stuart Donovan cannot and can ill afford to lose time, let alone places. Pit window has now closed. Matt has not everybody that is still circulating has pitted. Up towards Druids goes the number 2 Caterham of Ben Grucock. Remember I said I thought he'd qualified a little bit out of position, that number 2 car?
He did, yeah.
Yeah, I did. Well, where did he start? Because he was a long, long way down the order. 20th position, was he, on the grid? Something like that. 29th position on the grid. Yeah, right. I did say I thought he'd make progress. He's 18th now.
That's not bad, is
it?
No. And still 13.5 minutes remain to make up more places as well. Yeah, to have Caterhams and Saloons all competing together. Every time I see the Caterham, it's the number 2 car, isn't it, of Ben Grucock, and Saloon cars in the background as well. It's just great. It's a great endorsement of the fact we've got sports cars, we've got saloon cars, all competing together in Trackday Trophy, which essentially is a great representation of just what Trackday Trophy has been for MSVT.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we've had a Caterham has won the Trackday Championship in the past as well. That was 2017, Frugal Racing with Ben Simmons, who doesn't race in it nowadays. He's racing in the Caterham Championship generally. And Callum McDougall, who we'll see out later on in EnduroKA. They were the champions as Frugal Racing back in 2017 in the Caterham. So Stuart Donovan still continuing. He circulates in 3rd position. The gap that came down from 5.8 to 4 seconds is now down to 3.5 from the Toyota to the Mini of Chris Reed that sits in the background of the television shot if you're watching on the stream. This time as they go over the start-finish line, the gap goes back out. It's back up to 4 seconds once more, but Stuart Donovan, as I say, is getting caught by that Mini in clear air at the moment, and any further loss of place would be not beneficial to his championship position. It would also remove his lead of Class C, because the Mini of I keep saying Luke Reed, of Chris Reed, another member of the Reed family, is also in Class C.
Yeah, one of the disadvantages of motor racing dynasties is that very often we'll say the wrong Christian name, which is always something that you sort of preempt the commentary with. We might do this wrong, so yes. Apologies.
Yes,
in advance.
Hence why Darren Goes came to see me earlier on in the commentary box.
Did he? Oh,
yes, because we referred to Jack as Darren on a couple of occasions.
Did we? Was he happy or sad about that?
He was all right about it. Okay. He just wanted to point out our errors, which I did say. I'd already said, I'm going to say Darren Goes rather than Jack Goes. But yeah, Jack Goes is sitting there in 7th position, car number 22 at the moment. Class leaders then at the moment. Leading the race overall, leading Class B is number 89, which is going to be the car of Adrian Pottinger. Look right behind him is teammate Charlie Polk. Now, surely Charlie is not going to try and overtake his teammate, because if he were to, I think that would swing the championship back in favour of Stuart Donovan. That would not go down well, would it?
Well, he won't be doing that, will he? Surely
not. Leading Class C is Stuart Donovan, the number 112 Toyota, who's there in 3rd position. And leading Class D at the moment, it's the number 38 Ford Fiesta of Henry Wright and Kevin Glover. They lead Class D as they sit there in 12th position. So those are your class leaders at this stage, with just under 11 minutes remaining.
It's a good team job, that, actually, because the advantage is 8 seconds between Polk and Donovan. So a rear gunner for Pottinger is quite a nice thing to have, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. And Stuart Donovan just hasn't quite got the pace now. He's lapping, well, the last lap was about 0.8 of a second shy of the front runners. And I think this next time through it's probably going to be about a second shy of them. But say all Stuart needs to do is concentrate on what the gap is between him and the number 114 Mini, which is down to 3.4 seconds again in clear air.
10 minutes just over of the race remain. 45-minute race for Trackday Championship, Trackday Trophy coming up later on this afternoon. Full afternoon of streaming as well from MSVR. So once we complete our lunch break after the podium, we'll have Trackday Trophy. We'll have the second race for the United Formula Ford. By the way, for our second Formula Ford race, we are giving class awards. We are also giving out the Championship Trophy for the Champion of Brands, and we're giving out our special trophy as well. So expect that to run pretty much for half of the following race for our United Formula Ford second race of the day. The Miata Trophy, they've got their second race of the day, and then we'll go quiet on the live stream, getting ready here at the circuit with an hour's qualifying for the Enduro KAs.
Yeah, I mean, you can follow all of this on msv.tv or the MSVT YouTube channel if you want to pick up the stream on your mobile device if you're here at the circuit. Or maybe you can't stay with us for the full day. Right, what's going on at the moment? The Honda Integra DC5 of Dan and Ben Abbott that circulates third in Class C, sixth overall, is threading its way through and past traffic. That is a car that is very much on its own at the moment. It hasn't really got anybody to play with. It is 12 seconds off the car ahead of it. It is about 5 seconds up the road from Jack Goes and the Volkswagen truck, who's there in 7th place. The gap they still want to keep an eye on is from the 3rd place Toyota of Stuart Donovan back to Chris Reed's Mini, because remember I was saying it was 3.4, well it's now down to 2.8, so it is still being eaten into at this stage by the charging Mini, the largely black Mini with its white livery of Chris Reed, number 114.
So as far as class leaders are concerned, we're thinking we might get podiums for all of the classes, but it might just be the winners in each of the class or the top 3 class winners. We shall wait and see for the end of the podium. It depends on that very much who we're going to get to talk to at the end of this, but I've got a feeling if things continue the way they are at the moment, we're going to have a pretty happy celebration when number 89 car of Adrian Pottinger comes to a stop underneath the podium, because championship positions wise this is looking pretty good for the final race of the year.
Yeah, William Lynch at the wheel of the Mini, who's running in 5th position, just exiting Druids and down in towards Paddock Hill Bend. He again is another car that's very much on his own at the moment. He is running in the guest class, so he runs in Class G, so he is the guest class winner in reality, or leader at this stage. He is 7 seconds ahead, behind the car ahead of him, but he's got 14 seconds in hand to the next car back from him, so he's very much on his own at the moment. And I think that's another car that we'll see out both in this one, in TDC as it's called, Trackday Championship, and TDT, which is the Trackday Trophy. I think he's entering both over the course of this weekend. Adrian Pottinger still continues to lead. The lead advantage from his teammate, which is Charlie Polk, number 98, is still 1.1 seconds. That's unlikely to shuffle because the team will know what the championship positions and points are, and they know that at the moment, if they hold station, stick with where they are, even with Stuart Donovan down there leading his class, Class C, still not sufficient, I don't think, for him to overhaul the championship points tally of Adrian Pottinger when the checker flag comes out in around about 6.5 minutes' time. And we've got contact there, and that is the race leader that goes round, and that is not at all what Adrian Pottinger wanted. There was a little bit of contact between himself and Wayne Cockrell's Toyota. The Renault Clio is stricken in the middle of the circuit. Stuart Donovan goes through and past it, and just when all of a sudden you think where the championship title is heading, all of a sudden something happens, and that's not going to be the case now, because Charlie Polk, number 98, picks up the lead.
Wow, that was not to be expected, was it? With 6.5 minutes of the race remaining and the car stricken in the centre of the circuit. Goodness me, that is drama in the final round of the year. Wow, the car gets going again now, which is good news. So it's no longer at right angles to the circuit. But that is drama indeed. Across the line it goes now, and the new race leader is car number 98, the Unique Racing Renault Clio of Charlie Polk. And now we're looking at the... oh, you've gone back to maths.
I've gone back to maths again, so yeah. let me do some maths again.
I'm not surprised, because we're looking at the Celica, and that's the car, the 112 car of Donovan, Stuart Donovan, and that Toyota Celica potentially could be in a far better position. Now, as far as how you resolve championships are concerned, maybe the good news is that there was no coming together between them. It was something completely different, which we didn't quite see, did we?
But how ironic was it that it was the contact between that Clio and a Toyota that caused the spin, and now as a result of that another Toyota is going to benefit potentially, because yeah, having done the math, Stuart Donovan is on for 37 championship points potentially in this race. Adrian Pottinger would only pick up 26 if he remains in 5th position at the moment. And remember, there's only a championship point between the pair of them coming into this one, and for Adrian Pottinger, yet he would still keep the score that he's got that was going to be dropped, and Stuart Donovan would also continue with the same dropped score. So yes, that spin, that contact, all of a sudden means that Stuart Donovan potentially in 4.5 minutes time could be the champion for this year. And there's not a great deal that the Unique teammate Charlie Polk can now do about it, really, because he's leading the race. He's inherited the lead of the race as a result of that contact, but he can't help his teammate out now. He's too far back. if he slows up, all it does is it allows Stuart Donovan to catch up with the race-leading car, and Stuart would evermore win the championship if he could take the win rather than second. So over the start-finish line, 4 minutes to go. Charlie Polk leading the way. That's now 36 laps that have been completed by the race-leading number 98 car. The gap between himself and Stuart Donovan is 10.5 seconds, but Stuart Donovan is now fully caught by the Mini behind in the hands of Chris Reed. So this again could potentially have a bit of an effect on the championship, because Stuart Donovan is leading his class, Class C, but look, right behind him is the Wolf Motorsport Mini, and Chris Reed is looking to try and pick up second place and the lead of the class if he can squeeze his way through. Those two head along the Cooper Straight. At the moment, it's still Toyota ahead of Mini. If Stuart Donovan dropped a further place, that would put him still on 34 championship points rather than 26 of Adrian Pottinger. And is this going to be the change for the lead of the class here? Chris Reed got very close, but was not quite close enough, and now he almost runs out of room coming out of Clearway's corner, right onto the curb line and almost into the gravel there, but just about avoided it. You can see the orange spray of water that came up just as he got so close to the edge of the gravel trap there. Onto the brakes, in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Work to do here, and there's a little puff of smoke there, and that's because the Mini has now gone off into the gravel trap by the look of things there. That must have been a big plume of spray actually as it ran wide. So Chris Reed knows the task in hand, is working extra hard to try and work his way through, but there was a chink in the armour there, Alan, as he nearly put the car on the gravel.
Yeah, Donovan took a wide line going through Druids as well, and that's the wet part of the circuit, but it gave really good run down towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, so the Toyota is running really, really well. What sort of lap times is the Toyota doing? A 104 on the previous lap compares to the last lap for Charlie Polk of a 102.781. So in the closing stages of this race, it's all getting a bit frantic, isn't it?
It is rather, isn't it? Yeah. What have we got with Adrian Pottinger now? He is still running in, what's that, 5th position. Yes. So he hasn't gained a further place, has he, since his spin at the moment. So, yeah, it looks as though Stuart Donovan at the moment is still on for the championship, potentially. Charlie Polk is looking as though he could well be on for the win, because with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go for the penultimate time, he turns his way left through Graham Hill Bend. And, well, you certainly couldn't have written the script for this one, because it all looked as though it was going the way of Unique Racing, didn't it? And then all of a sudden the tables turned, and it could be 7 Motorsport that become the champions for this year.
Rather, yeah, you're quite right. I'm worried about my classes. I mean, I don't know who I'm going to get on the podium. I'm terribly worried about this.
Well, I don't know if you'll get the top 3 from each on the podium. I would have thought it would just be the winners from each, but I don't know. You need to prep for all eventualities.
All eventualities, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So on to the final lap of the race comes Charlie Polk, the race-leading number 98 Renault Clio, heads over the start-finish line, leading by over 11.5 seconds now from Stuart Donovan in second place. So Charlie Polk for the final time through Paddock Hill Bend. He's potentially going to have a busy final lap as well, because he's just about to catch a raft of traffic, which will include the likes of David Evans in the Ford Fiesta, the Horny Gold's MG ZR, all of those cars which are already off the lead lap. But it does look as though, if I've got the maths right, the championship title is going the way of Stuart Donovan. He's still got work to do, though, because if he looks in his mirrors, the Mini that was almost in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend a few laps ago, Chris Reed, has caught right back up.
Yeah, the Mini has been flying, absolutely flying, and continues to do so as it makes its way around Graham Hill Bend, down onto the Cooper Straight, on the run down towards now the left-hander at Surtees. Plenty of traffic to deal with. Look at that Toyota and Mini. The gap comes down, ever down, as they come through, down through the Cooper Straight into McLaren, into Clearways. Here's the race leader.
Charlie Polk claims the final win of the year in the MSVT Trackday Trophy. But if I've got the maths right, if Stuart Donovan tries to hang on to his position, which is second place, that should be sufficient for the Toyota to lift the championship crown this year, subject to official confirmation. Through comes Stuart Donovan to finish in second position, and Chris Reed, busy old race, nearly went off the circuit again at Clearways that time through. He was pushing so hard to catch the Toyota, but he finishes in third place. William Lynch in his Mini, number 18, comes through to finish in fourth place. And what bitter disappointment for Adrian Pottinger, who looked as though he's doing everything right, but the contact with the back marker cost him the spin, cost him places. You could argue cost him the championship as he comes through to finish in 5th place. And the Abbotts, the last of the cars to pit, the only car that I don't think pitted under anything other than the safety car, they pitted under green, still finished in 6th position, so that's a good result for them. Jack Goes finishes in 7th place. It's going to be the number 39 car of Paul McHugh that finishes in 8th place. John Lyne had a busy race in the BMW. He comes through to finish in the end in 9th position. And then Matt Swaffer will still hang on to the fastest lap of the race at the wheel of number 45 BMW. He will complete the top 10. Still a few more cars to trickle their way over the start-finish line. I think the MG ZR will probably be the last of the cars to take the checkered flag. But for Stuart Donovan, car number 112, he came into this weekend leading the championship on gross scores, only on drop scores missing out on it by a single championship point. But because he has won his class, he has beaten 5 other cars in his class and 5 other cars in the class above. It certainly looks as though, if I've got the maths right, and I'm sure I have, he is our track day champion for this year. So the cars trundle their way down the pit lane. We'll very shortly be able to confirm some results for you as well. Charlie Polk claims the win by 13 seconds in the end from Stuart Donovan, who finished in 2nd place, only just ahead of Chris Reed, who was there in 3rd. William Lynch was 4th, ahead of the disappointed Adrian Pottinger, who's there in 5th place, and the Abbotts in their Honda finish in 6th place. Jack Goes, Paul McHugh, John Lyne and Matt Swaffer complete the top 10 in the race. Then as we head outside of the top 10, it was going to be our Class D winners that finished in 11th place, which is going to be the Ford Fiesta pairing of Henry Wright and Kevin Glover. It's worth picking up on them because they finish in 11th place. Wayne Cockrell, who caused the spin with a little bit of contact, or the contact was between, I don't know who caused it. It'd be wrong to say it was Wayne Cockrell between himself and Adrian Pottinger, but Wayne finished in 12th position. It was the Renault Clio of Kemp and Harvey that finished in 12th place, with Robertson Heath having 2 pit stops in their Honda. That was why the number 70 car dropped way down through the order to finish in 14th place. 15th was Steve Summers, another driver that mathematically could have been in with the championship shout, but wasn't to be for him. In 16th place was the number 97 Mazda of Connell and Wilkinson Hughes. The Horny Golds in their MG finished in 17th place, and then there it was Lower and Long who were there in 18th place. Ben Grucock finished next up in 19th, having come from 29th on the grid. David Alexander completed the top 20. So that gives you at least the top 20 for that one. I think Alan Hyde is going to wander his way down into the pit lane. You can see the rest of the finishers if you are watching the stream, including those that retired from 30th backwards. Alistair Eason was a retiree, and of course Sam Pearce was the car that went into the gravel trap, and that was why he lost 6 laps and ultimately finished in 29th position. So Alan Hyde is going to go downstairs to chat to our drivers. Hopefully off microphone, he might also be able to confirm that I've got my maths right and that Stuart Donovan, subject to official confirmation, is our champion for this year.
So there's cheers going on down in pit lane, and quite rightly, as they appear underneath the podium in the rainy weather that we have here at Brands Hatch. There are indeed going to be podiums for the top 3 in 3 of the classes. So top 3 in the Class D, first of all. Top 3 in Class C as well, and Class B gets represented with the top 3 as well. And it is indeed celebrations for the 112 car. Stuart Donovan out of the Celica, making the most of the moment, and the cheers coming from the other side of the circuit with a great view of the podium presentations that will be happening in just a couple of moments. Celebrations still taking place down in pit lane. The camera crew are down there and making their way up to the podium for the presentation, but there's silverware aplenty backstage, but plenty of drivers to make their way up the podium steps at the back of the race control building, the same tower that the commentary box is based in. Just next to race control is where the podium takes place, and with top 3 trophies for all of the classes. Will take a little while to conduct our podium. Class D first of all, with Dave Connell and Alex Wilkinson Hughes in 3rd place. Robert Hornigold and Ashley Hornigold in 2nd place in Class D. And then to our winners, Henry Wright and Kevin Glover, all having parked up underneath the podium. Then we'll move on, when we're making our presentations, to Class C. 3rd place, the Abbotts, Dan Abbott and Ben Abbott, on the 3rd step of the C-Class podium. 3rd place overall, and second in Class C, Chris Reed. And then to Stuart Donovan, the winner and the celebrating provisional champion down there in pit lane in the Toyota Celica. And then we'll move on to our presentation for Class B with our overall winner, Charlie Park, finishing up, winning the race and winning in Class B as well. Hello, Gary Hawkins, our ever-present photographer here at Brands Hatch. Is it raining out there? No. Sunny and waiting for drivers. We will also have Adrian Pottinger, and who no doubt will have something to say, and Jack Goes as well. Complete the remaining 2 steps of the Class B podium. Hopefully we've got all of those class positions correct. I'm sure they'll tell me if I haven't when they make their way up to the podium. And with multiple cars down in pit lane, all queuing up. I can't see many of them being ushered up to the podium as yet, but hopefully they will be. Not too long to wait. Of course, as the afternoon goes on, we've got plenty of racing this afternoon and qualifying as well to look forward to, with the 1 hour qualifying from 5:30 until 6:30 this afternoon here at Brands Hatch for the Enduro cars, and of course the 8 hour 20-minute race to look forward to at Brands Hatch into the dusk. It won't be just dusk, will it? It'll be full darkness tomorrow with the clocks going back tonight. So Enduros to look forward to tomorrow. That's the only racing on the programme for tomorrow, getting underway at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I think drivers are beginning to make their way up towards the podium. And see Alex Reed down there, the father, and who looks after the Alex Reed Motorsport shop here at Brands Hatch. Ever-present dad, and about to celebrate the moment that Chris Reed takes the 3rd step of the overall podium and 2nd step of the Class C podium. So once we've concluded this podium, we will have a lot less silverware back here, and we're going to start the presentation as the drivers make their way up here with Class D, and then well, I think we've got all of our Class D drivers here. Have we? No, we haven't. Okay, so we're still waiting. But that presupposes that I've written down the right names anyway. I'm sure you'll be the first to tell me if I haven't, because we'll get the drivers onto the podium in reverse order in Class D. How many more drivers can we squeeze into the backstage area here? I think we can get a few more. They're all congratulating each other. Great sportsmanship here being displayed. And is that everyone? Do we think we've got everybody for Class D? So let's get the presentation underway, starting with Class D. And hopefully, everyone, I've scribbled this down correctly. Am I correct in saying that 3rd place in Class D is the number 97 car of Dave Connell and Alex Wilkinson Hughes? No? 2nd. Right, I did wonder if I'd scribble this down a little bit too. Okay, the Hornigolds are in 3rd place. So 3rd place are the Hornigolds, Robert Hornigold and Ashley Hornigold. Well done, congratulations, taking the trophy and making their way onto the podium. So that means that 2nd place, is that right? Am I correct now in saying that 2nd place is the 97 car? Yes, very good. So 2nd place onto the Class D podium, Dave Connell and Alex Wilkinson Hughes. Well done, congratulations, well done. I told you they'll be the first to tell me if I got this wrong. And I reckon I'm right with Class D, the winners. Well done to number 38, to Henry Wright and Kevin Glover. Well done. Congratulations. They make their way onto the top step of the Class D podium. And we'll take the applause of the crowd and both the television cameras and Gary Hawkins there to snap the winners. Well done to all of them.
To be fair, Alan, it did change on the very final lap, that position.
I wrote it down before the end of the final lap, didn't I? I knew that I'd scribbled too early. However, I wasn't confident, and that's why I asked the question. And I'm probably not going to be confident about Class C either, but we'll see how we go. I've got the Abbotts in 3rd place Reed in second place, and Donovan. Yeah, I think I've got it right. So we can press on with the presentation for Class C now. And in third place, number 92, it's the Abbotts, Dan Abbott and Ben Abbott. Well done to the both of them in their Honda Integra. Make their way onto the podium. In second place, no doubt with quite a story to tell, is going to be the number 112 car of Stuart Donovan. Well done, congratulations. No, Chris Reed, well done, congratulations. And then on the top step of the C1 podium, with a story to tell and a celebration to have, Stuart Donovan. Well done, Stuart, congratulations. Big smiles. And what I will do, yeah, gets a big cheer as well. And waves to the crowd. And we'll have a photograph of all of them. But before we do our next series of podiums, I'm going to hopefully get a word with Stuart. And there we go. Can I just have a very quick word and say, well, who knew as that race went on? Who knew how that was going to work out?
That race had everything, didn't it? Yeah, it was just a case of balancing speed or lap times with staying on the track. So yeah, conditions constantly changing. Good clean racing throughout though from all my competitors. So yeah.
We're taking a very different line, I noticed, through Druids. It was giving you a great run down towards Graham Hill Bend.
Well, I don't think I took the same line twice, to be honest, but yeah, I was trying to...
More by luck than judgment then.
Try and I bog a bit in third coming down the hill, so as much sort of straight line speed as possible, get the wheels straight as soon as possible. So it seemed to work, but Chris Reed in the Mini, I mean, one more lap, he probably would have been past me.
Were you doing the mathematics in the car?
As much as you can when you're driving in the rain, but...
You're good at maths?
Well, I think I've won overall, so we'll find out afterwards.
We think so as well. Well done, many congratulations. We've got one more podium to conclude, but well done to Stuart Donovan, who gets a big, big cheer. And we are about to have our final podium, which is for the B class. And let's see, we might have got this right. In third place, the number 22 car of Jack Goes. There we go. It is Jack smiling away, gets the third place trophy on the second step of the podium, and he's going to have a story to tell. My goodness, the number 89 car of Adrian Pottinger. Well done, Adrian. I'm sorry, he's not taking the trophy. I know, he's got his sunglasses on. Naturally, he's not happy, but the overall winner and the winner of Class B, Charlie Polk. Well done. Congratulations to Charlie. Makes his way smiling onto the podium. And I think you can understand who I'm going to want to have a chat to. But on the second step of the podium, Adrian Pottinger is now about to climb onto the top step with all of them. Charlie gets called from the other side of the pit lane. And Adrian, I'd like to have a chat to you, if I may. I mean, to be honest, I've done many conversations like this over the years. It doesn't make it any easier. Goodness me, 6 minutes from the end of the race.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? But here's the tail enders are always... They were waving blue flags. I have got a protest in, but there was 3 blue flags for that car, and unfortunately didn't leave me space. Should just ease off the throttle, let me through. There's no point in holding me up. But yeah, it's one of those things. I think I've still got the B champ. I don't know yet. I think I might have won Class B. So the overall championship obviously would have been won, but it's. Motor racing, isn't it?
We feel incredibly sorry for you. I always try and look for the positives in a conversation like this. The car was running superbly.
Yeah, both the KAs we got were superb today, and yeah, no one could touch us today. But yeah, unfortunately, you can't predict other cars around you, and they can spoil your day, can't they? So
sorry for you, Adrian, I really am. Thank you so much for having a chat to me. So Adrian Pottinger, and really good sportsmanship to have a chat to me. And am I going to get the chance to speak to no, we're not. Okay, so that's our final interview. We're going into the lunch break now here at Brands Hatch, and then we'll be back with all of the races live streamed this afternoon.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, so that wraps up this morning's activities here at Brands Hatch. We'll be back with our 3 races this afternoon, the MSVT Trackday Trophy, and the second of the races for the United Formula Ford, featuring the champion of brands, and of course our final race of the day, which will be the Miata Trophy. All of those will be on the live stream. If you're here at the circuit, we've also got EnduroKA qualifying to look forward to at the end of the day. So from Alan Hyde and myself, for the moment, enjoy your lunch break if you're here at the circuit. The Kentagon remains open with a range of hot and cold food and refreshments in there. If you're watching the live stream, thanks for joining us. Make sure you're back this afternoon as well. So for the moment, it's goodbye. Well, welcome back to Brands Hatch, everybody, for this afternoon's activities organised by MSVR alongside with MSVT Motorsport Vision Racing, Motorsport Vision Track Days. If you're here at the circuit, then welcome back. If you're just tuning back in on the live stream, then welcome along as well. MSV.TV. MSVT YouTube channels are the places to go if you're maybe here at the circuit but also want to pick up on some of the live stream footage. Mark Werrell and Alan Hyde that are here in commentary, and we've got 3 further races to come for you this afternoon. The MSVT Trackday Trophy will be heading out onto the circuit very shortly indeed. Then our second race of the afternoon will be the second race today for the United Formula Ford Championship, featuring the champion of Brands. And our last race of the day, the last action on the stream, will be the Miata Trophy, which is for the Mazda MX-5s. That's not our last track activity of the day, but you won't, if you're watching on the stream, be able to pick up on the qualifying for the EnduroKA. However, you will be able to see their full 8-hour and 20-minute race tomorrow here at Brands Hatch. So, beautiful sunshine. The weather has been more than changeable over the course of the day. It's gone from being a wet track to a damp track to almost a dry track, and then as soon as it literally got to a dry track, it went back to being wet again. And I think we're in for maybe a bit of the same this afternoon, albeit Alan Hyde, who joins me in the commentary box, it does look as though we've probably got more sunshine now than we've had at any point of the day, which, fingers crossed, bodes well for a good afternoon.
Summer's here, everybody. Let's make the most of it, shall we? We've been waiting for long enough. It's gorgeous now. And just looking at people over on the other side of the circuit, sat on deck chairs, ready for the afternoon's entertainment, making the most of it. Hello. They're waving. Very good. Yes, getting ready for the afternoon's entertainment. And it looks very comfortable, very nice out there, because it's not been cold. All day it's not been cold.
No, it's a bit of a breeze, but it's not too bad, is it? For this time of year, it could be far worse. Let's hope it's equally as good next weekend when we have the trucks and fireworks, which you're not here for, but 4th and 5th of November. If you've not been before, come along. That's if there's any tickets left, because it usually sells out. So, yeah, brandshatch.co.uk if you want to buy some advance tickets for the trucks and fireworks next weekend.
If it's not already a sellout, it will be very, very soon, because it's just a brilliant family day out. It's such a feel-good meeting, isn't it, to finish the year on?
It's always a great way to end the season, isn't it?
Superb.
Can't guarantee the weather, but we can guarantee some good racing on track and the best fireworks display you'll ever see.
Superb firework display, yeah.
Well, last year, because you missed it last year, each year when we've done it, there's always a new firework that we've never, ever seen.
Yes.
Last year's was staggering. It almost, as it exploded, and then it exploded again, it almost formed like petals of a flower. Just something, again, I've never seen before.
Wow. Well, it's one for the whole family. The youngsters love the trucks. They love the parade of trucks at the end of the day. They love the fireworks. It is just the best family day out. Do you remember when we had the Coca-Cola truck?
We did. That was some years ago.
That was a one-off, wasn't it?
You were promised. Well, you suggested it. Somebody promised that it would happen, Steve Horn, and it happened.
Right. Yeah, it did, and it was such a thrill watching the excitement for young kids all the way around the
holidays
circuit.
are coming.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It was lovely, absolutely lovely.
Whereas today, of course, it's largely saloons and sports cars and our single-seaters that we'll be looking forward to, as well as the EnduroKA, the 8-hour and 20-minute race that takes place tomorrow. The IndyCar 500, as it's badged, because it's a 500-minute race. It involves Ford KAs or Ford cars, depending on how you want to pronounce it, and it takes place on the Indy circuit. And the other good little thing I like about that, Alan, as well, I saw Brands Hatch post on social media about it yesterday, is that when we get the podium, because it's the IndyCar 500, they get trophies on the podium, but they also get an engraved glass bottle which is filled with milk.
Do they really?
As the winner of the Indianapolis 500 drinks.
They don't pour the milk everywhere, do they?
I don't think they pour the milk everywhere. And it's not fizzy milk either. You can't spray it everywhere.
Right, good.
But it's that little attention to detail that I quite like with MSVR.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of being covered in milk. It's not a good idea
Might
at
be
all.
a bit pongy by the time you got home.
Yeah. I've got a milk intolerance.
You have now as well, yes. Yeah, you have.
Keep that stuff away from me, please. Right, we're waiting to get our cars onto the grid for the first race of the afternoon. And the first race of the afternoon is the MSV Trackday Trophy. It's a 45-minute race. We have the Trackday Championship before our lunch break. Then we've got the second race of the day for the Miata Trophy. And then, I beg your pardon, for the United Formula Fords. And then the Miata Trophy, both 20-minute races. And then we'll have an hour of qualifying, not on the live stream, but certainly here at Brands Hatch for our Enduro cars, which are racing tomorrow. So all of that coming up. And now, if you look right the way around the circuit, we've got certainly a dry line around the circuit, which, bearing in mind how many little short, sharp showers we had this morning, is pretty impressive. But also impressive, blue sky, sunshine, and we are set to go racing.
What's also impressive for me is just the colour of the trees when you look down towards the outer paddock. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, the colour of the trees, from greens and browns and a few oranges in there as well. Real autumnal feel to it.
The cars haven't arrived. Do you think we've started early?
I think we have started early because we were told to start, and now the cars haven't arrived, he says, padding still. So, yeah, if you're not familiar with the MSVT Trackday Trophy, then it is split by class structure. Very similar to the Trackday Championship, in that Class B caters for cars between 150 and 175 brake horsepower per tonne. You're wondering why I've not said Class A. That's because there isn't a Class A nowadays, so Class B is the highest class. Class C is for those with between 126 and 150 brake horsepower per tonne. Class D is for up to 125 brake horsepower per tonne, and Class D is for any production or production-based saloons, hatchback and sports cars that the organiser have given permission to enter the series that hasn't necessarily been on the championship rolling road, because all of the vehicles in the series are power tested prior to their first event. That's done at Total Track Limited, who run the Mini Challenge actually. And when we talk about the power for the cars, it's measured at the hub. It's not measured at the flywheel, it is measured at the hub, at the wheel itself. Mandatory pit stop in this one as they head onto the grid now needs to be made. It needs to be 2 minutes in length from when you break the beam at pit entry to when you break the beam at pit exit. So the cars aren't stationary for 2 minutes, they have to be in the pit lane area for 2 minutes. And if you're a single driver, you can remain behind the wheel of the car. If you're changing drivers, you can change as quickly as you want, but you still can't leave the pit lane anything less than 120 seconds after you entered it. And that pit stop must take place in the middle third of the lap, so between the 15th and the 30th minute of the lap. Tyres are free in this one as well, so as long as it comes from the Motorsport UK list of eligible tyres in
free choice
A, B or C, yep, you've got a free choice of tyres. No slicks, of course, so they are not permitted at all. It has to be a road-based tyre, so it can't be a motorsport wet or a motorsport slick. It has to be a road-based tyre that is on the car. Now, sometimes we don't get a formation lap for these, Alan, so we might need to get through the grid quickly, because not always do they get a green flag lap, do they?
Good plan. No,
yeah,
you might be right.
So we'll wait and see.
Normally it takes us by surprise.
Usually, so we'll give you the grid now anyway. Adrian Pottinger starts from pole position. Man who missed out on the... In fact, the grid looks as though it is different to what I'm seeing on the graphic on the stream. So it is Charlie Polk and Adrian Pottinger that line up on pole position, and alongside is the Justin Roberts and Nicole Drought car, which is not the grid that you're seeing on the stream at the moment. That is what I'm seeing in front of me on the circuit. Row 2 of the grid is the Caterham of Ben Grucock, and alongside is Jack Goes, the number 22 Volkswagen Golf. Row 3 of the grid, apologies if you're watching the stream that the graphic would not appear to be right for this one. Row 3 of the grid is Jeremy Evans and Phil Hart, the number 37 car, and it is Nathan McPhail, the number 90 car, that is next up on the 3rd row of the grid. And row 4 of the grid is 21, Wayne Cockrell, and 144, which is Sarah Hobson. Row 5 of the grid is 39, Paul McHugh, and 16, Alistair Easton, with row 6 being number 4, Ollie Moss, and 79, Alex Baldwin. The 7th row of the grid is Martin and Rob Adams. The number 3 Mazda sits alongside number 101, which is Alex Wilkinson Hughes and Dave Connell. Row 8 is number 6, Colin Wells, and number 88, which is Jamin Shrupchalski. Row 9 of the grid is 175, that's Adam Taylor, and for company he's got 45, which is Benjamin Curran. Row 10 is 20, David Smithram, who shares with Thomas King, and alongside him is number 166, which is Richard Clark, who's partnered up with Stephen Rosario. And I'll give you one more row of the grid just in case they go straight away. 55, Tommy Valentine on row 11, alongside 334, which is Barney Lower and Ben Long. 30 seconds to go. Time for one more row of the grid. Row number 12, 32, David Murphy lines up alongside number 15, which is Ben Elgar and Trevor Elgar. They are going to do a green flag lap, so that is probably because the conditions are a little bit greasy out there, which means I can carry on with row number 13. Row number 13 is 808, which is James and Robert Elmer, alongside 441, which is Stephen Rosario. Row 14 is 24, Jason Rogers, and 444, which is Andy and Jay Coombs. Row 15 is Anthony Levy and Nicholas Douglas, number 115, alongside 172, which is Lee Forrington. And then we get a couple of rows gap before we then get 3 more cars. 75, Thomas Seckel, alongside car number 912 if it's out. but it would appear not to be. So I could put a line through that because it retired earlier on.
Poor old Nathan McPhail in car number 90 has not got off the grid.
Oh,
so
dear.
He's calling over the team to try and assist, so we might have a start delayed here.
So it's the car's McPhailed on him, has it?
Very good.
They can only get worse. And car number 130 is at the back of the grid, which is Stephen and Scott Walden.
So you said that name as the graphic for the grid was not correct.
Yeah.
And I elected not to crack that gag. So I left it open to you. Enjoy the moment.
So Nathan McPhail's car being pushed off the grid by a couple of Brands Hatch marshals, he says when he puts his teeth back in properly. If you want to become a marshal here at Brands Hatch, maybe next season, because it's pretty much the last race meeting of the year, really, other than the trucks next week, then marshals.co.uk, marshals.co.uk, the official website for the British Motorsport Marshals Club, is the place to go. So 45 minutes are on the clock. We saw the Renault Clio of Charlie Polk and the other Clio of Adrian Pottinger going well in the Trackday Championship, Alan, when they were 1 and 2 together. They were racing separately earlier on. They're partnered up in the car today for this one, and we know they've got some pace because we've already seen it.
Yeah, and I thought it was a very sportsmanlike interview that Adrian Pottinger did on the podium. He just missed out on the championship title through no fault of the driver that took the championship title. But he was clearly disappointed. He wore his sunglasses on the podium, which I don't think he would normally have done. You kind of are able to hide your emotions behind that, aren't you? But he did a sportsmanlike interview. And
considering what had just happened, he said all the right things.
Absolutely, he did, really top work.
So we've got that gap then on the third row of the grid. So it's the white Renault Clio that sits on pole position, the largely white and red and black Honda Civic alongside. It's the grey Caterham on row number 2 alongside the green Volkswagen Scirocco. And it's the largely blue and green Honda alongside the Gap that's there on row number 3. And it's 2 Hondas on row number 4. White and red is Wayne Cockrell. Largely white and yellow is Sarah Hobson. So we've got the final row of the grid into position now. And we're about to get 45 minutes of racing underway. The red lights are on, and when the lights flash their way out, which they do, it's a good start from the rear-wheel drive Caterham, but there's no real gap for Ben Grocott to go into, so he has to cheat to the far left to try and work his way through. But it's going to be the Charlie Polk and Adrian Pottinger Renault Clio that has the lead and has its nose ahead going in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Trying round the outside was the Justin Robertson Nicole Drought Honda Civic, and that left the gap open for Ben Grocott to try and sneak his way through, and the Caterham up into second, but I don't think he's going to do it by the time they get towards Druids.
I had a little look on the run up towards Druids, but he's still there in third. We've got a car off which has just hit the barrier on the inside of Druids, and I think that was just a little kiss with the barrier.
I think it missed it. It was Colin Wells, I think he missed it. Quite how, I don't know, and everybody missed him as well, so that was very fortuitous.
And then the car came across the circuit, got back on the circuit, almost as if nothing had happened, so back on the track. Yeah, the Caterham was really good off the line, as you expect. When you see it compared to a hatchback car, a modern-day hatchback, it looks tiny, doesn't it?
Absolutely tiny, yeah. Taking the lead in the race is the Honda, so it's the Justin Robertson Nicole Drought Honda that leads the way. Ben Grocott draws himself alongside the Adrian Pottinger and Charlie Polk car, but can't quite muster his way through. Caterham just runs out of puff that little bit more, doesn't it, in a straight line, but it's got all of the handling you could ever want.
It looks so nimble, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Particularly when you put it alongside a saloon car.
Jack Goes is going well, isn't he? Again in 4th position at the wheel of the Volkswagen.
Yeah, going really well. It had a small problem at the start of qualifying for this race earlier on this morning. We never really got to the bottom of what the problem was, but the bonnet was up in pit lane. Clearly the problem was resolved because once it got out, very, very quick indeed, as we expected, really.
So here we go, Ben Grocott again, looking to try and sneak up through into 2nd position. Looks at the inside of the Charlie Polk and Adrian Pottinger car and makes it stick this time. So Ben Grocott, was he there? No, he's still nipping at the heels of it. He's got the inside line, but of course they come off the corner. The extra power of the Renault Clio tells, and the Clio hangs on to 2nd. The Caterham, rather frustratingly for Ben Grocott, back down in 3rd place, and the gap keeps extending between the pair of them in a straight line.
But a great little battle as they come across the line, go down towards Paddock Hill Bend once again. This is the battle for 2nd place, which is, Goes is not too far back as well. That could be a 3-car battle before too long, couldn't it? Up towards Druids they go.
Certainly could be. And then you've got Jeremy Evans and Phil Hart in the Semprini Racing number 37 Honda that's also able to maybe close in. And who's the next one off that? That's going to be Paul McHugh, isn't it, who started 9th and is now inside the top 6. Yeah, so good first couple of laps for the number 39 Honda.
And still we're focusing on this great battle for second place, because Grucock was really having a look as they went through the corner, and still having a look now. It is going to be a 3-car train, isn't it, for second place. So the little caterum is the meat and the sandwich, and that sandwich is quite light on meat because it looks tiny in between the two saloon cars, the two hatchbacks, as they are about to complete another lap out of Clark Curve onto the Bramham Straight. Look how dry it is now down on the Bramham Straight, pretty much dry right the way across the circuit, on the run down towards Paddock Hill Bend. And Jack Goes has a look down the inside of the caterum as they go around Paddock Hill Bend. They're going to be side by side when they emerge from the corner, and if Jack holds this on, he's going to have the inside line at Druids. Yeah,
he's got the inside line, but Ben Grucock is able to break that a little bit later because he's a lighter car, and despite all of the very best efforts of Jack Goes, he couldn't quite make it through up into the podium spots at this stage of the race. There's another good fight we need to watch out for, because all of the cars inside the top 6 run in Class B at this stage. For 7th and 8th place, the battle of the 2 Toyotas. That is for the lead of Class C. So it's the white and red Toyota Celica, just ahead of the white and yellow Toyota Celica. That is Wayne Cockrell and Sarah Hobson, both busy fighting away.
Big problem there for the 98 car. Charlie Polk, Adrian Pottinger, big sideways moment, and stayed on the track, but position lost there. So now we've got 4 laps completed by the top 3. The number 70 car it is that leads, and that's Justin Robertson, Nicole Drought, and in the second place position, Grucock and Goes capitalise on the problem, which lost 2 places in the end for Charlie Polk and Adrian Pottinger.
One car we also need to watch is the red Honda Accord, the red Honda Integra with the yellow stripe down the centre of it. That's Tom Seckel. Now, he started, it's going to be about 31st on the grid. We've only done 4 laps of racing. He's up to 19th already. He's running in the guest class. That was why he started at the back. But that's a brilliant charge through the field from the number 75 car.
Yeah, really impressive that. We've got now 4 laps completed. Now, who's got the fastest lap of the race so far? It was on the last lap, and it's by the car which was contesting 3rd place, now in 2nd place, because it is the number 2 car, the Caterham 7 of Grucock. We've got the number 4 car there, which is off. That's from 9th place, and that's the Ollie Moss Renault Clio. Looks as if that was not going anywhere very soon.
No, it's sort of gone straight on at Druids, hasn't it? It's not bumped into the barriers, but the gravel trap has done its job and held it where it needs to be.
It's hard to get out of that particular gravel track, that's for sure.
Now, it'll need the assistance of the telehandler, won't it? Which shouldn't take long to drag it out of harm's way, because there's a little snatch gap there it can come out of, but they might have to neutralise the race to enable them to do that. Race still continues just with localised yellows for the moment. The progress of the number 75 Honda Integra of Tom Seckel is sort of plateaued now, really. He's bottled up behind the number 444 Mazda as they head out of Paddock Hill Bend and up towards Druids, and the 444 Mazda will be the Andy and Jay Coombs shared car at this stage. Class leaders, well, leading the race overall and leading Class B is the Justin Roberts and Nicole Drought Honda Civic. Class C is still being led by the number 21 Toyota of Wayne Cockrell, and Class D, it's the number 16 Mazda of Alistair Easom. But we've got another car in the barriers, and that's Jason Rogers, I think, who's run wide coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, has clumped into the rector cell, light damage to the car, but we're now with 2 cars off, neither in a safe place. Safety car comes out.
Yeah, so safety car deployed with 6 laps complete. Fastest lap of the race is still held by Ben Grucock with a 58.204. But the safety car now deployed. Did you see as well, we were talking about the Bradford Straight and down into Paddock Hill Bend being dry right the way pretty much across the line. And then when you get onto the Graham Hill Bend, onto the Cooper Straight, there is just one line.
Yeah.
So if you're going to be overtaking, you're going to be going onto the wet.
Makes it very difficult, doesn't it?
That's pretty tricky, yeah.
Very difficult. Leading Class D, Alistair Easom, that was the car that was in the barriers earlier on, wasn't it? With the dint to the rear end of it in the Trackday Championship race.
Yes,
the silver Mazda, yeah. So he's out there and leading the class this time through. So
good work.
Yeah.
So safety car brings the field into order, and allows us to recover not one but two stricken vehicles around the circuit. The clock, of course, continues to count down under the control of the safety car. 37.5 minutes of the race remain.
It's a virtual safety car still at the moment, because the actual safety car, I think, is just getting into position now to head out on the Cooper straight. I think there's just two cars that it will wave by, and once it's waved those two cars by, we should have the race leader. So safety car, yeah, waving one car by, waving the next. We've now got the race leader behind the safety car.
Waving everybody else through so they can catch up to the rear of the train. So the BMW MSVT safety car picks up the number 70 car, the leading car of the Honda Civic. And gives plenty of time for recovery. We've got closed circuit television as well up here in the commentary box, so we can see there's just the front two wheels still in the gravel up at Druids. 24 car of Jason Rogers, the Mazda, makes it into pit lane. Was that the one that avoided the barrier at the start of the race?
That's the one that bumped into the barriers at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend and just disturbed the rector cells. That's why he's got the front left light missing from the car now. That light damage as he hit the very edge of the tyres, didn't he?
That's right.
And of course, clock continuing to tick still. Remember, the pit window opens when we reach the 30 minutes to go mark in this race. We're about 6 minutes away from seeing the pit window open, which means that with the recovery of the car from the gravel trap there, I think it's slowly making its way back around the circuit, the car that plonked itself into the gravel trap, which was Ollie Moss in the number 4 Renault Clio. So once he is back in the pit lane area, we may well see the safety car dive for the pit lane. So I don't think we're going to be pitting all of the cars in the pit window with a safety car out there this time through, as we did with the Trackday Championship earlier on. I think the safety car will be back in the pit lane, and everybody will have to decide in that 15 minutes when they want to dive their way in. So it is number 70 that leads the way. Justin Roberts and Nicole Drought sharing the car. We don't know which driver is starting behind the wheel of it. It's number 2 Ben Grucock in the Caterham that's second. Third is number 22, which is Jack Goes in the Volkswagen Scirocco. In fourth place, it's the Charlie Polk and Adrian Pottinger car after its brief little trip and slide sideways. Fifth place is number 37, which is going to be the Honda Civic of Jeremy Evans and Phil Hart. And completing the top 6 is car number 39, which is Paul McHugh. All of those cars are in Class B. 7th and 8th place is where we've got the cars 1st and 2nd in Class C, Wayne Cockrell and Sarah Hobson. And then 9th and 10th are the first two cars in Class D. Alistair Easom fighting away with the father and son pairing, which is Martin and Rob Adams with their number 3 Mazda.
We are 4.5 minutes just over away from the pit lane window opening for a quarter of an hour for the compulsory pit stops. Now, when we had the Trackday Championship race just before lunch, the call of the safety car as we get racing back underway now, so green flag showing around the circuit. It absolutely coincided with the start of the pit stop window, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
It was pretty much I think the overused phrase is it was a bit of a no-brainer. Everybody getting a bit squirrely going up towards Druids, and Jack Goes into second place. So Grucock had a squirrely moment. So did the race leader as well, as they now head down towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. And you can see when you're offline, it's just so slippy. And in the Caterham, you can only just about hold adhesion. Goodness me, you don't want to be offline.
I wonder if he's got a right rear puncture, Ben Grucock. It looked as though that car had got some sort of issue at the back end of it, and I'm wondering if it's the right rear that's gone down on the car, and
it's on the rim.
That's absolutely the case. Is it damage to the rim, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is, yeah. So that's why that was a bit of an exciting moment for the Caterham, a bit too exciting, waving everyone through, and that's a shame because that car had been going so well.
Yeah, such a shame for Ben Grucock. He was on for a good result, but yet just not to be.
So into pit lane, the Caterham comes down pit lane. We can hopefully see the with the RF camera down in pit lane. I think the overused phrase is it was a bit of a no-brainer.
That's what caused it. Yep.
So a little bit of contact, damage to the rim, and therefore a deflated tyre as well. And that was a rather too overexciting restart, wasn't it?
It was such a shame for Ben Grucock, but yeah, that little bit of contact between himself and Jack Goes causing the problem. So good battles down through the field as well. The number 20 car of David Smithram and Thomas King, the Honda S2000, busy trying to keep itself ahead of the number 334 BMW. which is another one of the shared cars that we've got in the field. That's the Barney Lower and is it Dean Young or Dan Young? Dean Young, Dean Long rather, I should say, machine. Those two pretty much together. And they're just coming up towards the MSV building now, as our top three have gone over the start-finish line. So top three separated by 3 seconds at this stage. The car that went into the gravel and brought about the safety car, Ollie Moss, rejoins the race. He's clearly been given a thumbs up and he's allowed to rejoin.
Have a new fastest lap now, and it was done just after the restart by Jack Goes in second place at 57.8. It was held, slightly ironically, by the number 2 Caterham of Ben Grucock. But now it goes the way of Jack Goes, second place, car number 22, 57.872.
Just trying to keep my eye on what's going on for the Battle of Class C and for the Battle of Class D. The Battle of Class C is just working its way through clearways now. Wayne Cockrell in the white and red Toyota Celica is about half a dozen car lengths ahead of Sarah Hobson's similar example. That's car number 21 and 144 respectively, just coming over the start-finish line now. And then look behind them, you've got 2 Mazda MX-5s together, and that's Alistair Easton together with the Adams family, which is Martin and Rob Adams over the start-finish line. Those are fighting for the lead of Class D.
Just got a quick shot there of the Caterham and the rim, and that was not a repaired Caterham and rim.
No, but there's no sign of anything at all on the Volkswagen Scirocco, really, is there? So it was sort of a light touch between the pair of them. As Jack Goes heads round through clearways now, it would be this side of the car that got the damage. He's overtaking back marker at the time, but yeah, it must have been just the lightest of touches in the wrong place that caused the damage. Because even the wheel arch on the Caterham didn't seem to have a scuff, did it?
But the wheel is quite vulnerable, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
When you match a saloon against a Caterham, it's the saloon that's going to win, isn't it?
Well, Jack Goes, hot on the heels of the race leader, has just posted the new fastest lap of the race, 57.335. The two of them head in towards the braking area for Druids, but it's still the number 70 Honda ahead of the number 22 Volkswagen. But as ever is the case in Trackday Trophy, there's going to be traffic to deal with before too much longer.
Jack's going really well today, isn't he? Look at that single dry line through Granville Bend onto the Cooper Straight. You can't afford to overtake on the wet part of the circuit, but sometimes you have to when you're getting past slower traffic. And well done by the top two, by the 70 car and the 22 car as well. It's going to be a feature of the race for race long. But by the way, we have 29 minutes and 50 seconds of the race remaining, which means that was a bit close, wasn't it? Was that Mazda getting back on the circuit?
Yeah, they was very, very lucky that number 38 Ford Fiesta didn't collect him there, because that was a pretty unusual rejoin, wasn't it, onto the track.
Jack Goes makes the most of that, takes the lead of the race going around Paddock Hill Bend. Defending on the run up towards Druids, and the place is taken back. So, yeah, that all looked a little bit marginal, didn't it? It
certainly did. It was the number 444 car, wasn't it, of Andy and Jay Coombs, that came off the gravel trap straight onto the circuit and didn't rejoin at an acute angle, then swung straight across in front of other cars that were at full racing speed. The battle for the lead of Class C has got even closer, so the two Toyotas through the traffic are now bumper to bumper heading out of Druids and starting to work their way down in towards Graham Hill Bend. You'll see them in the background of the shot in a moment. Wayne Cockrell still just leading the way from Sarah Thompson, and yeah, here the two of them come. Yeah, so the two white cars heading along the Cooper Straight. Wayne Cockrell still leading Class C, and we're side by side for the lead of the race. There's a light touch for the lead of the race as Jack Goes just briefly makes contact with the number 70 Honda. That was just a little touch between the pair of them, but it's still the Honda that leads, and through all of that and where they met the traffic, Jack Goes has lost out.
Wow, this is close, and unfortunately for Jack Goes, not as close as it was, because all of a sudden the traffic did play a part going through Paddock Hill Bend and dropped back a little bit from the race leader, who has made the most out of the traffic on this lap. Absolutely no doubt about that. Jack Goes has dropped a little way back. He's got more traffic to deal with before he's back on terms with the race leader, but yeah, traffic has pretty much played a part over this last lap for the battle for the lead.
One car that is dropping like a stone through the order, unless it's a transponder issue, is car number 39, Paul McHugh, the Honda Civic that was running something like 5th position has now dropped all the way down into 10th place. I can't see it in the pit lane at the moment, but it does suggest that something has happened to it somewhere out on track to lose so many places.
So Jack Goes still hasn't got past the 55 car, and still hasn't on the turn in for Druids. So this is being a little bit damaging to the gap between the top two as the rest of the field head into Druids through the very tight, essentially hairpin up at Druids, down towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. And that's where you've just got this one single dry line. Still, I think they're pretty much trying to avoid the curbs on the exits of Graham Hill Bend because they are notoriously slippy. And next weekend, they won't worry about that. Well, they're trucks.
Well, arguably they've got two more wheels, haven't they? Because they've got 4 at the back and 2 at the front. So
they're wider.
Wider. We've got more tyres, therefore we've got more grip. Pit lane is now open, so the pit window is open. We've got our first taker, which is going to be the number 55 car, which heads in towards the pit lane. That is Tommy Valentine, who heads in the pit lane. Tommy will also be back out in the Enduro KA session later on, where he'll be sharing the number 1 car with his dad, and I think his brother as well is out in that one as well. So the first of the pit stoppers is in. The number 444 car, having had its brief moment and trip into the gravel, and that excitement then as it rejoined, is now trying to gain some places back. But for the Coombs family, it's Andy and Jay who are scheduled to share that car. They are down 7th in Class D at the moment and now 19th overall, so it really did compromise their run in this one. New fastest lap of the race, I noticed last time through. The charging Jack Goes, trying to get back on the coattails of the race leader, 57.018, and this time as he goes up towards Paddock Hill Bend, you can see he's pretty much on the coattails of the race leader. One more car to deal with will be the Honda Integra of Tom Seckel, but he deals with that on the way up towards Druid, so the battle for the lead of the race is back on.
He's only battling himself for the fastest lap because he's bringing it down a 57.8, a 57.6, and now a 57.018, and Jack Goes going really, really well with this fastest lap award. 25 minutes of the race remain. That means we've got 10 minutes of the pit stop window remaining open, and not many in the top 20 have taken up. I say not many. Only one has made a pit stop since the pit stop window has opened, hoping for another safety car. Will that safety car come?
Yeah, we've got Martin and Rob Adams in towards the pit lane. They were inside the top 10 places. They'll drop outside. We've also got the number 39 car of Paul McHugh, who lost a load of time. He's also dived for the pit lane. We've still got this recovery of the number 444 Mazda going on, but it's about to be lapped by the car that's in 4th place at the moment, number 37 Honda of Jeremy Evans and Phil Hart, trying to work their way through and past the Semprini racing car, gets past the Ford Fiesta, draws itself alongside the Coombs shared Mazda. And that is more back markers dealt with now for that number 37 Honda that is circulating in 4th position. The incident between cars number 2 and 22 is investigated, and there is no further action to be taken. So that was the contact between Ben Grucock and Jack Goes. The officials have had a look at it and are happy that nobody was at fault.
Yeah, and the grave disappointment, we did just see that flash of the still damaged rim on Ben Grucock's car, and yeah, the car has not rejoined, has it?
We were 3 wide over the start-finish line, and then I realised that the race leaders were in that as well. So they were
not for the first time.
So up towards Druids goes our race leader. We've still got some other battles to be sorted out on track at the moment, and the number 45 car, which is the Ford Fiesta that's circulating, is a fair way down through the order, I think. That's the Benjamin Curran car, which is running in 17th place. Driver change has taken place, and that is the car of Martin and Rob Adams that now rejoins the circuit, and will look to see whether it can get itself back into the strong position that it was in, because it was currently, or was at the time, 2nd in Class D. Alistair Eason was just ahead of them, and the car that was 4th is in as well. So the car we were just talking about, which was Jeremy Evans and Phil Hart, the Semprini Racing Honda Civic, is in as well.
Yep, so I think the pit stops are going to begin to come a little bit thick and fast now. We've got 23 minutes just under of the race remaining, And as we watch this pit stop taking place for the Rocket Robert Racing car of James Elmer and Robert Elmer, we'll keep our eye on the timing screen to see the top 3 have been through and completed now 21 laps. And for the first time, I think, for a very long time, the fastest lap of the race is not being held by Jack Goes, although he is still less than 1 second behind the race leader. It's the race leader who has put in the fastest lap of the race. First lap time under 57 seconds, a 56.823 for the race leader, car number 70. So Jack Goes, for the first time, not the holder of the fastest lap.
Good fight still going on for 9th and 10th position between the Honda S2000, which dives its way into the pit lane. That's the car that David Smitheram shares with Thomas King. It had been fighting away with the 334 BMW that was right behind it for a good few laps there, but as the Honda dives for the pit lane, and the Barney Lower and Dean Long BMW can now work its way up into 8th position, but is still as yet to stop at this stage. So the first of the cars that has pitted is way down through the order still at the moment, and that's probably Wayne Cockrell is the first of those that has conducted its pit stop and is back out again. We've got a few others that are in the pits that are showing as having done a pit stop, but they're still in the process of doing the driver change or whatever at the moment.
And good shots from these pit stops. Callum, our cameraman down in pit lane, doing a good job of walking and keeping focus on the cars that are taking their pit stop. Still, we've got the top 10, top 12 to come in and take their pit stops with 21 minutes of the race remaining. Only 6 minutes more of the pit stop window.
Yeah, and we've got inside, what, the top of the top 10 cars, only one car has pitted.
Yeah, just seeing the gap between the top 2. It's down to 0.2 of a second. So Jack Goes not happy with not having the fastest lap. He's gone an awful lot better, actually. 56.4 now, the fastest lap, and it's held by the car in second place, who has brought the gap down between himself and the race leader to 0.2 of a second.
Lee Forrington stayed out of harm's way and allowed the race leaders to go through there. Lee at the wheel of the number 172, slightly newer shape Toyota. As for our race leader there, the Justin Roberts stroke Nicole Drought shared car had to briefly get off the throttle, trying to work its way through a back marker, and now it means that Jack Goes has picked up the lead of the race. So that brief hesitation on the throttle allows now the Volkswagen to go through and pick up the lead of the race. So the Honda is down into second place, but is only 0.4 of a second adrift as the pair of them head round through Paddock Hill Bend, and even through Paddock Hill Bend again there, the Honda just losing out through the traffic. So Jack Goes, the new race leader, and building a very slight margin.
And we're looking at the third place car, the Polk and Pottinger car. That's the Renault Clio in third place. Across the line, and quite distant from this battle for the lead of Jack Goes and the 70 Robertson Drought car. And we've got 24 laps completed now by the top 3. 19.5 minutes of the race remaining, 4.5 minutes left of the pit stop window, and that is your race leader.
Yep.
Car number 22, Jack Goes.
Who is not going for the pits this time through, so Jack Goes will still continue round.
Oh, I've just seen what the logo is on the side. It's
J and a G, isn't it?
Very good, yeah.
The top 3, top 4 all continue through. Sarah Hobson dived for the pit lane on the previous lap, so that's the car that was looking to try and pick up the lead of Class C.
Leader went wide.
The Class C leader is about to be lapped by the overall leader here, because Wayne Cockrell's Toyota is just ahead of the Volkswagen of Jack Goes as those two head down in towards Graham Hill Bend.
Yeah, Jack just went wide coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, probably a little bit more wide than he would have liked. It's not cost him too much as far as the gap between himself and second place is concerned, because there was a car in between the two of them. There isn't now. No, I think there might be. Is there?
I think there is. I think it's Wayne Cockrell's car now, the Toyota that's between the pair of them.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so it just comes into view now. And Jack Goes, does that car look as if it might be peeling off? No. So it was hugging the right-hand side of the circuit, but continues on to another lap. And opportunity for the pit stop window is diminishing now. And on that last lap, it was a 57.9. Yeah, it wasn't going to be the quickest of laps with that little wide moment coming out of Paddock Bend and with the traffic as well. However, on the previous lap, Jack did go even quicker, a 56.049.
Yeah, Sarah Hobson about to conclude her pit stop. We've had more cars dive for the pit lane this time through, which include the car that had been leading the race and was down into second place. So the number 70 Honda is in of Justin Roberts to hand over to Nicole Drought. I think is the way round that they are doing it based on what I saw from them earlier on today. We've also got Charlie Paulk and Adrian Pottinger in the number 98 Renault Clio into the pit lane. So we've got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 cars that haven't pitted as yet, and all 4 of those are running in the top 6 currently. And Jack comes into the pit lane this time through, so race leader is in. Where is he going to feed back out relative to the number 70 Honda? That's what we need to try and work out at this stage. So who have we got left to come in? We've got car number 101, car number 6 to come in, and car number 16, Alistair Easton. Those are the 3 cars that need to pit as yet. Alistair Easton, the number 16 Mazda, is now pitted second.
And they need to do that with 2 minutes remaining on the pit stop window. So 16 minutes and 57 seconds. Jack is in, and yep, making the most of this pit stop, and just sending a member of the team to all 4 corners of the car, check the tyre temperatures, pressures, and maybe adjust those tyre pressures before Jack is sent back out onto the circuit. So race leader in pit lane.
Race leader is in the pit lane. The car that he's going to be doing battle with in the pit lane as well, the Honda, but the Honda will probably disappear back down pit road about a minute. Yep, so the number 70 Honda gets going now back down pit lane, and Jack will be stationary for at least another 60 seconds or so at the moment. So those 2 cars in pit lane that we see on the live stream now were the 2 that were battling for the lead of the race. Has anybody else dive for the pit lane? Yes, Alistair Easton at the wheel of the number 16 Mazda heads in towards the pit lane. We've also had Colin Wells in the number 6 Mazda in towards the pit lane, which means there's only 1 car now that hasn't pitted, and it's got a minute in which to do so, and that is the Alex Wilkinson Hughes and Dave Connell Mazda MX-5 that needs to head down pit road. That's the hard top version with the rear spoiler on the back.
50 seconds until the pit stop window closes, and yeah, everybody now into pit lane. So actually, I noticed this during the Trackday Championship race that we had before lunch. They're very well disciplined about sticking to the 15 minutes for pit stop windows. So many pit stop races we see penalties being applied because they missed the pit stop window. They came in too late. They were too short on their pit stop. But the discipline in the first race was very, very good indeed.
I think the discipline for 1 car in terms of being in the pit lane area for 2 minutes wasn't quite what it ought to be, because the Barney Lower and Dean Long machine, that is the BMW, the 3 Series Compact, was only in the pit lane area for 1 minute and 41 seconds, so it's about 20 seconds short. And we've also, I think, lost number 21 Wayne Cockrell, who had been leading Class C and was doing great things at the wheel of the number 21 Toyota, but his car has retired at the exit of Druids, on the inside of Druids, but right on the exit of it. So he has retired the car, so that car is no longer going to be leading Class C. It's now going to be the number 144 Toyota of Sarah Hobson that picks up the lead of the class. We'll wait for all of the cars to have conducted their pit stops, and then we'll run you down through the top 10. We'll also pick out the relevant class leaders, but leading the race overall, number 22 Jack going well. 6.6 seconds now is the lead advantage between himself and the number 70 Justin Roberts and Nicole Drought Honda Civic.
Yeah, and he's been flying during this race, hasn't he? Jack the advantage 6.6 seconds. He now has completed 28 laps, have gone in the book as he goes around Paddock Bend, 4.1 seconds at the end of that lap. So the gap has come down a little bit, 2 seconds, and there are 2 cars that need to be lapped before we've got the top 2 together on circuit. Jack heads out of Druids down towards the left-hander Graham Hill Bend. And what have you got there, Mark?
Just looking, Adam Taylor, car number 175, that's the Ford Fiesta. Just the wrong side of 2 minutes, 1 minute 58.165 in the pit lane area. So that again is a bit too short, that pit stop. Those will be looked at, I'm sure, and it may well be post-race penalties or drive-throughs or something will be allocated to those cars.
So do I take back about my pit lane discipline?
You do,
okay.
You do. The number 3 Mazda was probably about the best on pit lane. 2 minutes, 0 seconds, 0.267. That's pretty much bang on where you need to be.
Yeah, really well worked out by the team. And and absolutely perfect pit stop just about, as the leaders have gone through and completed 29 laps now. How close are we to the fastest lap of the race? Well, Jack Goes is very close, 56.3 on that last lap in traffic. His best lap, a 56.049, so within 3/10 now of a fastest lap.
He's going well. The other car that's still going well is the number 75 Honda of Tom Seckel, the red car with the yellow stripe over the centre of it, heading up towards Paddock Hill Bend now. Remember, he started 31st on the grid and has now rather quietly worked his way up inside the top 10, so he's up into 10th position now. And how far is he off catching the next car? He's about 2.3 seconds back, so the next car that he wants to try and catch will be the number 334 BMW of Barney Lower and Dean Long. That's the black car with the white bonnet, so he can see it. And that is also the car that, remember, stopped for too short a period, 19 seconds short on its pit stop, so that at some point is going to have a problem. There is a problem, and that looks like suspension issues for Semprini Racing, I'm afraid. So that is Jeremy Evans and Phil Hart that have got a problem. Looks as though that's damage to the front right of the car.
That's a shame, yeah. When you say suspension trouble, that's bashed something, isn't it? Because the suspension at the front of the car totally deranged, out of the car and out of the race as well. Great shame, that.
Yeah, so that's the car that was running inside the top 10, so that now means Tom Seckel is now up into 8th position at the wheel of the number 75 Honda Integra from 31st on the grid. We don't have a driver of the day. He's running in the guest class, but that's not a bad performance, is it? That's putting a shift in.
Not bad by a long way. This car, if you're watching on the live stream, this red Honda going very, very nicely indeed. A very tidy race to slice through the field in the way that it is. It was a great race car, the Honda Integra. Absolutely superb.
That shape did race in the British Touring Car Championship, but it was in the production class at the time, wasn't it? Wasn't in the main class.
Yep.
Yeah.
It absolutely was.
Was it DC3, isn't it, that one?
No.
Safety car comes out.
Sort of thing than me.
So the safety car comes out, which can only be because of the Semprini Racing Honda Civic and the point at which it has come to rest. So that's going to bottle the pack up again, I'm afraid. Certainly looks as though we've got some more rain beginning to...
Oh, don't say that. It's been lovely.
It's blue sky still, but it seems to be bubbling up in the distance again, doesn't it, I'm afraid?
Weather, thanks very much.
Right,
indeed.
OK. I'm in charge of maths, you're in charge of weather.
It is going to rain.
You've not...
I think it already is. Wipers are on.
Yeah. The problem is the commentary box, you just can't tell, can you?
No. And we also have sort of darkened windows, don't we, for the lower half of the windows. So sometimes it looks darker outside than it actually is. But it is raining, I think.
Yeah, a few spits. I can see the puddle on the top of the air conditioning unit outside. Yeah, a few little drips on that. So safety car, that's going to bunch them all up again, isn't it?
It is, and has done already as they make their way onto the grid hatchings down the Brabham Straight. The start-finish straight picks up Jack Goes. And the BMW once again deployed for the second time during this Trackday Trophy race.
Let me run you down through the top 10 then. We'll pick out the relevant class leaders as well. Leading the race overall with just under 10 minutes to go under safety car here at Brands Hatch is number 22, Jack Goes. Second is the number 70 Honda of Justin Roberts and Nicole Drought. And third, all of these cars are in Class B, is the number 98 Renault Clio of Charlie Polk and Adrian Pottinger. In fourth place, that's the leader of Class C at the moment, which is the number 144 Toyota of Sarah Hobson. And in fifth place, it's the leader of Class D. It's the number 16 Mazda MX-5 of Alistair Eason. Sixth place, it's car number 166, which has come from 20th on the grid, Richard Clark and Stephen Rosario at the wheel of their Class B Renault Clio. And in seventh place, it's back to Class D, number 3, Martin and Rob Adams. Eighth place, it's the Class G car, the guest class car, number 75, Tom Seckel from 31st on the grid in the Honda, right the way inside the top 8. Ninth place is 334, that's the BMW of Barney Lower and Dean Long, and completing the top 10. It is car number 101. That was the last of the cars to pit, if memory serves me correctly, which was Alex Wilkinson Hughes and Dave Connell in the Scuderia Dave entered car. So those are the top 10. And as we say, that also includes each one of the respective class leaders, whether it be B, C, D or G in the case of Tom Seckel, the guest class. So the scooping up of Honda is in the process of being done. It is being done by the recovery unit at the moment that's about to attach a strop to the back of it. So we're going to have at least another lap or two under the safety car. When we get back going again, the one good thing for Jack goes, Alan, is the fact that it's not the second place car that's second in the train behind the safety car. There's a couple of back markers, aren't there, in between the two?
Isn't there? Yeah, so there's a little bit of a cushion. The other good news for Jack Goes is, although he has gone very, very well during the dry part of this race, goes pretty well in the wet as well, as has been proven earlier on today. So I don't think conditions are going to make too much of an effect on the race leader, because Jack Goes is having a really, really good day here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. 2 more races to look forward to this afternoon around the circuit here at Brands Hatch, and if you're watching on the live stream, second race of the day for the United Formula Fords, featuring the champion of Brands and the Miata Trophy as well. They've got their second race of the day, somewhat shorter than this 45-minute race for the Trackday Championship and Trackday Trophy. 20-minute races in prospect. And then for those of us here at Brands Hatch watching trackside, we've got qualifying over 1 hour for the Enduro cars at the end of today. 7 minutes left on the clock in this 45-minute race. Under safety car for the second time of the day. And my friends on the other side of the circuit that were enjoying the sunshine, basking in the sunshine in deck chairs, are now huddled under an umbrella. It's not even an umbrella.
It's a sheet, is it? A coat?
It's a bit of sheeting. Well, well done for not giving up. Well done.
So how are we getting on with recovery? Recovery is done, which does suggest this next time that the safety car heads along the Cooper Straight, we might see the lights extinguished and we might be able to potentially get a final 6 and a bit minutes underway. Right, 1 lap penalty for pit stops being too short. Which 2 cars? The 2 I'd spotted. Car number 175, Adam Taylor. Car number 334, the Barney Lower and Dean Long BMW. So, yeah, I did expect there to be some sort of penalty. The difficulty, I mean, it must be tough, because one was only a second and a half away from being the right side of the pit stop. The other one was nearly 20 seconds out, but the penalty's the same.
It's quite a harsh penalty as well, isn't it? You need to get the pit stop time right to lose 1 lap during the race. Pretty much writes off the race.
Well, for what was a 1.5 second mistake, it's a 60-second penalty you're getting.
Yeah.
So safety car is going to peel its way back into the pit lane, so we do get the race back underway. And as I suggested, because there's no overtaking before the start-finish line, Jack Goes can get on with it, but the car that is holding up the car in second place at the moment is the last car that we've got in the field, so only now can the number 172 car of Lee Forington be overtaken by the number 70 Honda Civic. So all of a sudden, Jack Goes has just disappeared up the road again, but there's nothing that the Honda could have done about that. You cannot overtake a car at a safety car restart until you get to the start-finish line.
And it is a nice car as well, the 172 car. It's a Toyota GT86. We've got Celica's in here, but also to have a GT86 in the field is a really impressive, great car, that.
So Jack Goes pulling away now in the lead of the race. The Nicole Drought and Justin Roberts Honda there in second place. Charlie Polk, Adrian Pottinger's number 98 Renault Clio has got its hands full as it's trying to carve its way through the order as well. The one car that's got to carve its way through all of the order, the 4th place car, the Class C leading car of Sarah Hobson. I think she was almost the car at the very tail end of the train, so she's got a raft of work to do to try and work her way through the order. And Alistair Eason, number 16, was leading Class D. Is he still leading Class D? Let's have a quick look. There's contact there, and that is contact between car number 444, the Andy and Jay Coombs car, which clattered into the side of Lee Forington's Toyota GT86 there, so bits of bodywork going flying.
Yeah, and that bodywork is still on the circuit as well, so that is far from ideal, with 4 minutes and 10 seconds of the race remaining. And still the rain is coming down as well, so with a bit of debris on the circuit and rain as well, this is not going to be an easy final 4 minutes of this race. No, it's not easy, is it? That was the Benjamin Curry Ford Fiesta going a little bit wide on the slippery surface, and it's all getting a bit it's all getting a bit argy-bargy, isn't it, in the final 4 minutes?
Yeah, another little bit of contact there by the look of things as Colin Wells and Tom Seckel just brush off each other. That's because the cars are moving around a lot more now. You know, when the safety car came out, it hadn't really started raining, had it? It started raining as the safety car came out. The drivers get back on it. They've lost tyre temperature. They've lost brake temperature. The circuit hasn't got as much grip, and you've got to try and re-evaluate all the time what you need to do. And if you're just making lightish contact with each other there.
David is still on the circuit. It's at Clark Curve, just up towards the completion of a lap. Just a couple of bits of bodywork offline, it has to be said, but still on the circuit. So it's a distraction, if nothing else. So too is the rain and the surface of the tarmac, because it's not very nice out there. We're looking at the Seckel car, which has made its way up from, what was it, 31st on the grid, up to now 8th place for the number 75 car. And Jack Goes, meanwhile, who has the fastest lap of the race with a 56.049. That last lap, despite the different conditions, only a couple of seconds slower, 58.1 on that last lap, an advantage over second place of 8.2 seconds. We'll see what it is at the end of this lap, which is going to be the completion of 38 laps as the second place car goes through. Now it's gone out second and a half, 9.4 seconds now. Jack Goes is driving brilliantly today in wet and dry.
Yeah, he really has done well today as Jack Goes. Got away with that little bit of contact with Ben Krukok at the start of the race, and from there there's been no real looking back for him. He turns his way out of the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend and works his way along the Cooper Straight. He's on lap number 39 currently, 9.5 seconds to the good, so he can just afford now to ease the pace a little bit and stroke the car home. But even the lap times he's doing are still a second quicker than anybody else is doing in the race at this stage, so it really has been the perfect race for him. Over the start-finish line, he'll be heading on to his penultimate lap this time through, so minute and 40 seconds to go. As back into the pit lane, I think I just saw Ollie Moss turn there, the car that went into the gravel trap up at Druids, the number 4 car, I think. Yes, confirmation on a timing screen, that car has just entered the pit lane area. So lap and a bit to go between Jack Goes and a win, and his first win of the season in the eBay MSVT Trackday Trophy. So we've had a few different winners across the course of this season, with Charlie Polk and Adrian Pottinger claiming a win. We've seen a win for Paul McHugh over the course of this season. We've seen a couple of wins for the Porsche of Colin Tester and Ronan Quinn, who aren't on the entry list this weekend. And we did see a win last time out for Justin Roberts at the wheel of the number 70 Honda when he was partnered up with Heath rather than with Nicole Drought on that occasion. So it would be a first win this season for Jack Goes, but he's still got to try and bring the car home, and there'll still, as ever is the case, be potentially some traffic to deal with. So over the start-finish line, onto the last lap of the race. So that is lap number 41 that he is about to start. Further down through the order, we've still got the number 39 car of Paul McHugh trying to thread his way through the order, and we've got a spin as well, and that is the Elmer's Mini that's had the spin. So that's James and Robert Elmer that's pointing in the wrong direction up at Druids. It's got a long way round the corner before the car's pointed itself in the wrong direction, but for Jack Goes, he's already safely past that yellow flag zone, and he's turning his way through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend for the final time along the straight. All he needs to do now is just head through Surtees and McLaren and on towards Clearways. There'll be no traffic that he's met on this last lap of the race, so it's been the perfect finish to the race for him, with nothing to worry about, having built the advantage, and he can just make sure he bides his time and just brings the car home for a win in the final race of the season. Jack Goes claims his first win of the season, may well be his first win ever. Alan will find out on the podium, because he's still got the novice cross on the back, and the fist and the shake of the hand over the start-finish line perhaps tells you that that is the first career win, I think, for Jack Goes, who'll be as pleased as punch with that one, as will his father, Darren Goes, who has been a regular in MSVT racing over the years. The number 70 Honda finishes in second place, Justin Roberts and Nicole Drought. We await the arrival of the Charlie Polk and Adrian Pottinger Renault Clio over the start-finish line. That finishes in third place. And then fourth place should be our Class C winning car, which will be the car of Sarah Hobson. She'll be heading through Surtees and up towards McLaren at the moment in the white and the yellow Toyota Celica. And she will claim the win in Class C. And the win in Class D, in the end, goes the way of Rob and Martin Adams, who get themselves ahead of Alistair Easom in the closing stages. So that's a win in Class D for them. And where is our Class C winner? Here she comes now over the start-finish line. Sarah Hobson wins Class C at the wheel of her Toyota. So I think we've got pretty much all of the cars through. Another couple just come through, and that should be the last couple of cars then to take the checkered flag. Not quite sure why we didn't see car number 130 of Stephen Scott Walden take the checkered flag. That car is being shown as... There we go, it came into the pit lane. That's why it's just come into the pit lane now. So with everybody having taken the checkered flag, Alan will go downstairs to conduct the podium. I think it will be the top 3 again in each class, so it'll be a busy old podium for him to deal with down there. There's a bit of clearing up as well for our marshals to deal with, and once everybody's through and the results are confirmed, we can confirm the way that the race finished for the last race of the 2023 season for the eBay MSVT Trackday Trophy. Jack Goes claims the win from the pairing of Roberts and Trout in their Honda in second place, with Polk Pottinger finishing in third. Sarah Hobson won Class C. She was there in 4th position, and 5th place, it was a car that came from 20th on the grid, which was Richard Clark and Stephen Rosario, who finished in 5th place. 6th place, the Class D winners, Martin and Rob Adams. Alistair Issa finishes in 7th place, and Tom Seckel from 31st on the grid, 8th in the end. What a result that was for him. 9th place goes away of Paul McHugh, and completing the top 10 was Alex Wilkinson-Hughes and Dave Connell that wrapped up the top 10 in their Mazda. Then as you head outside of the top 10, Tommy Valentine was in 11th place, Alex Baldwin was there in 12th place, and 13th went the way of David Smitheram and Thomas King. Stephen Rosario was 14th, ahead of David Murfitt, who was there in 15th. The Coombs family, Andy and Jay, finished in 16th place, ahead of Ben Curran in 17th place. Barney Lower and Dean Long finished in 18th place. Colin Wells was 19th, and the Elgars completed the top 20 with their BMW 325 compact. That wraps up the top 20. Then as we head outside of the top 20, it was Adam Taylor from the Elmers, and then Jason Roberts from Levy and Lawrence with the Waldens, and Lee Fornington, I think, being the last of the finishers, because Ollie Moss came into the pit lane quite late on, and all the rest of the cars from 27th onwards were all retirees for various mechanical gremlins throughout the course of that race. So Alan Hyde is going to go downstairs to conduct the podium presentations. We've still got 2 further races to come on the live stream, the United Formula Ford featuring the champion of Brands and the Miata Trophy. But if you're here spectating at the circuit, remember, even after that, we've got another qualifying session to come up for the Enduro KA. That will not be live streamed, but we will be showing their full race tomorrow. So the marshals working hard to scoop up those cars that have strewn themselves around the circuit, but down in the pit lane and heading towards the podium will be our drivers, ready to chat to Alan Hyde in a few moments.
Certainly will, and we'll have, the top 3 in each of the classes. And Mark, while you've got the timing screen in front of you, I might just check with you that I've got the right order. It's all a bit difficult as we get to the end of the race. So I've got first in Class B, Jack Goes, car number 22. Second, number 70, Justin Roberts and Nicole Drought. And third in Class B, Charlie Polk and Adrian Pottinger.
Correct.
100% so far. Right, well, it might get worse from now on. First in Class C, I've got 144, which is Sarah Hobson. Second, I've got Stephen Rosario, which I think was on the final lap, wasn't it? And third, David Murfitt.
That's correct.
Phew, this is going well. First in Class D, I've got Martin Adams and Rob Adams in car number 3. Second in Class D, I've got number 16, Alistair Easom. And third in Class D, I've got Alex Wilkinson-Hughes and Dave Connell.
100%.
Right, okay, well, don't hold your breath, because it's about, I thought I was right last time, and it all went horribly wrong.
I have every confidence in you.
Yeah, well, I don't. So thanks very much indeed for helping me through that. As the rain comes down, so it really is pretty wet out here on the podium. So we wait for the drivers. We've got 9 trophies, of course, 3 winners on the podium from each of the classes, so top 3 in each of the 3 classes, excluding, of course, the guest category. We had just 2 entries in the guest category. And then, as Mark says, we're going on to Formula Ford racing, so different conditions. It's going to be properly wet now for the single-seaters in a couple of moments. And don't forget, when we get to that point, not only are we looking at the champion of Brands and the United Formula Ford Championship, we've also got the Martin Down Trophy, a very special trophy to be presented by, I think, the family, hopefully, fingers crossed. It's a beautiful trophy and a very large trophy, quite heavy trophy as well, which will be presented, and that will come as our next race of the afternoon here at Brands Hatch, and then a second race of the day from our opening championship from the day as well. So drivers making their way down pit lane, down towards the podium, and potentially this is the kind of weather that we can expect for the rest of today, for our remaining 2 races and our 1-hour qualifying session for the Enduro cars as well. 8-hour, just over race in prospect for tomorrow, with changeable conditions possible tomorrow as well. So as drivers make their way up to the podium, we've still got a lot of silverware to give out over the course of this weekend. Maybe 2 halves of 2 different tables out of 3 have been able to have their trophies relieved of the table and presented over the course of today. And we are going to present Class D first of all, when we've got the drivers. And I'm interested to know what's in the bag. What's in the bag? Detailing products from Dodo Juice. So detailing products as well as the winner's trophy for the winners in each of the categories. And Class B, we have 1 set of takers so far behind the podium. It's going to take a little while before we get all of our drivers on the podium for our 3 podium presentations. And they're probably working out who finished on the podium, looking at the TSL timing screens, but it'll take a little while to get everybody up here. And the door opens and more drivers make their way towards the back of the podium, and stories exchanged behind the backdrop of the podium. More drivers making their way up, and the rain has eased off just a little bit now here at Brands Hatch, which is good news for everybody. Class D will be the first podium that we conduct, and we don't have enough drivers as yet. We need to speed them along. So if you are part of a driving team for any of our 3 classes for the race that we've just had here at Brands Hatch, then make your way down to the podium, please, as quickly as you can. Not the downstairs podium, the upstairs podium. So come into the building, make your way up the stairs at the rear of the building, and then make your way onto the podium when called out. But yeah, we're not close enough yet to get our first class podium underway, which will be for Class D. And just making sure that we've got all the trophies in place. We have. And yep, the rain has eased off to just a light drizzle now here on the podium, down in the pit lane and on the grid as well. So that's going to be good news for the Formula 4 drivers. Hearing from them this morning that some of them were learning the circuit in the wet, very, very different to dry conditions. And as you can hear from the hubbub in the background, I think we're getting more and more drivers appearing. So very soon we will be able to conduct the first of our podiums, which will be for Class D. And as soon as I get a thumbs up, are we good to go? Are we good to go for our Class D podium? Right, now fingers crossed everybody, I've got this right this time. I have tried my very best. So 3rd place in Class D. I hate it when they all look at me and go, no, that's not right. 3rd place in Class D, number 101, Alex Wilkinson Hughes and Dave Connell onto the podium. Well done. Congratulations, they get the 3rd place trophy in Class D. So far, so good. 2nd place in Class D, the number 16 car of Alistair Easom. Well done. Congratulations, Alistair. He gets the trophy and steps onto the podium. And on the top step of the D-Class podium, car number 3, Martin Adams and Rob Adams. Well done to the Adams family. They make their way onto the podium and about to pose with the trophies. Lovely cheers from the other side of the podium, and they will pose on their individual steps of the podium. A wave to the crowd and trophies up, gents. There we go. And a round of applause from the crowd in the pit lane. And that is our Class D podium. They will make their way off the podium to make way for Class C. And once they've finished their photographs, they'll make their way backstage with their spoils of victory and those car care products as well for our winners. And we will move on to Class C. And once again, we'll get the Class C drivers onto the podium in reverse order. Wish me luck. Here we go, 3rd place in Class C, number 32, David Murfitt. Well done, David. He gets a big cheer from the pit lane, takes the trophy and makes his way out onto the third step of the Class C podium. In second place, this was on the final lap as well, car 441, Stephen Rosario. Well done, Stephen. Congratulations. He gets the second place trophy, makes his way onto the second step of the Class C podium. And the winner in car 144, Sarah Hobson. Well done, Sarah. Congratulations. She gets the winner's trophy and the car care products as well. And oh, the rain is coming down a little bit heavier now, so a big cheer from the pit lane. Heavy rain now falling down in pit lane and on the grid as the Formula Fords make their way onto the grid. And then we've got one final podium for the Trackday Trophy, and that's going to be for the B class, and it is also the top 3 places overall as well. So as the C class drivers pose for the cameras, they will make their way off the podium any moment now. There we go. That's our C-Class podium, everybody. Drivers can make their way off the podium to make way for the B-Class drivers and the top 3 overall. They're enjoying the moment on the podium, that's for sure. And as Formula Fords go off, we haven't got too long to conduct our final podium. So third place overall and third in Class B, number 98, Charlie Polk and Adrian Pottinger. Well done. Congratulations, just Charlie onto the podium, Adrian not making it on to the podium. On the second step of the podium, car number 70, Justin Robertson, Nicole Trout. Well done, congratulations. Nicole takes the trophy and a handshake for Justin. And the winner, what a super race for Jack Goes. Well done, Jack, smiling as he goes. Look at the smile on his face, absolutely superb. And makes his way onto the top step of the podium. I want to talk to Jack in a couple of moments because that was a super race. Wet or dry, didn't matter. He went very, very well indeed. Let's get you bunched up together, please, as close as we can. And a photograph of all of you posing for the cameras. There we go, tight as you can towards the top step of the podium. Am I going to get a chance to speak to Jack Goes before the Formula Fords take the start of the race? I am, because I need to speak to him because you cannot wipe the smile off his face. Is that your first race win or not?
Yeah, well, fourth other race, so.
Absolutely superb. I mean, wet or dry, you made that car sing today.
Yeah, no, it was very difficult because constantly changing. It was just everywhere, really. But
it was absolutely superb. What were your thoughts when the safety car came out?
Oh, well, I was initially worried because I'd built a gap and then I thought I was going to lose it all. But
and then you saw 2 slower cars behind.
2 cars and then just legged it a bit early.
So 4th ever race?
Yeah, well, 5th race, but 4th, yeah.
Absolutely superb. Jack, many congratulations. Jack Goes takes the race win and Formula Fords are on the grid.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, the final race of the season for the United Formula Ford Championship, which also includes the champion of brands. I don't think we're going to get a great deal of time to go through the grid, but Lucas Romanek starts from pole position. It's based on how they finished earlier on. Andrew Rackstraw alongside Jacob Toffs and Ben Powney sit there on row number 2. Row number 3 of the grid, it's Neil Toffs and Sean Macklin, with row 4 being Simon Pruce and Innes Hickman. And then the 5th row of the grid will be the car of Richard Earle and Mark Adkins, Matthew Smith. And light blue car starts at the tail end of the field. 20 minutes are on the clock. Lucas Romanek was dominant, won by 30 seconds earlier on. And what might he be able to do in this one? He is already the United Formula Ford champion for this year. He's got one hand on the Champion of Brands trophy, but who's going to win the Martin Down trophy as well? We'll wait and see. Red lights on, red lights go out now. Not a bad start from Lucas Romanek as he tries to control the wheel spin. A slightly better start from Andrew Rackstraw from the outside of the front row of the grid, as you would expect in damp conditions at Brands Hatch. Pole position is not the ideal starting position, but it is the early race lead that has been converted from pole position for Lucas Romanek, with Andrew Rackstraw in second place. Then it's going to be Jacob Toffs in third and Ben Powney right the way around the outside of Sean Macklin to pick up 4th place, and still trying to continue around the outside. Has he got the job done? No, Sean Macklin is not letting him have it, so it's the red and black car of Sean Macklin that hangs on to 4th position. Ben Powney sitting there in 5th position and 6th at the moment. That looks as though it's Neil Toffs, yeah, number 17, that's there in the Van Diemen RF89, who's there in 6th position. So good little squabble those we're having for the first couple of corners, and then we'll have to wait and see as to whether the slightly older Jayman can thread its way through. Again, you can see them trying to seek out the grip on the damp parts, and they're all damp now, of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. But Lucas Romanek heads over the start-finish line comfortably in the lead of the race after the first lap. He is 1 1/4 seconds up the road from Andrew Rackstraw, who's there in second position. It's Jacob Tofts who's there in third position, and then Sean Macklin, Ben Powney and Neil Tofts, that little trio, all fighting over what is 4th, 5th and 6th at the moment as they head up towards Druids for the second time. You can see maybe a slightly snatched break there for a split second from Ben Powney, who straight away got back off the brakes again to control what was understeer starting to happen at the wheel of the Jayman, and could get the car turned in nice and neat and tidily in towards Druids. They start to work their way along the Cooper Straight on lap number 2. What did we squeeze out? So we got 21 laps out of the 20-minute allocation earlier on today. Lucas Romanek already starting to build that advantage, very similar to he did in the race earlier on today. Two very different lines taken through Clearways Corner from Ben Powney's Jayman compared to the black Van Diemen number 17 of Neil Tofts. And then another good little squabble thereafter, which is Simon Pruce, who's holding at bay Innes Hickman. Then there's Richard Earle, and then just off the back of Richard Earle is Mark Adkins at the wheel of his Jayman. So these are the 4 cars that are heading over the start-finish line now, fighting over 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th positions. And is Innes Hickman going to lose out? I think he might, possibly, as Richard Earle looks for the inside line as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Can he squeeze the black Van Diemen through and ahead? Yes, he can. So the Van Diemen RF89s swap position, and Richard Earle goes through, gains the place over Innes Hickman, who loses out on that occasion. Richard Earle's is actually an RF88, so it's 1 year older than the car of Innes Hickman that he's just gone through and past. You see them sliding their way out of Druids, trying to control the wheel spin. Don't have a great deal amount of power in a Formula Ford with a cast iron block, the 1600cc Ford Kent engine or the Crossflow engine, but there's still more power than there is grip at the moment out there in these tricky conditions. Lucas Romanek still leading the way, and now leading after just 3 laps of racing by 4.5 seconds from Andrew Rackstraw in second place, with Jacob Tofts another 3.1 seconds back in third position. The top 3 just spreading out, and already they are amongst the back markers. So Matthew Smith's car has already gone a lap down the light blue number 7 Van Diemen. So the leading 3 spreading out. Lucas Romanek continually setting fastest laps, and as he gets used to the conditions, those lap times are likely to come down and down and down. His fastest lap in what was a drying track towards the end earlier on today was a 56.1 second lap, exactly 56.1 seconds. That equates to just over 77.5 miles per hour, or 124.75 kilometres per hour. That's an average speed, so that takes into account the fact that they're travelling slower through the likes of Druids, but faster down the straights. As he comes over the start-finish line again, that's going to be surely a lap that might see him down into the 59-second bracket, but it's not. No, that's another 60-second lap, 60.7 seconds on that occasion, which means that the lead advantage now grows to 5.6 seconds. Now, the number 13 Reynard of Simon Pruce had a busy old race earlier on today when he was squabbling away with Innes Hickman. It's not Innes Hickman that he's squabbling with now, because what he does have right behind him is going to be the car of Richard Earle, who is looking to try and squeeze his way through. So Lucas Romanek is still continuing to lead the race from Andrew Rackstraw. The lead advantage of, say, 5.6 seconds. Quick announcement for those of you that are at the circuit as well. If you are the owner of a blue Vauxhall, I think it says RNL Racing on it, registration number KU63HXC, that's Kilo Uniform 63 Hotel X-Ray Charlie. Can you move it, please? It's in the way. So a blue Vauxhall, RNL Racing, KU63HXC. Can you please move it? You are in the way. And as we get back to what's been going on, we've had an incident out on circuit, and I'm afraid it involves Sean Macklin, who has had a coming together with Neil Tofts. Neil Tofts out of his car. That was through Surtees and up towards McLaren. And Neil Tofts with significant front right damage to his car, chatting away to Sean Macklin. I'm sure they will have differing views as to what happened, but Sean Macklin spun and then came straight across, and there wasn't a great deal Sean or Neil could do about that. It's just one of those things that Sean Macklin was mid-spin, and as he tried to get the car pointing back round in the right direction, I'm afraid Neil Tofts couldn't really do a great deal to change the trajectory of his car. So 2 cars damaged on the circuit, both pointing in the wrong direction, and that will bring about the safety car, I'm afraid. Neil Tofts wearing a set of old Tyrrell overalls by the look of those, aren't they? Looked like it said European Aviation on them.
Did they?
It certainly looked like it. Paul Stoddart's team, who briefly took over the running of Tyrrell before it disappeared from Formula One.
It was, and went on to run the Minardi team.
Yes, he did, yeah, in the end, yeah. Yes, so there'd been, so Minardi overalls, I should say, rather. Yes, you're right. And it's not safety car, it's going to be red flagged. The session is stopped, I'm afraid.
Dear.
Well, it would have been difficult, wouldn't it, to try and get those two cars out of harm's way with, all the recovery crews would have had to been part the way across the circuit to even get the cars out of harm's way. So I think safety car to start with to neutralise the race, and then a quick assessment of what might be needed to get them out of harm's way, and it's far better to stop the race, because by the time we'd got that done, Alan, we'd have had no racing hardly, would we?
It's true, and it is their final race, so we need to make the most of it. It is for the prestigious Martin Down Trophy, and the family are here to present the trophy on the podium.
You say it's a big old trophy, that one. I haven't seen it.
It is big. James did tell me what part of the structure of a Formula Ford it is. It's from the front of the car. I don't know. It just looks big and heavy, and on wood. Yeah, I'm not really sure what part it is, but it's part of the front structure. And it's beautiful. It's got a plaque for the engraving of names, and the last two names on it, both Lucas Romanek, and looking like it could very potentially be a third.
I mean, you look at James Bucket Motorsport, what James does to keep Formula Ford racing going on in the UK. Super. Yes, there are other championships that you can race in, but James has plugged away and plugged away and plugged away. He reintroduced the champion of brands, what was it, 2010 he got it back here. Yeah. He's not going to get much sleep this next week as well, because the Walter Hayes Trophy is up at Silverstone, which is one of his events. Big deal, yeah. You could argue, no disrespect to the Formula Ford Festival, but it's on a par now with the Formula Ford Festival for the amount of cars that you get out, and old stars that we get out, both in the festival here. Andy Charlesley was back out last weekend, a regular here at Brands Hatch, and you'll see all of those old names wheeled back out again into Formula Fords at Silverstone next weekend.
You're absolutely right, and so I remember Andy Charlesley when he was at the same school as me, from a couple of years below me at school, and his father ran Queensway Auto, which was an auto shop in Pettswood, not far from here.
Yeah, not far at all.
Very close, and Andy Charlesley to still be racing a Formula Ford very well after all these years is really good to see.
It's the same as Rick Morris. When we see Rick Morris out, a stalwart, he was back out at the Formula Ford Festival. I'm sure he'll be out in the Walter Hayes as well next weekend.
That's true. And of course, Walter Hayes Trophy falls on on Bonfire Weekend historically, so it's a good feeling. The clocks have gone back. It's something that everyone looks forward to. They look forward to the Formula Ford Festival, and they look forward to the Walter Hayes Trophy, and this meeting usefully comes in between the middle of them, and a useful bit of testing for quite a few of the drivers, as we were hearing on the podium.
Yeah, very much so.
Can I tell my Paul Stoddart story?
Go for it.
So I sort of got to know Paul, interviewing him at Grand Prix over the years, and he is a really good character, a really interesting bloke, good sense of humour, nice guy, and did amazing things, including setting up the two-seater Minardis.
Yes, of course. That? Yes, I do remember those.
Because they raced. Yep. So I think there was about 12 of them.
Yep.
And they would have a good driver and a seat behind the driver for a passenger. And it's a proper Formula One car.
Yep.
Formula One engine, Formula One brakes, just with an extra seat. And they had a race at Donington Park.
Yes, I was there for one of those, for sure.
Where Nigel Mansell had a coming together with a car with... I can't remember who was in it, but one car rode up the back of the...
Yeah.
Always involved in drama is Nigel at Donington Park. If it's not in a touring car, it's in a Minardi single-seater. And I was doing the commentary that weekend. I was doing the interviewing. So a remarkable weekend in my career, because the commentator in the main commentary box was Murray Walker.
Oh, right, okay.
So for me and Murray to be doing a race commentary together was pretty cool. And because I did that, I was then invited to a Minardi day, which was at Rockingham, so a Sunday race day.
Yep.
So there's going to be races for the two-seater cars, but also people are paid from anywhere in the world £6,000 a head to come over and have 3 laps in a Formula One car, and many people were there. So you had to go through a medical, and then you did these 3 laps in a Formula One car with there were a couple of drivers, but one of the drivers was the test and reserve driver for Minardi at the time, which was Nick Kieser, who was somebody that I knew from
Formula Ford in the UK,
Formula Ford in the UK, and a really nice guy as well, Danish driver. And I did an interview with Paul Stoddart in the morning, and was talking to him about the day and how it was and how many people had come from all over the world to have the chance of a Formula One drive. And he said, well, you could do it, couldn't you? And I said, I don't have £6,000 to spare, to be honest. He said, no, you can do it for free if you commentate on all 3 of the laps in the Formula One car. And I did. Naturally, I went and had my medical, had 3 laps in a Formula One car, and Nick was the driver. And it was, as you would imagine, a most incredible experience. Absolutely incredible experience. The only thing I'll say about it was the following morning I woke up with blood on my pillow. And I had no idea why I had blood on my pillow. The reason being, what you don't realise, you're talking and your cheeks are being pushed in because the force when you're going around in the car is significant. So I chewed through my cheeks whilst talking. The audio went up on the Rockingham website. It was up there for ages. I was very proud, and I will forever be able to say that I've been in a Formula One car.
Wow.
And it was a really nerve-wracking experience.
We've known each other years, and you've never told me that story. Never told me that story.
I've never had a red flag and been on a live stream with you before, so it fills the story and Paul Stoddart's name comes up. But the thing that's worrying when you do it, what you don't realise, because you are behind the driver, your legs are either side of the driver's body.
Yeah.
But what you don't realise is that the driver's elbows are on your legs. So you are very, very aware not to move your legs, otherwise you could have some kind of input into the steering. So, I got a certificate as well.
Well done. Yeah, I did not know that one.
2002, I think.
He was Aussie, was he? Or was he Kiwi? Oh, Aussie rather than Kiwi. Yeah, Paul Stoddart.
Yeah. And a proper Aussie as well.
Yeah.
So proper, good sense of humour.
Good bloke.
Really good guy. He crashed his Minardi that afternoon in the pit lane.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And I was still brave enough to go up and get a few comments from him. A really good guy. Ran an airline.
Yes, that was where the money came from, European Aviation, wasn't it? Yeah, absolutely. So, as ever, the trackside recovery crew have done a fantastic job of removing Sean Macklin's car and the car of Neil Toft's from the circuit where they were up onto the flatbed recovery units, and then they'll just make their way back into the paddock area. There's no other damage that needs doing. It's not as though we've got circuit furniture that needs sorting out, 'cause it was just the 2 cars that came together on the track. So there'll be a little bit of sweeping up that needs to be done, and I think there may well be a little bit of coolant or oil that's just gone down, so there's some dust just being placed upon that. There's not a great deal else you can do with that in the damp conditions, really, but it's only a very small patch by the look of things that's just being dealt with by the marshals. At the time the red flag came out, there are about 13 minutes remaining on the clock, if memory serves me correctly, there or thereabouts. So
right,
we should get a restart, I'd have thought, Alan, for maybe 10 or 12 minutes. We're a bit pushed for light more than anything, aren't we? But hopefully we'll get some sort of restart.
Yeah, we're not pushed for light for the final session of the day, which is not on the live stream, but it is on the circuit for the last hour. It is qualifying for the EnduroKA race tomorrow, not being live streamed, but the race is. So we've got that to look forward to.
Yeah, you see the marshals there ready to grid up the cars. Daisy Late in the background, who's one of our regular marshals here at Brands Hatch. She'll certainly be here next weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship, because her partner Adam Bint races in Division 2 of the British Truck Racing Championship, so she'll certainly be here cheering him on next weekend.
Favourite, it has to be said.
Binty,
good old Binty.
In the Volvo Aerodyne, which can trace its roots back at least a couple of decades that truck has been truck racing, if not 3 decades, probably.
You said earlier on that even though I'm just coming as a spectator next weekend, that I'm more than welcome to come up to the commentary box.
Yes.
If the weather is bad, you know how long you'll have me, don't you?
We'll have you all day, won't we? You know you're more than welcome.
Okay. I'm going to be one of those annoying people that never goes away.
Plus, there's no key for the door, so there's not a great deal I can do about it anyway, Alan.
No option. No, you're absolutely right. Yep, you've really put yourself in for it there, haven't you? Well, the Formula Fords are lined up. They have not yet been gridded. That will come after a piece of paper from timing.
We're talking about the marshals. That's 2 of the scrutineers that are on the grid there as well. The gentleman to the left is Lloyd, who's one of the regular MSVR scrutineers, not just for MSVR, but many clubs that he's involved with. And that's another area where if you want to volunteer as a as somebody that comes along to race meetings, it's not just the marshals in orange on the individual posts. Scrutineering, if you're not familiar with what that is, that's the process that all of the cars go through to check that they are safe to race and that they comply with the technical regulations. And that's what the scrutineers do. Or even if there's an incident on the circuit, the scrutineers will then look at the damaged cars and establish, was it a racing incident that caused the damage, or was it a fundamental issue with a component that maybe caused an incident out there on circuit. It does look as though we are going to get a 10-minute restart, because 10 minutes is what is showing on the clock, and then we just need to wait for a grid to be issued from the timekeepers back down to the marshals on the start-finish line so that they know which order to re-grid these cars up into. Sean Macklin's car looking as though it suffered some damage as a result of that contact, not quite as heavily damaged as poor old Neil Tofts, who was the innocent party. So it was just one of those difficult things. Had that have been dry conditions, you could change the trajectory of the car and the rotation of it to a much, much larger degree. But in the damp conditions, particularly around through Surtees, where the car tends to wash out on you anyway, oversteer 1 minute, probably understeer the next. And then there probably wasn't a great deal that Neil could have done with that one. And particularly Sean's car was still mid-spin and was moving around at the time as he was trying to regain control of it. So hopefully we'll get those cars gridded up very, very shortly, get this 10-minute race underway. And for Lucas Romanek, he is highly likely to be the champion of Brands for this year, Alan, as long as he stays on the tarmac. He's looking good to scoop up another champion of Brands title.
I've just had a full podium briefing.
Have you?
And this is unprecedented.
How many? So a lot to give out.
So there's a lot to give out, which is quite right too, because it's the final race for champion of Brands and for United Formula Ford, and of course it is the Martin Down Trophy being presented as well. And James Beckett, that looks after the championship, just popped up. Not only has he given me all the details of who's presenting what and what's being presented, all of those things. Also, I have a script, so I really am just.
Wow.
I will just be reading out loud. This has never happened before, so he really doesn't trust me, does he?
He doesn't trust you. And I've learned something about James Beckett today as well. He can do joined-up writing, you know,
superb,
James Beckett. I didn't know that.
The information we get about this championship is second to none. It's superb, absolutely superb. Now he's gone all shy.
He has gone on. James, it was 2010, wasn't it, when you were introduced champion of Brands? Yes, it was. Right, I got that bit right. Okay.
Feels like a couple of years ago.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, it was only 4 rounds in 2010. I think the most we've ever had was 10 champion of Brands races in 2019. We seem to have 10 races here in total, for which one of them was the closest ever, Matt Rivett, who won 1,000th of a second was the winning margin on that occasion. And I was here for that one, and it was one of those, you know, usually you can tell which car has got its nose ahead at the start-finish line. I couldn't tell even with the naked eye. It was a brilliant finish.
So, and Matt Rivett is an interesting character, because many years ago when I started coming on to motor racing with my friend Tony Coles, who is a commentator and a marshal as well. He's marshalling here at Brands Hatch today. Hello, Tone. Tony used to race a clubman's car.
Yes.
And Matt's dad, Chris, was a friend of Tony's, also a marshal, and he used to help run the car. And I remember Matt when he was a very young lad, and actually was quite annoying, to be perfectly honest, on a race weekend. He's turned into a very nice young man, family man as well. So last time I saw Matt was when he had a nasty accident in Formula Ford. Was it at Donington Park?
Oh, right. Was it? I thought it was here, wasn't it? He had the nasty accident. Was it? Last one was here, wasn't it? Brands. Was it the festival last year? Yeah, the festival last year at Paddock Hill Bend, wasn't it? Had quite a nasty one. Yeah,
that's the one I remember. Yeah.
Right, we're getting the cars gridding up now, so the grid has found its way from the timekeepers down to our start line marshals, and therefore we will have a quick look at the way that they are gridding up. So it's going to be Lucas Romanek that will start this 10-minute restart from pole position, and alongside him will be Andrew Rackstraw. Row 2 of the grid is going to be Jacob Tofts, and then we'll wait and see as to who is ushered up to line up alongside him, because it will be the order that they were running in on the lap prior to the red flag coming out, but also, of course, those cars that were running that were involved in the red flag get removed as well. So the grid will sort of shuffle up and will fill any gaps that have been left by those cars that are not able to take the restart. So it is going to be on the outside of the second row of the grid, Simon Pruce. So the front row of the grid is 73 and 40. The second row of the grid is number 16, Jacob Toffs, and number 13, Simon Pruce. The third row of the grid is going to be 52, which is Richard Earle, alongside number 19, which is Innes Hickman. The next row of the grid will be number 4, which is Mark Adkins, alongside the car of Ben Powney, one would imagine. And then at the back of the grid will be number 7, which is Matthew Smith. So that, I think, will be the order in which they line up. And, or is it? Let's just have a quick look. No, it is Mark Adkins, and then Matthew Smith, and Ben Powney is at the back of the grid for some reason. Is that a mechanical issue with his car? Because he's not sort of lined up where you would expect him to be for this restart. So we've certainly got 8 cars. Hopefully 9 will take the restart of the original 11 that were entered. But for Lucas Romanek, he's got it all to do again. The one good thing is, ever trying to look for positives out of negatives, because of that red flag, it looks as though the circuit has sort of dried a little bit. The weather has improved slightly. Yeah.
Well, there's been enough hot air coming out of the commentary box to dry the circuit, that's for sure. A little bit of a break and 10 minutes for the restart. So good news. I have no more stories to tell. I'm out of stories now that are relevant to what we're talking about. So hopefully the race will get underway fairly soon.
Another story that you did, because we've got trucks here next weekend.
Yes, we have.
You did tell me that once you did go round here in a race truck as well. I've been in a race truck, but it's not in the UK, it's been elsewhere. But
right.
you've been round Brands Hatch Indy Circuit in a race truck, and they're here next weekend.
In Stuart Oliver's, so 10-time British champion Stuart Oliver's truck. And there was opportunity for a few VIP guests during the lunch break at that meeting one year to go around with Stuart. And we got to the end of it, and I was down there to interview him. And he said, we've got time, let's do a couple of laps. I had a helmet thrust in my hand, and I climbed aboard, and I'm only quite little, and it's quite a long way up.
It's a long way up, isn't it, a truck, yeah.
And so I was strapped in, and Stuart, he's a great guy,
yep.
A really nice bloke, and also a demon in a race truck. And he did more laps than I really should have had. I think I had about five laps before the checkered flag was waved so vigorously we knew that we had to come in.
You'd overstayed your welcome, had you?
Yeah, it felt... so let me tell you what it felt like. It felt like a big touring car.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't really feel... When we were going around the circuit, you don't really feel the height, because all you're really concentrating on is the speed and the braking points and the way you're making your way around the corners. And the bit that has stayed with me ever since is that you think Paddock Hill Bend would be amazing. Okay, it is an amazing corner. It wasn't the most amazing thing. Graham Hill Bend, don't know. Was that going to be a good corner? No, where I really felt it was the change of direction, going left into Surtees, right into McLaren, and then onto Clearways as well. In a race truck, it was absolutely mind-blowing. So those of you that are coming next weekend to watch the trucks, it's a great place to watch. It's the change of direction. Oh, happy memories. And a two-seater legend when you were here.
Yes, two-seater legend when you were here. Whereas I've only ever done it. I've done it on 4 wheels, and I've done it on 2 wheels.
2 wheels on what?
In a Mini.
Have you really?
Yes.
Oh, right,
yes.
I know the thing.
Yes, Russ Swift.
I never liked that.
Yeah, Russ Swift, yeah. It's because his guest that should have been there to do it wasn't there, so I ended up copying.
You snooze, you lose.
And I had the microphone in my hand, so I was commentating whilst we were on. So the ramps were down the start-finish line. Russ leant across me so he could hold my seatbelt.
He puts his arm across
me.
Yeah.
And then, we went up onto 2 wheels and we did a full lap of the Indy circuit on 2 wheels in the Mini and came back down on the start-finish line. And the other time I did it in a Mini was...
down with a bump as well.
You do. The other time I did it in a Mini was when a particular tyre manufacturer were just trying to prove how good their run-flat tyres were. So we went out with a professional driver. I was in the passenger seat again on the microphone, and we did a couple of quick laps in the Mini with 4 fully inflated tyres. They then drilled holes through all 4 tyres and sent us back out to see how quickly we could do a full lap of the Indy circuit on the same car, but on 4 run flat tyres.
And it worked?
It did work. It wasn't quite as quick. Down the straights, you could tell no difference, but as soon as the car turned into the corner, you could feel that the sidewall was trying to fold in, because, of course, you got no pressure back in the tyres. But, yeah, it was a really strange experience.
Yeah, I should say.
Right, back to the script then. Now that we've digressed off and filled the time.
Jackanory has finished for the day.
We have had some shuffling of the grid, so Ben Powney's car has now moved forward. So the grid then lines up Lucas Romanek and Andrew Rackstraw on the front row of the grid, Jacob Toffs and Ben Powney on row number 2 of the grid. Row 3 of the grid is now going to be Richard Earle and Simon Pruce. Row 4 of the grid is going to be Innes Hickman and Mark Adkins, and Matthew Smith, as I thought he would be, is at the back of the grid. So I think we are pretty much ready to go. There is going to be one single green flag lap for these cars around the circuit, and then we'll be able to get the 10-minute resumption of the United Formula Ford Championship featuring the champion of Brands underway. This race was scheduled to start at 3:15 and scheduled to finish at 25 to 4. Well, it's now 20 to 4, and we've still got another 10 minutes to try and get this race in, so we will be running behind time for the Miata Trophy. And of course, that also means that we'll be potentially starting a little bit later our qualifying for the Enduro KAs. But I do notice, Alan, we do have another sort of break in the timetable. It won't be live streamed, the qualifying for the Enduro KAs, but when the Miata Trophy was scheduled to finish, and then when the Enduro KA qualifying was scheduled to start, there was an hour gap between the pair of them.
Do you know, I hadn't noticed that.
I've only just spotted that now.
Good spot, yeah. Well, that's gone. And,
hopefully there'll still be enough time to get a cup of tea or something.
There will be plenty of time for a cup of tea, yeah. And that's because Enduro cars need to be qualifying into the darkness.
They do, yep, absolutely.
If it was tomorrow, no problem. The clocks have gone back one hour.
Clocks have gone back. So...
Oh.
Ah, right, okay. We have just literally heard that we are doing qualifying for the Enduro KA. So if you are watching the live stream, stick around now, because we are going to be doing qualifying for the Enduro KAs.
A live message to on air to the director. We will not be filling for the hour in between.
You know what that also means? That cup of tea might be gone as well now.
Yeah, it's very good point well made. Yeah.
Right, so off they go on their final formation lap then. Lucas Romanek leading the pack round again. He's got it all to do again to try and build that advantage. He's got it all to do again, Alan, from the damp side of the circuit, of course, when the lights go out.
Yeah, and the light has come back here at Brands Hatch. It's really quite strange how we've had so many different weather types over the course of today, because we've now got sunshine, and as the field make their way down from Druids, we get this race back underway when they get to the starting grid and line up over 10 minutes. So 10 minutes we've got for the restart of this race, the final race of the year for the United Formula Ford, featuring the champion of Brands as well, and of course the prestigious Martin Down Trophy to be presented at the end of this race. Sunshine, no rain, and you just can't predict what the weather is going to do.
No, absolutely not. One thing we didn't really mention earlier on is that there are separate classes in this one as well. So the star class is for cars between 1999 and 2003. You've got the regional class, which is those built between 93 and 98. You've got the heritage class, which is between 1982 and 1992. You've got the classic class. We've not necessarily got cars in all of these, which is for cars built between 1972 and 1981. And then the historic class, which takes in the likes of Ben Powney's J-Man, because that was built between the very early years of Formula Ford, 1967 and 1971. And the way that it works is you get points per class. So if you win your class, you get 5 points. If you're second, you get 4. If you're third, you get 3. And then it's 2 and 1. An extra 2 championship points, though, do go to the overall winner of the race. That's for the United Formula Ford Championship, at least. So a final little bit of warming up of tyres to be done. A big rev on the accelerator and foot straight off the clutch for Andrew Rackstraw. Spins the wheels up on the KMR Spectrum, who starts from the outside of the front row of the grid. So colours then, black for Lucas Romanek on pole position, white and blue for Andrew Rackstraw alongside. It's yellow and blue for Jacob Toffs alongside the all-white car of Ben Powney. We've got the full grid fully formed, the 5-second board held aloft, the red lights come on now, and for the final 10 minutes of Formula Ford racing this year at Brands Hatch, it's not a bad start from Lucas Romanek this time, much better start than he got at the first attempt. So Andrew Rackstraw tucks behind him and then just weaves back out again on the run up towards Paddock Hill Bend, but I don't think he's going to try around the outside at Paddock Hill Bend this time through. No, he just sits behind because he's not close enough, and already the top 3 are starting to pull away from Ben Powney at the wheel of the J-Man, a slightly older car, who's there in 4th position. So it's Romanek from Rackstraw, from Tofts, as they were on the grid as they head out of Druids and down towards Graham Hill Bend for the first
But
time.
Andrew Rackstraw got a really good start, didn't he? He got great traction off the line and was able to stay with Lucas Romanek down towards Paddock Hill Bend. What was it Andrew said to me earlier on when we were talking? He's only here for fun this weekend. Never believe that when you're talking to a racing driver, but certainly able to get an awful lot of information this weekend, because from South Africa doesn't really have much experience of wet circuits. And, well, Andrew, you've come to the right place.
You've come to the right. The UK is the right place. Even in summer, you could have had a lot more rain if you'd have come in the summer.
Exactly
Over
right.
the start-finish line goes Lucas Romanek. Andrew Rackstraw is already 1.5 seconds adrift, and a further 0.7 of a second off that is Jacob Tofts. Ben Powney is holding his own in 4th place and has pulled quite a fair way away from the likes of Simon Pruce and Richard Earle, who are there in 4th and 5th position. 5th place is going to be Mark Adkins, and Innes Hickman has dropped to 8th position, and bringing up the rear is Matthew Smith at the wheel of his Van Diemen. But again, Lucas Romanek doing what he's done, both in qualifying and in the race earlier on, and at that aborted attempt at the start. He's just edging away already.
So threading through Graham Hill Bend, we've seen the top 4 go through now. Jacob Tofts keeping in touch with the back of Andrew Rackstraw's car. The rest of the field all make their way around, and you are potentially, wherever you are in the field, in with a chance of a trophy, with so many classes and trophies being generously given out by James Beckett at the end of this race. You could well be on the podium. Whatever you're battling away for, you could well be taking a trophy away at the end of this, which is really good news, and certainly encourages drivers to take part in what is a great form of single-seater racing. Purist motor racing fans absolutely love Formula Ford for good reason. It's not just for nostalgic reasons. It's for very, very good reasons. These cars teach you how to drive a car.
Very much so, yeah. Always moving around, as they were saying, particularly in these conditions as well. There's always something to do as a driver, and as Andrew Rackstraw was referring to as well, with the sequential gearbox, dog box as well, isn't it, on most of them? So it's backwards for first, and then you go forwards for second and third and fourth. Then, yeah, there's always something to be doing. And Brands is one of those circuits, the Indy circuit, where you can't really relax anyway, because even the straights, they're either not very long or they're not very straight. But a good fight it is. Innes Hickman looking to try and move the number 19 car up from 8th position at the expense of Mark Adkins. He's putting the J-man under pressure, and that little squabble is just allowing the likes of Richard Earle and Simon Pruce in the blue Reynard to pull away.
So Lucas Romanek has been through and completed now 3 laps of this restarted 10-minute race. 4.7 seconds the advantage over Andrew Rackstraw this time. Still battling away with Jacob Tofts in 3rd place. As we say, 3 laps completed, not surprisingly. 2 drivers are sub 1 minute as far as the laps are concerned. Fastest lap has gone the way of the race leader, Lucas Romanek, with a 58.427. And the second quickest time, and the only other sub 1 minute lap, is 59.8 for Andrew Rackstraw in 2nd place.
Yep, so up towards Druids, and Richard Earle's trying to sneak up the inside of the Reynard of Simon Pruce. Simon Pruce having none of it and chopped straight across the nose of the number 52 car. So it's still Pruce, number 13, in 5th position. Richard Earle still there in 6th. Then we've got Mark Adkins and Innes Hickman in 7th and 8th places respectively. That's the quartet of cars feeding their way out of Graham Hill Bend and along the Cooper Straight, whilst over the start-finish line has already gone Lucas Romanek. 4 laps completed. 5.4 seconds is the advantage.
Yeah, pretty good that. So 1 second eked out on that lap. A 58.8 for Romanek and a 59.5 for Rackstraw. Bear in mind, this is a weekend just leading up to for the likes of Andrew Rackstraw. A big weekend next weekend with the Walter Hayes Trophy. 5.5 minutes just under of the race remaining. Lucas Romanek, the car you're looking at now, 73, took the race win earlier on today. Now in the late afternoon sunshine, he continues on his way. Something we didn't mention after race number 1, he didn't put a wheel wrong. Not only did he have a huge advantage, Mark, he didn't put a wheel wrong.
No, he was absolutely perfect, wasn't he? Like a metronome was Lucas Romanek, who last year did win the final 2 Champion of Brands races as well, rounds just 5 and 6 of the championship last year. So here for what is round 5 and 6 again. of the champion of brands. He looks on course to potentially do the double. So of the restarted 10 minutes, we're halfway through that now, so 4 3/4 minutes to go. Lucas Romanek, Andrew Rackstraw, Jacob Tofts all up at the top part of the circuit round through Druids and starting to descend downhill in towards the braking area for Graham Hill Bend. There's a bit of traffic to be dealt with as well, and that is going to be the car of Matthew Smith that has already been gobbled up by Andrew Rackstraw, and Jacob Tofts squeezes his way through and past as they head along the Cooper Straight.
So, just 2 minutes just over of the race remaining. 5 laps completed by the race leader, Lucas Romanek. If you're looking on the live stream, that's Jacob Tofts in the very, very nostalgic Duckham's livery on his Formula Ford. Just looks great, doesn't it? Duckham's livery just looks great on any car that it might appear on, including the Porsches in the Carrera Cup that they have done in previous years, namely with Dan Camish at the wheel of the car just a few years ago. It's just a superb livery, and the colours work so well together. So Romanek, Rackstraw and Tofts have all come through and completed 6 laps now. Fastest lap of the race, 58.4 for Lucas Romanek, and 3.5 minutes of the race remain.
Innes Hickman is still there in 7th place, trying to squeeze his Van Diemen RF89 through and ahead of the 88 of Richard Earl that lies ahead. They're just heading around past pit lane entry now. Just ahead of them is the Reynard, the number 13 car in the hands of long-time Brands Hatch Formula Ford exponent Simon Pruce. Over the start-finish line goes that little trio, and Richard Earl's looking for the inside line on Simon Pruce. He's going to squeeze his way through. Is he at Paddock Hill Bend? Yes. Can he hang on to it on the way out of the corner, or can Simon Pruce get the overlap? No, job done. Up to 5th position goes Richard Earl, down to 6th goes Simon Pruce.
Romanek has been through and already completed 7 laps. Andrew Rackstraw comes through now and completes 7 laps. 8.040 is the gap between them, so 8 seconds between the two of them. Sub 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 40 remain for the race. This race, for those of you just joining on the live stream, was briefly halted for the recovery of 2 cars, be it Neil Tofts and Macklin as well. Their car had to be retrieved, and then a restart over 10 minutes for this race. Final race of the weekend, of the year for the United Formula Fords and champion of brands. Podium presentation coming up at the end of this, and more racing as well for the Miata Trophy. And also pleased to say that we've now got the 1-hour qualifying session for the Enduro cars coming up as well.
Yep, so over the start-finish line, Innes Hickman about to try and go through and ahead of Simon Pruce as well at Paddock Hill Bend. Saw Richard Earl do it on the lap prior. He couldn't quite manage to get it done because he was on the outside line going in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and couldn't quite get the switch back. Simon Pruce now also defending the run up in towards the braking area for Druids. So it's still Richard Earl, Simon Pruce, Innes Hickman. And now that these are squabbling a little bit more, don't rule out the fact that the next of the cars might catch up as well. The number 4 car of Mark Adkins might be able to close in. In fact, no, it's Lucas Romanek that's closing in, rather, I should say, because that's the race leader squeezing his way through past Innes Hickman now. So traffic to deal with for Lucas Romanek. He's built the advantage. He gets past Simon Pruce as well, and is going to get past Richard Earl as well, I think. So all 3 dealt with, and then Simon Pruce sees that as an opportunity now that the race leader has gone through to see whether he might be able to almost carve his way through and gain a place. But Lucas Romanek, having lapped those 3 cars, is going to be heading on to his penultimate lap of the race this time through.
Yep, with just over 1 minute of the race remaining, Lucas Romanek coming up to complete now with 9 laps in the book. It is now, and that lap time, a little slower, 1 minute 0.013 at the end of that lap. Lucas used to doing sub 1 minute. Only 3 cars, the top 3 cars in the order, have gone sub 1 minute around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Bit of a wide moment there for the number 13 car, which is the car which is currently in 7th place, and that's the car of Simon Pruce. Wide moment at Druids Corner, but gets back on the circuit, and no problems there. And we are just 26 seconds away from seeing the checkered flag. Brings down the curtain for the finale meeting for the United Formula Ford, featuring the champion of brands. And this man has been an absolute star.
Yeah, Lucas Romanek has not put a wheel wrong so far today. He's going to get over the start-finish line with just a few seconds left, which means now, with 7 seconds remaining, he heads on to his final lap of the race and sets the fastest lap of the race as well, a 58.239, which is still only a tenth of a second shy of his 58.1 exactly that he did in race 1 earlier.
Wow, that's pretty quick stuff, isn't it? That takes quite a bit, shaves quite a bit off the previous fastest lap of this race, which just goes to prove as the race has gone on, it's got drier and drier. Don't forget, when we started this race, we just had really quite a short, sharp shower, and the track was very, very wet indeed.
It was. I was keeping an eye on what was going on between the car of Andrew Rackstraw and Jacob Tofts, because they were close together going through Paddock Hill Bend, but unfortunately Andrew Rackstraw was able to gap the unfortunate Jacob Tofts, and he couldn't quite get through and ahead of the back markers in time, so he's lost ground then through the next few corners. But out of the final corner comes Lucas Romanek, who is on course to make it a double here at Brands Hatch in the final 2 race of the year for the champion of Brands, exactly as he did 12 months ago when he won the final 2 races, and he sets another fastest lap on the final lap of 58.144, 44 thousandths of a second slower than his race 1 fastest lap. It's going to be Andrew Rackstraw, number 40, that finishes in 2nd place, ahead of Jacob Tofts, who comes through in 3rd position. We wait the arrival of Ben Powney, who will come through in 4th place. He will be the last of the cars on the lead lap, because already having taken the checkered flag of the cars in 5th, 6th and 7th respectively, which is Innes Hickman, Richard Earle and Simon Pruce. Here comes Mark Adkins, he also finishes off the lead lap. And then we've also got through Ben Powney to take the checkered flag, the last of the cars to take the checkered flag. The number 2 car was the final car on the lead lap. So we should very shortly be able to confirm the results for you, but it's another win for that man there, the number 73 car, heading round through Surtees and up towards McLaren and Clearways. Lucas Romanek does the double here at Brands Hatch, so he is the United Formula Ford champion for this year. He is also the champion of Brands for this year as well. So that is a double title for him. Let's just confirm the results for you then for our United Formula Ford Championship race featuring the champion of Brands. Lucas Romanek claims the win from Andrew Rackstraw in 2nd place, and Jacob Tofts was there in 3rd place, completing the podium. Ben Powney was in 4th place. Innes Hickman finished in 5th place with Richard Earle in 6th. Simon Pruce was there in 7th. Mark Adkins was 8th, and the last of the finishers was Matthew Smith, who finished there in 9th position. No finishes for Neil Tofts or for Sean Macklin, both of those cars out, having brought about the red flag that delayed the session. So there's going to be lots of trophies to be distributed by Alan Hyde and co down there on the podium as the cars make their way down there. They'll be chatting to him very shortly. We've got one final race to come up today, which is the last race of the season for the brand new for 2023 Miata Trophy Championship. And then remember, we weren't aware this morning, but it has been confirmed literally a few moments ago that we will now be live streaming the qualifying session for the EnduroKAs as well. So next up is the podium down there with Alan Hyde.
Yep, waiting for the drivers to make their way up, and not only the drivers but also James Beckett, who organises the championship, and members of Martin Down's family to make the presentation of the prestigious Martin Down Trophy, which is standing by behind the podium. See, such a weird day of weather, because we've now got sunshine looking down on what is now becoming an increasingly chilly podium as Lucas Romanek makes his way out of the car. Just make sure everything is switched off, and takes out once again those earplugs, hands them over, and it's all in a day's work for Lucas Romanek. So he chats away. 6 cars have been lined up down in the pit lane, and James is doing his very best to round them all up, but it's never an easy job to round up drivers and get them to the podium. You'd think that they would be very keen on picking up the champagne and doing all those kind of things. However, it sometimes takes a little while for them to do their debrief. They're full of adrenaline, want to have their conversations, and as we say, a plethora of trophies are standing by for the drivers once they appear here on the podium. And 6 drivers will line up backstage, if you like, and then we'll get our trophy presentation underway, our penultimate podium presentation of the day, because we've just got the final race and then the one out of qualifying. But Lucas Romanek makes his way backstage, and the rest of our winners as well. Camera crew make their way onto the podium. Callum doing a great job covering many miles today. Camera crew down in pit lane. James arrives with my sheet of script, and I think we're ready. The final round of the 2023 United Formula Ford season, featuring the champion of brands. Now, a number of awards, so quickly on with the presentation. Class winners from this race step forward onto the podium, where James Beckett will present to the winner of the historic class, first of all, Ben Powney. Well done, Ben. Congratulations, winner of the historic class. And James is going to make the presentation of the trophy. The next class winner is for the winner of the heritage class, and that is Innes Hickman. Well done, Innes. Congratulations. As Ben makes his way off the podium, Innes makes his way onto the podium. And the next award is for the winner of the regional class, and the winner is Matthew Smith. Well done, Matthew. Congratulations. And in fact, the class winners could have all stayed on the podium to enjoy their champagne moment, but they will now make their way off the podium. And the top three finishers to be presented by Jason Down. Jason Down will make the presentation for this Martin Down Trophy event. So Jason makes his way onto the podium. In third position onto the podium, Jacob Tofts. Well done, Jacob. Congratulations. And Jason Down presents the trophy. In second position, Andrew Rackstraw. Well done, Andrew. Congratulations. And he receives his award from Jason Down. And then onto the top step, the winner of the Martin Down Trophy for 2023, Lucas Romanek. Well done. Congratulations. And as they all pose for photographs on the podium after the presentation of the winner's trophy and of course the Martin Down Trophy as well. He hasn't really got enough hands. Put the champagne down, Lucas, and take the Martin Down Trophy. And there we go, all three of them posing together on the podium. That's our champion podium. We won't get time for interviews, I don't think. And now, as it's the season's end, after a successful season of MSVR Formula Ford racing, we can present the 2023 winners' trophies of both the United Formula Ford Championships and the coveted Champion of Brands trophies. And we can very, very quickly redress the podium to make the presentation of the trophy. Is James going to give out the trophy? We've got everything that's standing by. To Lucas Romanek, well done, congratulations, takes the Champions Trophy. And on the top step of the podium, I think that is going to be our final trophy presentation of the day. He's got the Champions Trophy. Thank you, James. We got through it in time for racing to get back underway here at Brands Hatch.
Thank you, Alan. Perfect timing, because we've got the Miata Trophy on the grid. Michael Knibb starts from pole position with Aidan Hills alongside. The red lights go out. It's not a bad start from John Langridge from the second row of the grid at the wheel of the number 5 car. He draws himself alongside Michael Knibb's the pole sitter, and might just nose ahead of him as they're heading towards Paddock Hill Bend. Yeah, so it's Aidan Hills that leads the way. It is going to be John Langridge in second place. Michael Knibb's down into third position as they start to head up in towards the braking area for Druids for the first time. It looks as though it's Will Morris who is there in fourth place, but I think he might almost have outbraked himself slightly there. And did he just slide wide a little bit through Druids, which is still very greasy at that part of the circuit. They descend downhill. No, he's still there in fourth place. Fifth at the moment is Simon Fleet by the look of things, and I think it's Drew Fletcher, the number 26 car, that completes the top 6. We'll pick up on who's leading the Mark 1 category for Class NA in a few moments' time, but the top 4 have broken away from the 5th place car. Aidan Hills leading the way. John Langridge in second place. Then it's going to be Michael Knibbs from Will Morris. That's the top 4. And then we get the gap back with everybody chasing thereafter, the first of which is the blue car with the pink rollover hoop. That will be Simon Fleet, who's there in 5th position. So leading 4 over the start-finish line. Hills from Langridge, Knibbs from Morris. Top 4 separated by around about 1 3/4 seconds at the end of the first lap of racing. Who is leading the Mark 1s in the early stage? Well, the Mark 1s are being led, as you would have expected, by Liam Cochrane, who has largely had the pace of the Mark 1s. We haven't had that many Mark 1s out this year in the Miata Trophy. Hopefully we'll get a few more next year, but he's largely had the pace of the Mark 1s when they have appeared in the category. So for the second time through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, Aidan Hills was leading by 0.8 of a second at the end of the first lap of the race. He finished third bottom step of the podium earlier on today, having stood on the top step in the opening 2 races that we had here at Brands Hatch on the 30th of April. And he's looking to pull away ever more, and it does look as though that lead gap has extended a bit more this time through, as the squabbles further down through the order still raging. Jack Hargreaves fighting away with the 1-2-1 of Gary Smith, and Simon Fleet made a mistake there, and that's going to drop him out of 5th position. So let's just have a quick look as they come over the start-finish line. Yeah, Simon Fleet has had a poor lap. He started that lap in 5th position, and the number 55 car, having gone from 5th, is now going to be down something like 11th, I think it will be. Yes, it is. Yeah, 11th place. 6 places lost there for the number 55 car, the blue car with the Dayglow pink rollover hoop. So not the best of second laps for Simon Fleet. He's left himself a good old chunk of work to do now to try and carve his way back through the order. Aidan Hill's still leading. 1.5 seconds is the advantage between himself and John Langridge. Don Langridge not under huge amounts of pressure as they came over the start-finish line from the 3rd place car of Michael Nibbs. The best of the squabbles through Graham Hill Bend is going to be for something like 8th, 9th and 10th place, as Simon Fleet looks to try and get 1 place back. He's trying to carve his way at the inside of Gary Smith as they went along the Cooper Straight, and will get the job done, I think. Yeah, so a place gain there. So Aidan Hill's leading the way, and at the moment looking good value. Lap after lap, Alan, that lead advantage is going in the right direction.
With the fastest lap as well, a 61.075. It's getting darker, isn't it? And we've been saying it's getting darker all day. That was pretty much before we got a bit of rain, but now it's getting darker because it's getting darker. And it is, yeah, evening is coming in, I think, a little bit early. We've got this 1-hour EnduroKA qualifying session, which will be taking place in the dusk and in darkness. And of course, don't forget, the clocks go back, so extra hour in bed. Do you trust your phone when you set the alarm? Do you trust the phone?
No, I don't, but
no,
it always does it correctly,
I know.
but I never trust it.
No,
yeah.
Well, tomorrow I'm going to trust the phone for the first time in my life. So if I'm not here at 10 o'clock, you crack on without me, and I'll be here when I'm here.
It's a long drive from Hampshire as well, isn't it?
Yeah. It's such an anxious time, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Do you not sleep well?
No, I don't. No, because you're always worried that when you have to get up, it just won't happen.
I know.
Good squabble going on further down through the order. Nick Christofaru having to carve his way back up through the order, and he is now hot on the heels of the number 40 car of Ray Worley, I think that is. So that's the white car with the yellow rollover hoop, just heading up towards Paddock Hill Bend now. This will be the fight for 7th and 8th position. Ray Worley, who's been racing historically in things like Trackday Trophy and Trackday Championship. The introduction of the new Miata Trophy for this year allows him to compete in this and still dip his toe in the Trackday Trophy and Trackday Championship. But a good little fight this is at the moment, isn't it? 7th and 8th place, not a lot to choose between them.
Great little battle as they head down from Druids down towards Graham Hill Bend over to the right-hand side of the circuit. Lovely little turn in, and the two of them continue down the Cooper Straight. Bit of curb on the exit of the corner for the number 21 car, and that's the car of Nick Christofaro. And as they head now towards the completion of the lap, that's through Surtees and McLaren on towards Clearway's Clark Curve. Different line being taken. Some very wet parts of the circuit still, some slightly drier parts of the circuit. We're not sure we're done with the weather before the conclusion of today, that's for sure. There might well be some more little surprise packets coming our way before the end of track action. And certainly that's the potential for tomorrow as well, that we could have a changeable day. If it's not enough to have a just over 8-hour race tomorrow, we've got the potential of changeable weather over the course of the day as well. What is not to like? Yeah, good little fight this one. There's another good fight for 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th positions. Gary Smith, number 121, really feeling the pinch from Charlie Lane that sits behind him. Then you've got the first of the Mark 1s, which is Liam Cochrane, the number 94 car, and just off that is 66, which is Jack Hargreaves. All of those descending down in towards Graham Hill Bend and trying right around the outside. Tries Charlie Lane, and he makes it stick, goes through and ahead of Gary Smith, and now wanting to join in as well and try and carve an opening is Liam Cochrane at the wheel of his Mark 1, so he's more than keeping up with the Mark 3s in this part of the race. So onto the brakes, in towards Clearway's corner. Charlie Lane being run by Misty Racing, who are also out in the Enduro KA qualifying that we'll see coming up very shortly. Gary Smith just having lost 1 place. He's hugely keen not to lose another
but there's still another couple of cars that would be desperate to try and work their way through if at all they can. So the quartet head over the start-finish line, 13 minutes remain.
They certainly do, and 6 laps completed now by the top 11 cars, 13 cars of all completed now. 6 laps in this race, still the fastest lap held by the race leader. It's a 61.075. Car number 8 it is that continues to lead. The advantage, 5.5 seconds over the second place car of John Langridge, and Michael Nibbs still there in 3rd place. 12.5 minutes just over of the race remaining. This is going to be the battle for 11th place, 11th and 12th place, looking at the car of Cochrane. And as they continue on their way, that's Liam Cochrane leading in the class on the top step of the class podium earlier on today, and it is still the number 8 car of Aidan Hills that leads the race.
Yeah, further place lost there for Gary Smith as Liam Cochrane went through. So the Mark 1 car goes ahead of the number 121 machine, and now for the next of the cars queuing up behind, Jack Hargreaves, he'll also want to see what he might be able to do. He's going to be too far away as he heads up towards Paddock Hill Bend, so the black car with the orange wheels and the orange rollover hoop will still remain at the moment in 13th position. We also had a further change for 5th and 6th, didn't we, that time through? Drew Fletcher, number 26, going through and ahead of Alex Miller on that occasion. Alex, remember, came into this weekend lying 2nd in the championship. Mathematically, could still have done something, but wasn't to be. Such was the dominance of Declan Lee in terms of championship scoring earlier on today. Aidan Hills back through, the race leader, number 8, over the start-finish line. That's another lap completed. He is now onto lap number 9. He leads by nearly 7 seconds now.
Yeah, a 7-second advantage, 6.862 seconds to be precise. 11 minutes and 20 seconds of the race remain. That's the second place car you're looking at, the number 5 car and the 3rd place car, and they are now the closest battle on circuit. Remember I said it was getting dark, and I thought it was because it was getting dark. Is it getting dark because it's raining now? Because they've got the windscreen wipers on once again. That second place battle absolutely tied together.
Yeah, a few spits of rain,
through Surtees, through McLaren, with the windscreen wipers on as well. This is a great battle for second place. Langridge just holding the advantage. You cannot afford to put a wheel wrong when you've got someone so close behind. Michael Nibbs right in the tail tracks of the second place car. Yep, it did get dark because it was about to rain, and raining it is.
Yep, so through and over the start-finish line goes that titanic battle for 2nd and 3rd position. John Langridge still keeping at bay Michael Nibbs. He's a quarter of a second shy of gaining the place. Michael Nibbs looking to try and sneak his way up the inside at Druids, but was a little bit too far back. There was almost a mistake there as well, wasn't it, for John Langridge as he came out of Paddock Hill Bend on that occasion. Just put a couple of wheels onto the curb, and that's all you need in these ever trickier conditions. But nice and neat and tidy through Graham Hill Bend. Get a good exit. You can see a little bit of mid-corner oversteer there from the number 82 car of Michael Nibbs as he just had to soar at the steering wheel to try and keep the car pointing forwards. He might have just lost another half a car length as a result of that, and bouncing over the curbs at Surtees and McLaren won't help either.
You can't do this. The conditions are really slippy. You see, you can't do it. You're off into the gravel. You rejoin, and that wasn't a good couple of corners for Michael Nibbs. That has cost dearly.
It really has, and even then, as he came out of the gravel, he almost had another moment as the car slid sideways again. So he's not as yet quite mastered the fact that the conditions are deteriorating all of the time. And as I say, it is a voyage of exploration, isn't it? Every single lap, you could just see he was on the grass on the way in towards Clearways Corner, almost got off onto the runoff tarmac, but just had to sort of rally across his way through the gravel.
The car
and a
was
split
already
second later had
unsettled,
another
Mark,
moment,
wasn't it? The car was already unsettled before turning.
Well, he
into
clobbered the curb, hadn't he, on the inside of
previous
Surtees?
corner. Yeah. Exactly right. Yeah. So the whole car was unsettled. It was a wiggle all the way, and inevitably it was going to end up badly. Fortunately, it didn't end up too badly.
No, he just lost time, didn't lose a place, but has now fallen to 2.8 seconds adrift of the car that he had been hunting down. Looks as though we've got the number 15 car there. Was that recovering from a spin there, Anthony Levy? Because he seemed to be rather slow, didn't he, on that occasion?
Yeah, and this is the 82 car, the recovering 82 car that was right on the tail of John Langridge in second place, and now after that series of corners and perpetually trying to save the car from having a big moment. Did save the car, but lost out a huge amount of time in real terms, as far as time that was lost was concerned, about 2.5 seconds was lost on the previous lap.
So now there's traffic to deal with. So out of the way moves Jude Worley to allow both John Langridge and then Michael Nibbs to go through. So that's another back marker that's been dealt with. Next to the cars that they'll catch then will be a Mark 1 potentially, which is going to be Gary Paddock's car, but that is much, much further up the road than Jude Worley. So waiting the arrival of our race leader to come back over the start-finish line. He's just turning his way through the latter part of the lap at the moment, so through Surtees and McLaren and then on towards Clearways Corner. We are already lap number 12, would you believe, of this race. The lead advantage for Aidan Hills is now up to 8.2 seconds as he is about to very shortly flash his way back over the start-finish line.
So, race leader, Aidan Hills, has completed 12 laps now. 12 laps for the number 8 car, 7.5 minutes just under of the race remaining. That is your race leader, the light blue, orange and silver machine, heading down from Druids and down towards Graham Hill Bend. Langridge in second place, Nibbs in third place, Morris in fourth, Fletcher in fifth, and completing the top 6 is the number 7 car of Alex Miller. Under 7 minutes of the race remain, and the advantage for the race leader, 9 seconds. It has kind of plateaued now. They're in the traffic. Oh, and that's a problem for the leader. You can't afford to be doing that too often, and it's the same place. And yes, still the car wiggling as it comes up towards the exits of Clearways. So exactly the same thing that happened to Michael Nibbs a couple of laps ago. Just a couple of wheels popped into the gravel at Clearways, and you can't get away with that for too long, particularly if you're leading the race.
With Michael Nibbs, he was sort of almost forwards into the gravel, whereas that was sort of sideways, wasn't it, that Aidan Hills almost touched the gravel. I thought he was going to go round, but well saved by Aidan Hills. Good car control, and his lap time was compromised by about 0.3 of a second as a result of that, if not a little bit more. Didn't exactly grab the apex down there at Graham Hill Bend that time through, so maybe now starting to take a slightly wider line to try and seek out the grip a little bit. I would imagine he'll be a little bit more circumspect with his approach towards Surtees and McLaren and Clearways this time through.
It didn't look like it though, did it?
It still looked as though he was pushing hard, didn't it?
Yeah, maybe pushing a bit too much. I don't know. If I had a 9-second advantage, I'd be just backing off a little bit at this stage. We've got 5.5 minutes of the race remaining.
He's a racing driver, Alan.
I know, that's why I'm not.
So that's
far too sensible.
He's not backing off, and you know why I can tell you that? Because he's just set the fastest lap of the race.
Unbelievable.
1 minute, 0 seconds, 0.869, the new fastest lap.
You don't need to be doing this. Just calm down. Yeah, okay, that's not an option.
That is about 2.5 seconds quicker than the fastest lap from race 1. So even in these greasy conditions, just goes to show how bad it was in race 1.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm going to reassess the situation here and say that he's enjoying himself, because he really is. He's throwing the car around.
Well, as long as he doesn't get too enthusiastic, you can ask him about it at the end of the race, can't you? Because we're only 5 minutes away from the checkered flag now.
He'll be bouncing off the podium. Look at how he's driving.
Nice and neat and tidy again up towards Clearways Corner. Doesn't go at all towards the edge of the track like he had been doing earlier on. We have also, did you spot, had a change for second last time through. Michael Nibbs has got himself through and ahead of John Langridge, so that is a change for position.
I did not notice that, no.
Yeah, Michael Nibbs is now through and is ahead of John Langridge, and that will more than please him that finally he's managed to unlock the door. Can he hang on to it though? That's the problem, because there's not been a great deal to choose between those two in the first or the second race. Here they come over the start finish line. Michael Nibbs, yeah, he has pulled away. So did he take the place? He's now 0.7 of a second up the road as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Number 82 car up to second, down to third goes the number 5.
That's a good recovery, isn't it? Because only a few laps ago, really, we were describing not a very clean lap at all for Michael Nibbs. So to recover that, be in second place, good work. Really determined work there.
After those two, then in fourth position, it's still number 17, Will Morris. 26, which is Drew Fletcher's there in fifth place, and Alex Miller completes the top 6 at the moment. All of those cars are Mark 3s. Then we've got the guest class car that's next up in 7th place, which is Nick Cristofaro. And then the leading car of the NA class, so the Mark 1s, is still number 94 in 11th position, which is Liam Cochrane. But whilst he was battling amongst the Mark 3s, he's now very much on his own, really, and has fallen away from those that he was looking to try and bring the fight to. 3 and a bit minutes to go. Aidan Hills completes lap number 16. Here comes Michael Nibbs over the start-finish line. The gap between himself and John Langridge was 0.7 of a second. I think it might have come down a shade that time through. No, it's still 0.7 of a second. They lap to within 14 one-thousandths of a second of each other.
And with just over 3 minutes, in fact now, exactly 3 minutes of the race remaining. They are lapping all about a minute now, so even the race leader is over a minute with these changeable conditions. Aidan Hill's best lap has been a 1:00.869. Last lap was a 1:02.187. And Aidan Hills has completed 16 laps, about to complete 17 laps with 2.5 minutes of the race remaining, just over. Picking through the traffic, and I get the feeling he really is enjoying these conditions.
He's thoroughly enjoying it. He's lapping 2 of his customers' cars there as he sighs his way through them. Yeah, every single lap the car's drifting, and there was only one occasion where it looked as though it was out of control and wasn't quite under his spell. The rest of the time, as the car's moving around, it never gives you a sense that it's not doing anything, that Aidan Hills isn't more than capable of just controlling, and he is controlling it beautifully.
Yeah, really, really good. Just that, as you say, just that one lap where it went just a little bit too much on the edge. I do remember at the British Grand Prix every year, on the Friday in free practice, Michael Schumacher would have an off somewhere around the circuit, and it was a question of finding the limit. Okay, that won't happen again.
Yeah, you dial it back from the limit.
Yeah, exactly
Unless
that.
you spin, you don't know what the limit is.
Exactly that.
We've got somebody that's having an off, though, and we've got a couple of spins, one of whom was Ray Worley at Graham Hill Bend, and the other car that had the off then, I think, was the number 15 car that was just in the process of rejoining, which is going to be Anthony Levy. So a couple of moments for both of those. No such moment for our race leader, because he'll be heading on to his penultimate lap of the race this time through, so he is completing lap number 18. We should squeeze 20 out of this one, which is one more than we managed earlier on.
Yeah, it certainly will.
But the rain's certainly coming down now.
Yeah, it's coming down pretty heavily now, isn't it? It's coming straight down as well, not even an angle to the rain, so this is going to be nasty conditions, well, seemingly not for Aidan Hills. It just means loads more fun, loads more opposite lock, and really push the car on, because this has been a very, very entertaining drive. The wipers going at full speed now, heading around Druids and down towards Graham Hill Bend. Aidan Hills it is that leads. We've got less than 1 minute until the checkered flag. 50 seconds remain on the clock, so this lap plus one more.
Yep, and he has an 11.5 second lead, so no real worry. The best of the fights we've got at the moment is for 5th and 6th position, one would suggest, and that is Drew Fletcher fighting away with Alex Miller, number 26 and the number 7 cars, respectively. There's still a lot of work to be done for others, though, as they try and carve their way through a raft of traffic, which includes Gary Paddock's car that tries to stay out of harm's way, and that has compromised the car of John Langridge, who was trying to squeeze his way through and past Andrew Cahill, but the traffic really didn't help him. He met it just in the wrong place. It's over the start-finish line onto the final lap of the race. Now goes Aidan Hills.
Yeah, he has come through and completed 19 laps now. Let's see what the gap is as we wait for Michael Nibbs to come through in second place, 11.2 seconds. So we can see who is relishing the conditions now as it gets wetter and wetter. It's going to get darker and darker, and we've got an hour's qualifying for the Enduro cars coming up fairly soon here, all on the live stream and all live for you here at the circuit here. There are still some hardy people standing trackside, even though the weather is absolutely pouring down. So well done to everyone for waiting until the end of our final race. Super stuff.
Yeah, and he's already waving his arm out the window, and he's not even won the race yet. Is he going to drift it round the final corner, Aidan Hills? Wouldn't surprise me. Let's have a quick look.
Yeah, yes, he is.
Yeah, he's enjoying this, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Sideways. Brilliant car control. There you go. You've got somebody to chat to on the podium, because that was showboating, if ever there was showboating.
That was superb, and what confidence as well. The win goes the way of Aidan Hills, gets the checkered flag, and what a masterclass in how to drift a car and win a race. Well done.
Yeah, he was celebrating even halfway through the final lap, but that's just because he was just thoroughly enjoying himself. Aidan Hills claims the final win of the season in the inaugural season of the Miata Trophy Championship. Michael Nibbs in second place, John Langridge in third. Fourth place is going to be the car of Will Morris. Fifth will be Drew Fletcher, and sixth should be the car of Alex Miller. For the tail end of the field, Nick Cristofaro had a good run. He wins the guest class. He is the only car in it, but he will come through and finish in 7th place. And then the winner of the Mark 1 class should be the number 94 car. It's already taken the checker flag, which will be Liam Cochrane. So we've only got 2 more cars to take the checker flag. Nick Cristofaro being one of them. At the wheel of his red car, he'll come over the start-finish line. And the last car to take the checker flag, as Cristofaro finishes in 7th, will be Simon Fleet, the number 55 car, who should finish in 8th position. But yeah, what great showboating from Aidan Hills. He might still have been a quarter of a lap away from victory, but he was sideways and had his hand out of the window as he comes in towards the area of the pit lane. So yeah, celebrating with the drift on the final lap, and then still celebrating with the drift on the in lap as well. Brilliant stuff from Aidan Hills. Look forward to hearing what he's got to say to Alan Hyde when he's on the podium very shortly.
How long have we got to fill between the end of the podium and the start of I think we might have a long interview.
He's certainly got plenty to chat about. He enjoyed that one. We should be able to confirm the race results for you as well for the final Miata Trophy. And there is, yeah, brilliant stuff. You didn't see the drift on the final lap, Alan, because you'd already left the commentary boxes. His in-lap drift was even better than the final lap drift, because he was drifting, Alan, but also was waving at the same time. One hand on the steering wheel. Brilliant stuff.
So needed windscreen wipers on the side of the car.
Yeah, a bit like ice racing. Andros Trophy. Aidan Hills claims the win from Michael Nibbs in 2nd place and John Langridge in 3rd. Will Morris was 4th, ahead of Alex Miller in 5th, and Drew Fletcher completed the top 6. Then it was Nick Cristofaro off the back of the grid to come to 7th place. Simon Fleet was 8th. 9th was Ray Worley, and Liam Cochrane completed the top 10, but more importantly, the Turner Property Services car, the Mark 1, was the winner of the Mark 1 category. Then, as we went outside of the top 10, in 11th place is going to be Charlie Lane, was there in 11th place. 12th place goes the way of Jack Hargreaves, with Gary Smith in 13th position. 14th place went the way of Andrew Jamieson, and then it was Andrew Cahill who was there in 15th place, ahead of Anthony Levy in 16th, Gary Paddock, and Jude Worley wrapped up the finishers. And that's the way it finished for our final Miata Trophy race of the day. I'll hand you back downstairs to Alan Hyde for the final podium, and then there'll probably be, after that, a brief pause on the live stream before we get ready for our EnduroKA qualifying in a few moments' time.
Yep, waiting for the drivers to appear. The cars are already lined up just underneath the podium. The rain has stopped again, and just a couple of little spots of rain now as the drivers get out and have their little post-race debrief with each other. And there's plenty of smiling going on down underneath the podium as well. So 5 trophies will be handed out, 2 to our top 2 in the NA class, to Liam Cochrane and to Gary Paddock, and then we'll have top 3 overall and hopefully get a chance to... I think what I'll do is interview Aidan Hills behind the podium, because it's just started raining a bit heavier once again. So we'll come in under the security of the roof that we have behind the podium. And yep, we need 2 trophies for the NA category and 3 trophies for overall and the NC category as well. Are we just about ready? Yes, we are. Very good. We've got trophies in place. That's good news. That's the first stage of the process. The second stage, which takes a bit longer, is getting drivers to stop talking to each other and come up to the podium, because that bit takes a little bit longer normally. But we're ready. We've got plenty of time before we get our next race. Well, not race, but on-track activity of the day underway. And that's going to be the 1-hour qualifying session, which comes up into the darkness here at Brands Hatch. Yeah, just started raining a bit heavier once again, so these changeable conditions continue, and no doubt continue like this tomorrow as well, and potentially next weekend for the big finale for the British Truck Racing Championship and all the support races as well. That's one to look forward to, including the final 6 races of the year for the Legends Cars National Championship. That championship yet to be decided next weekend. It will be. Will Gibson leads the championship. Callum, my cameraman, has arrived, and see how possessive I've got. He's my cameraman now. He's always here to do the podiums, and Aidan Hills has arrived. I can't wait to talk to you. In fact, I'm going to talk to you now. I mean, when it started getting wet and greasy, it looked like you were enjoying yourself. There was a little moment into the gravel that kind of showed you how far you could take it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if anyone was going to notice, to be honest.
Oh, we noticed.
Yeah, I was, obviously we had a nice lead earlier on the race when it was a bit drier. I managed to pull a nice lead, and then, you know, it's the last race this season, and I thought I'd put a bit of a show on a little bit and do a bit of drifting, and it was, yeah, a lot of fun, but then obviously went a little bit too far and managed to get a wheel in the gravel, and I thought I should calm down a bit after that.
But you have to find the limit, and then the final lap was a beauty. You're leading the race. Could have gone wrong, but it didn't.
Yeah, it was good fun. I really enjoyed it. I've got a lot of friends up in the grandstand at Paddock, so
You were showing off, weren't you?
a little bit, yeah.
Well done. We're glad you did. It was super to watch. Let's do our podium, shall we? The NA class, first of all. 2 finishers in the NA class in reverse order. In second place, number 14, Gary Paddock, onto the podium. Well done, Gary. Congratulations. Gets the trophy. Smiling away as he makes his way onto the podium. And the winner, once again, coming in 10th place overall, number 94, Liam Cochrane. Well done, Liam. Congratulations. He takes the category win and will step onto the top step of the podium where the cameras are there, and on the far side, there's hardy members of the team clapping away down in pit lane. That's good to see. Thank you guys for making an atmosphere for our class winners on the podium. They make their way off the podium to make way for the overall top 3 and the NC class. Third place, number 5, John Langridge. Well done, John. Congratulations, gets the trophy and will climb onto the third step of the podium. In second place, and it was a bit of a comeback as well, number 82, Michael Nibbs. Well done, Michael. And he also had a little bit of a moment at Clearways and came back and finished up in second place. But the ever-entertaining winner, Aidan Hills. Well done, Aidan. Congratulations. And so he's got his guests here and put on a great show, not just for the guests, but for us as well. It was super to watch. Umbrellas are being waved down in the pit lane. And if they could all bunch up together, please, on the top step of the podium to get a nice photograph from the pit wall of all 3 of them with their trophies. And that is our podium for the Miata Trophy, our final race of the year and our final race of the weekend. They hold up the trophies. Aidan takes the win. And Michael, I'll have a quick word with you as the other drivers make their way off the podium. You did have to have a bit of a comeback there, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I messed the start up, which wasn't great. Yeah, and then I made a few mistakes. It was a bit of to-ing and fro-ing.
Could have been a little bit worse, actually, because your car was wiggling for quite a long way.
It was, yeah. I think
As well, you know.
Yeah, a bit of a scary moment.
It was. Well done. Many congratulations. And maybe have a quick word with John Langridge. John, do you want to step forward and have a chat to us? The changing conditions have been the story of today. You can't plan for anything, can you?
Not really, no. At one point this morning, I think it was actually sunny and blue sky.
It was summer. That was summer.
Well, yeah, and it was still raining.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
So it's it's tricky conditions, but same for everybody. Yeah. And congratulations to those boys. They drove really well. My car was mega, put together brilliantly by Miller Motorsport, and thanks everyone for supporting. And the marshals for being out there, you know, braving it all. Sun, rain, you know, well done to them.
You're right, John, well said. Thank you very much indeed. So, John Langridge in third place and Michael Nibbs in second place, and Aidan Hills takes the win. Our final race of today here at Brands Hatch. It is raining, not too heavily, but we've got one more thing to look forward to at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit today. 1 hour of qualifying for the Enduros cars. It's coming up.
Thank you, Alan. It's coming up, but it's coming up after a short break. They are not scheduled to get qualifying underway for at least another 40 minutes yet. Now, they may choose to start early, but for the meantime, if you're here at the circuit, then seek a little bit of shelter, get out of the rain for a period of time. If you're watching a live stream, go and stick the kettle on and make sure that you are back, because I would say around about 5 o'clock, 10 past 5 at the absolute latest will be when qualifying will get underway for the Enduro KAs in advance of the IndyCar 500 tomorrow. So from Alan Hyde and myself, for the moment, we'll say goodbye, but we'll catch you probably in the next 30 to 40 minutes. We'll be back with the qualifying action. Welcome back to Brands Hatch, everybody. If you're here at the circuit, then we've got the EnduroKA qualifying coming up, or if you've just rejoined us on the live stream, welcome along. It has been raining quite a bit over the course of the last 40 minutes or so since we got our last race done and dusted here of the day, but this 1 hour qualifying session coming up that will set the grid for the 2023 edition of the IndyCar 500 as its badge, the 500-minute race, 8 hours and 20 minutes, that will take place tomorrow. Mark Werrell and Alan Hyde still joining you in the commentary. The cars are out there on circuit, Alan. It's greasy, it's slippy, it's less than ideal. These cars might not have a great deal of power, but they're also quite a short wheelbase, so once they get away from you, you plank your foot down in a front-wheel drive car to pull it out of a skid. You haven't got a great deal of power to pull it out, is the problem.
Well, you would know, because you've driven these cars, haven't you?
Yeah.
And driven in this event
I've done this event twice in the past,
yeah,
yes.
Well.
Yeah. And we've got a safety car out already, according to this.
Oh.
Quite why we've got... right, it's because we've got one car in the gravel trap already up at Clearways Corner. So, and I'm afraid it's the number 11 car that has gone off, which is the 11 tenths racing car. And that car was in the hands of Paul Stout, was the driver that was notified was going to be in that. And there's another car that stopped part the way along the Cooper Straight by the look of things. I can't quite tell which that one is from its position, but it does suggest it might be car number 38. Would that match with the colour that I was expecting of that car? Yes, it was. So that's the Essex and Kent Motorsport, Bradley Kent, Lewis Kent and Nathan Kent car. And that car was due to be in the hands of C. Kennedy, who is not on my entry list. So who do you have in the 38 car, Alan? Because you've got a different entry list to me.
In the 38 car, I've got Bradley Kent,
yes.
Lewis Kent and Nathan Kent.
Right, but you haven't got a C. Kennedy.
No, I haven't, no.
That's who's shown on the driver screen, right, OK.
OK, should we add that in?
We will need to. I mean, the one thing I haven't really done today, to be fair, is look at the notice board, because... and if I refresh that, for which the internet connection has been less than ideal today, click on the Programme Amendments tab. And
the thing about a commentator, everyone, is whatever they do, they have to commentate upon it. So this is what Mark is doing now, is just taking you through a fundamental Google Chrome exercise.
No Programme Amendments.
Oh,
so,
okay.
so C. Kennedy remains a mystery for the moment.
OK, all right. Well, we've added C. Kennedy.
Right. So that not really the start we were expecting, was it?
Not really. We've got an hour of this, and some of the cars have got 5 drivers to qualify during this 1 hour period. So,
what, 12 minutes a driver, including the swap overs? It's not much, is it?
Time is of the essence. Where do I get twine from? I've no idea. It's been a long day.
It has been. It's going to be a long day tomorrow as well, isn't it?
Well, not as long. And also, it will feel an hour later than it is anyway.
Yes, that is very true.
Yeah.
That is very. The other thing I like about this event as well is that you get to see all of the colours of the cars in the daytime, and then at night time, it's very different. It's much harder to pick them out. He says, getting in his commentary excuses nice and early. So what you tend to rely on then is the light positions of the car. So is it a single spotlight on the car at the front? Is it a twin spotlight? Is it like the number 22 car, which has LEDs all around the front of it, green LEDs, so you can spot it? So the cars come alive in a different way, don't they, at night?
Yeah, we had a couple of night races for the BTCC, and it was quite super seeing what they did to illuminate the cars. Many of them had a sort of a livery that illuminated in the floodlights over the course of the night. I remember Matt Neal's Honda absolutely lit up like a Christmas tree. There were no lights on it, but it just had luminous stickers on the side of it. Absolutely superb. So it is always interesting to see how they look at night time. That's the magical time for these races, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Racing at night, it doesn't matter whether it's Enduro KA or Le Mans. Yes, I fully appreciate there's an enormous difference between the two, but there's something about cars racing flat out on a circuit at night, isn't there?
Yeah, on the plus side, it's very humid at Le Mans most of the time. So this is a more comfortable temperature.
If I recall the last time I went to Le Mans, it was miserable, albeit that was a long time ago.
It's one
now.
or the other. It's either boiling hot and really humid, or really humid and pouring down with rain. So it's one or the other. Never really anything in between.
Who can we expect to feature towards the sharp end of this qualifying session? Well, number 46, Milnair Racing, I would suggest would be one to watch out for. GM Performance have gone well well this year as well on occasions. Certainly one of the cars that without question you need to watch out for is number 12, Pro-Am Racing. They have claimed 2 wins so far this year. They're the only car that's claimed 2 wins. One was at Cadwell Park, one was at Alton. They also finished second at Snetterton, so they are well worth watching. Last time out, Castrap Racing took a podium. That's a number 55 car at Alton Park. Autotech Motorsport, their 2 cars, number 64 and 65, have both finished on the podium so far this year. In fact, they were both on the podium at Cadwell Park. One was second and one was third. And the other car that at Alton Park also came right to the sharp end was number 27, which is Catastrophe. So those are the cars I would suggest worth watching out for. There's one more I've missed out, and that was a Donington Park winner. Wingat Racing, the number 3 car, is another one to keep an eye towards. So those are some, but that's not to rule out a raft of the others, including, of course, some cars that we haven't seen in for the full season. And one of those, Alan Hyde, car number 128, JTR, driven by overall Le Mans winner and factory Porsche driver, Nick Tandy.
And also, you missed out one of the attributes of Nick Tandy, jolly good bloke.
Yes, absolutely.
A really good guy, very, very down to earth. You'd never know he's achieved half of what he's achieved over the years. Absolutely love the guy. So, yeah, brilliant to have Nick out.
Former race winner here, won the Enduro Ka IndyCar 500 back in, I think it was 2019. I think it was the year that I first raced in it, 2019. And then they finished on the podium last year, but that podium was taken away from them for some, I think, technical issues at the time. The car wasn't presented post-race scrutineering, so it was removed from the results, one of a couple that were over the course of last year. So there'll be other ones to watch out for, but there's a whole host that we need to consider. And another one I was going to say was going to be the OnlyFans-backed car, which was the Enduro Motorsport car, but we haven't got Marcus Clutton behind the wheel of that car this weekend. It is being driven by others.
Which car is this?
This is the number 39 car, is it? No, we haven't got a 39, so it can't be that one. It is being run by Graves, I think, that are running the car. No, it's not. It's being run by LDR, I think.
Okay. 49?
69. 69. Brad Godbold and Lee Pearce. I think it's that one.
Okay.
So I think it's that
I
one.
prefer the idea that Napa Racing drivers Dan Camish and Dan Rowbottom want to start a website for the winter called Only Dan's. And it's a subscription service. And for any of their content over the winter, you have to pay money. A great idea.
A very good idea.
Great idea.
A very good idea. So we're still under safety car. I think the cars that brought about this safety car period have now pretty much been extracted from either the gravel trap or towed off the grass, and the safety car is peeling its way into the pit lane. So the first 9 minutes of this session have all come to not a great deal. The cars have done sort of 2-3 laps, but the drivers haven't really set a time. So particularly if you've got 5 drivers in the car now, you need to crack on with it, don't you? Safety car is in. Team manager of car number 734 to report to race control, which is Ferguson Motorsport, already having to point themselves in the direction of race control.
Yeah, I noticed that. That came up a little while ago. I mean, we have no way really of knowing what that would be about. But we did get one of these hugely comedic moments earlier on in the commentary box up here, which is, for those that don't know, we are on the top of the tower, which is the admin floor, the timing floor, race control floor, and we're the commentary box right on the top. And it's always entertaining. We had it with British Superbikes a few weeks ago, that someone is told to go to race control, and they appear rather sheepishly in the door of the commentary box, and so apparently I've got to come and see you to be told off. What have you done? No, not the right room. Sorry, it's one floor down.
The confessional box.
Yeah, I mean, it's always quite entertaining to watch them apologise for a little while and then tell them they're in the wrong place. We had it this afternoon.
Team manager of car number 11 to race control. That was the car that brought about the safety car period. There was a bulletin that went out earlier on this week to all of the team managers and all of the drivers, indicating that in the past there have been a few too many cars skitter off in damp conditions into gravel traps, and therefore they would be quite stern with having words with people that skitter off into gravel traps. And the number 11 car doing it on the very first lap probably is one of those then that just need to talking to say, look, get your 3 laps in. You know, it's a long race tomorrow. It almost doesn't matter where you qualify. As long as you stay out of trouble in the race, you're going to pick your way through the order. So we've got a few cars with non-working transponders as well that we need to try and weave into this one. So top of the times at the moment is car number 734, the car that had to point itself in the direction of race control. That is the car that is in the hands of Billy Ferguson, the JTR racing machine, car number 128. That's a Napa liveried car of Nick Tandy, is second quickest, 1 minute 12.372. And Graves Motorsport, the number 44 car, is currently third quickest, which is Frankie Taylor that's behind the wheel of that one. Car that I've driven a couple of times so far this season, the number 1 car of Burton Power in the hands of Tommy Valentine, Flat Shift Tommy as he's known, is currently fourth quickest, 1 minute 13.779 from that car. Ian Mitchell and GM Performance were next up, but a quick time has just come in from Jack Wright at the wheel of car number 46 for Milnair, who were winners at Snetterton, 1 minute 11.984 for Jack Wright at the wheel of the Milnair car. So he is working his way through the order.
We've had a present delivered to the commentary box by the Orange Army, and that's a garage list. That's gold for us. That's very helpful.
Yeah, it is, because the garage list I got just had team numbers on it. It did not have car numbers on it, so that proves very useful potentially.
That's really helpful, yeah. We like the Orange Army.
We certainly do.
Yeah.
We couldn't do it without them,
Good
that's
people.
absolutely for sure.
Good people.
And some of the Orange Army have been racing up at Alton Park this weekend, haven't they, in an endurance race up there?
Oh, have they?
They have,
No,
yeah. There was a
that.
competition that was run with one championship. I'm not going to mention it because arguably it could be a competitor to KA. Yeah, the prize was that 3 marshals got the opportunity to race a car at
cool
Alton
is
Park. And with another marshal on reserve as the reserve driver, and the other marshal was crew chief. So 5 of them got the opportunity to be a fundamental part of the action up at Alton this weekend.
What a great thing.
So Ferguson Motorsport and Billy Ferguson still topping the times at the moment, 7/10 of a second quicker than Milnair Racing Jack Wright. Nick Tandy for JTR, which is the number 128 car, is third quickest. And then it's the 44 car of Frankie Taylor that's fourth. Tommy Valentine is fifth, and car number 121, that's a car I said to watch out for as well, which was Calamity Racing. That's Marcus Batty and Andrew Hinch. They are currently 7th quickest now because Pro-Am Racing have just improved. Car number 12, double winners so far this year. And we have just seen Justin Roberts move that car up into 6th position in the early stages.
There are going to be quite a few amendments coming out, I would imagine, because one of the cars, 2 of the cars, 3 of the cars have only got 1 or maybe 2 drivers listed. So the 44 Graves Motorsport entry has only got 1 driver so far. I don't know if you've got more.
Which is that one, me?
44.
I've got Nicky Taylor and Frankie Taylor on my list.
Okay, I haven't got Frankie, so
right.
I can add Frankie. Thank you. Can you do it with 2?
Yes, you can, yeah. Yeah, you can do it with 2.
And be worn out at the end of it?
You'd be very worn out at the end. Yeah. For races of more than 6 hours duration, no driver may drive for longer than 3 hours continually and must rest for at least 1 hour between driving stints. There was a small amendment to the regs, though, for Snetterton, which tweaked that very, very slightly. And for races of more than 6 hours, no driver may drive for more than 60% of the race. So you can do it on just the 2 drivers. So provisional pole sitting car back in the pit lane. So first few laps have been turned for Billy Ferguson. So now either Dan Ferguson, Joe Ferguson or Tom Bell will be taking over that number 734 car.
Napa have supported a huge amount of motorsport in this country this year, haven't they?
They have, they really, really have.
It's
Yeah, I mean,
superb.
they did say when they were coming over to the UK, they wanted to start to make a big impression and capture the UK market, because a few years ago, they didn't have a presence here at all.
No.
And I think you were alluding to it with Jacob Toft's Formula Ford car, the Duckham's liveried car. You know, that's another blue and white livery, Napa Racing. Doesn't matter what you put it on, it just looks good. Whether it be Paul Rivette's truck that will be here next weekend, whether it be British touring cars, whether it be EnduroKAs.
Yeah. And the fact that this works, because the colour scheme goes into the brain, and I'm driving around and I'm seeing cars driving around supplying parts to garages and all that kind of stuff. I'm seeing the Napa logo on the back of the van. It's probably been there for years, but I'm only noticing it now because I associate it with excellence in motorsport this year. They couldn't have done any more in the British touring cars, could they?
They certainly couldn't. No, absolutely, with Ash Sutton claiming his 4th championship title. Looking there at the number 49 car, which is LDR Performance Tuning, that was David Bywater, who, again, I've raced with in the past. He was one of my teammates in one of the cars in my first year, I think, competing with it. He is sharing the car this weekend with Adrian Clark, who is MSV employee, who's regularly raced in EnduroKAs.
And I spoke to Adrian at the end of 2 seasons ago, And he said to me, do you know, I'm thinking of doing a couple of endurance races next year. I don't know if that's going to be a good thing or a bad thing. And then I see his name on the entry list. Clearly, it was a good thing. He's enjoying it, which is
He has
great.
been enjoying it. He's done quite a lot this year.
Has
he
he?
hasn't done every round, but he's been out at a few of them.
Has he really? Yeah, good for him.
And has thoroughly enjoyed it. In the pit lane, car number 888, that is Boston Racing. Cars have to park at 45 degrees to the garage and are then pushed back by the mechanics. Andrew Fells brought that car into the pit lane. It was no doubt likely to be a change of driver, but we've got a new car that's now gone to the top of the times because Jack Wright for Milnair Racing, the number 46 car, that's the car that won at Snetterton, 1 minute 11.602, now sees it go to the top of the times. Frankie Taylor for Graves Motorsport, number 44, is second quickest, and after his stint, Nick Tandy for JTR, the number 128 car, third quickest. Those top three cars separated by 7/10 of a second.
So we are already a quarter of our way into this session, just about, aren't we? Just over. 43 minutes of the session remains. Quite a bit of it has been run under safety car. They've got an 8-hour, 20-minute race tomorrow. 275, that's the Lifeline Racing entry. Niall, I can't pronounce the surname. I can take a run up at it.
I put it to Google Translate last night and it came back as Jagar.
That's very good. I'll leave it at that.
You're right.
Joe Davis, Morgan Charlesworth, Jack Lane and Scott McIntyre. So they've got a full car. And the car was just off on the grass. It got going again, so that's good news. No requirement for another safety car intervention. And they could do without another safety car intervention, really, couldn't they? They could do with full running for the remaining 42 minutes of this.
It's amazing how just in the first 18 minutes the light has really gone, hasn't it?
It's
really
night-time.
starting to look very much twilight and night time. It will be pure black, pitch black by the time we get towards the end of the session. I mean, we do have temporary lighting, don't we? Gantries both at the start line and at pit lane exit, and I think there should be another one at pit lane entry as well, just to illuminate the pit lane areas. Those are usually put up, but the rest of the circuit is all in darkness, as we've still got some cars shuffling through the order. Tom Valentine for Burton Power has just gone third quickest, 1 minute 12.166 for Tom Valentine. So Nick Tandy fourth quickest, and now Tom Valentine goes second quickest, provisionally onto the front row of the grid for the number 1 car, Burton Power Racing, who won the first ever EnduroKA race that was held at Donington Park. And now joining him up at that sharp end is car number 736 for Ferguson Motorsport. That is going to be in the hands of Shane Deegan. 1 minute 11.817, only 84 thousandths of a second off getting himself provisionally on the front row of the grid. More pit stops going on. Carl Lamity in the pit lane. That car has no working transponder, so it's showing as though it's missing at the moment.
Team names. Carl Lamity.
Well, I quite like car number 333, Carhunas, as well.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. It reminds me of many happy years spent talking about the 2CV 24-hour race for however many hours.
24, I would guess.
Not always.
All right.
No, once 25. Just to celebrate.
Oh, was it? Right, OK.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
They put an extra hour on, did they?
Yes.
A bit like the one at Spa, wasn't it?
Yes.
Leon Bidgeway just goes fifth quickest at the wheel of car number 3. That's Wingat Racing, who were the winners at Donington Park earlier on in the year. 1 minute 12.040 for Wingat Racing. Now, they are 20 thousandths of a second shy of the next car, but only 17 thousandths of a second up the road from the car behind them, which is car number 341, which is JW Motorsport. And that is one car that's got 5 drivers in it. Joel Wren, Lee Small, Declan McDonald, Joe Wigan, and Alice Hughes is in that one as well, actually. So there's another name that we recognise. They're hunting in packs, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
A wave out the window from K&F Racing.
Well, that's quite a pack. A 5-car pack. Sort yourselves out. Paddock's coming next.
Oh, almost a bit of bunt drafting there as well. That was, I think that was Boston Racing, wasn't it? They were trying to sneak up the inside of K&F Racing. They managed to sort themselves out by the time they get towards Paddock Hill Bend, however.
I always find it's best to, sort yourselves out before you get to the corner. And they did. So a 5-car train heads up towards Druids, that's the number 21 car. K&F Racing, Chris Bryant, Tristan Blaine, Tony Barson, Adam Bettinson in that car.
Yeah, Adam Bettinson's behind the wheel of it at the moment, I think. And it's circulating down in 24th position. A good improvement there for the number 22 car, AFK Racing, Nick Creed. 1 minute 12.955 from Nick, so he is pressing on. There was also a good improvement for the number 65 Autotech Motorsport car. That is in the hands of Jonathan Ogden at the moment. But for the number 21 car of Adam Bettinson, where is it going to put this car this time through? K&F Racing were 25th. He's about to thread his way over the start-finish line now. And that light blue car, let's have a quick look, does not improve. No, still stays in 25th position, car number 21, no improvement.
38 minutes just over of this 1 hour qualifying session remains. That means that 36% of this session is complete. And it is going to be a busy pit lane, with driver changes being effected for some of the cars, as we've said. 5 drivers sharing the car, which in turn presents a problem. You were talking earlier on about the best way of sorting this out is to have drivers of similar weight for the overall weighing in of the car. But also it's driving position as well, so similar sizes can be useful, can't it?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, when I raced with Burton Power earlier on this year at Donington, the seat was a little bit tight for me. You know, Tom Valentine is a slight chap, but Andy Burton, similar age to me, but he's a little bit narrower in the shoulder, and I could really feel it. My left shoulder, because it's predominantly a right-hand circuit, yeah, you could really feel it just with the compression of the seat as you're trying to squeeze your way into it. So yeah, very similar drivers. It's better because you haven't got to adjust the seat belts as much, you haven't got to adjust the seating position, and the seat then fits everybody as well, and nobody's uncomfortable. So it does make a bit of a difference to make sure that everybody is of a similar size or height or width or girth, as the case may be. So at the top of the times, we've got Jack Wright still. He has just gone through and posted another new improved provisional pole time at the wheel of the number 46 car. So a 1 minute 10.645 for Jack Wright. Now that is the car that won at Snetterton. It's the same driver pairing, so it's Jack Wright sharing with his dad George Wright, and also in there is Johnny Milner, who is a former British rally champion, wasn't he? And also very, very quick at rallycross as well back in the day.
Again, a really nice guy as well. And his daughter, a racer.
Katie, yeah.
And also an ambassador for women in motorsport as well. So yeah, Katie's the modern generation. And Johnny, good to see him back behind the wheel. He was a very, very useful rally driver. Really good.
And still rather handy now as well. So we've got...
And a proud dad.
Well, Katie's been doing all right, wasn't she? She was scooped up by the McLaren Academy, wasn't she, into the year of British GT in the 570S a couple of seasons ago. So, yeah, he'll be taking over that car at some point. Having taken over car number 736 now for Ferguson Motorsport, who are second quickest. We've now got Torbjörn Aston behind the wheel of that one. He shares the car with his father, Damon Aston. And also there's another member of the Aston family that races as well. That's Kane Aston, who you regularly see racing the Mini Miglia Championship.
Very much so, and a very able Mini driver for many years, Kane Aston.
So it's Milner Racing. We've just had a spin for the number 64 car recovering. That's the first of the 2 Autotech cars. That's the car that finished second at Cadwell Park. And that car at the moment is in the hands of Sam Jewell. So that's recovered from its little moment going through Clearways Corner, and we'll crack on again. Yeah, the difficulty is for those drivers where you've got 5 drivers, Alan, and you've only got 60 minutes. Well, 60 divided by 5 is 12, but that doesn't account for the fact that you've got to come into the pit lane, change drivers and go back out again.
And have a safety car.
And have a potential... So you're only going to get about 8 minutes or 8 laps behind the wheel of it before you need to come in and change over.
It's not much, is it?
No, it's not much.
An hour has gone very, very quickly. Proof of that is we've only got 34.5 minutes of this session remaining. So you have to make the most of this, don't you? And pretty much rely on other people not having a problem that causes another safety car intervention. We had one really, really early in this session. We don't really need another one.
Yeah, it's also need to keep an eye on what's going on with the number 38 car as well, because Boston Racing, Andrew Fells, Jacob Fells, Eduardo Courier and Matthew Binstead. That's the car that stopped out on circuit on the outlap. In reality, it has not reappeared into the session as yet. It's still in the garage. So we've got 4 drivers there that we need to qualify at some point. And when do you do that? When the race starts very early on tomorrow morning?
Well, potentially. I think I have seen a car, although we can't make noise. And we do have a problem. We have 2 cars, like the Camel livery on the 88 car. That's one of the cars involved. That's the Camel Racing.
Carmel Racing, yeah.
Camel Racing.
Is it Carmel? Because it's a Ford car.
Yeah, Carmel Racing. Yeah, but with the Camel logo on the car.
You know what I thought would look a because we've seen a few liveries. We've seen like a silk cart.
Right.
Silk cart. We've seen.
It's pushing it.
We've seen a few different liveries on these cars, all harking back to things. There's one that looks like the Rapid Fit Ford that we've seen as well. Just have a quick look at the spin. Oh, they both got together, actually, by the look of things. And then another car spun in sympathy subsequently. So a little bit of contact called the spin for Carmel there. I thought one that would be quite a good livery to see would be, you remember the old BASF tapes?
BASF, yeah.
Yeah. With the red car with the white roundels, wasn't it?
Yes.
A KASF.
Yeah,
that would look a really nice livery, wouldn't it?
That's cool.
So they sorted themselves out. The other car that left the scene as well was Graves Motorsport, Nicky Taylor, Frankie Taylor's car. Number 44 car in the hands of Frankie Taylor. 5th quickest, avoided the contact with that spinning car that was directly ahead of it. We've also now just seen an improved time for Wingate Racing, Donington Park winners, and Leon Bidgeway has just gone 4th quickest at the wheel of the number 3 car with a 1 minute 11.298. Top 5 cars all within a second of each other at the moment, so not quite as close as I expect it to be in these tricky conditions out there. Some drivers enjoying it, others probably well pleased to conclude their session and get back out the car. But tomorrow it doesn't look any better, does it, the weather?
I like the team name of 41 as well. Row Rage Motorsport, Alex Butler, Greg Caswell, Sam Rowe and John Rowe. Row Rage, very good. They do think about this, don't they? Probably down the pub, most of them, when they come up with these team names, I reckon. And I reckon one of the sentences they use when coming up with the names is, do you think we'll get away with that?
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
So, Misty Racing being chased around the circuit by Kahuna's race team. And also squeezing its way through there goes the number 65 Auto Tech Motorsport car. So both of those go through and ahead of the number 72 car of Misty Racing, which at the moment is in the hands of Marcus Roswell-Potts, Francis Faulkner, Ian Manners and Jack Giles, all scheduled to share just the one Misty Racing car that's out this weekend. They've got 72, they haven't got 172 out, which is the sister car to it that regularly races.
I'm looking through for KA team names now, looking down the entry. There's a few more that we haven't gone through, you know.
Touring Kart Racing.
Oh, I didn't see that. Where's that?
That's number 40.
Yes, very good. We've got KA Strapped Racing, so Cash Strap Racing, and we've also got Catastrophe.
And Calamity as well.
Calamity we had, Catastrophe I think that's it for puns.
There's always a few, yeah. There's every year. There's some teams that come in. There's always new ones as well, new ones that you haven't thought of, where they put another play on words.
I'm going to be doing all night trying to come up with new team names.
Car number 112, which is one of those, Catastrophe, has just moved up in the hands of Simon Bonham. Car number 102 now goes 14th quickest with a time of 1 minute 12.417. Our camera guys out there still trying to do a reasonable job of trying to keep up with what's going out there on circuit. The problem is there's that many cars out there and circulating, and time's chopping and changing all the time. It's difficult to understand what's going on, and equally as much when it gets to darkness, they're really going to struggle to pick out the cars, aren't they? So hats off to the camera crew.
Doing a really good job. We've got an interesting and rather funky camera angle looking down on the pit lane, because it's sort of going with the lights. It's going into a sort of a kaleidoscope mode. So we'll have an arty shot tomorrow, I reckon, by the time it gets dark, which I reckon will be around about 5 o'clock. It's going to be dark tomorrow, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It is. The car that's 5th quickest, Graves Motorsport, Frankie Taylor, has just completed qualifying for that car. I think we see Frankie out next weekend here racing in the Mini Trophy at Brands Hatch. I'm sure he's also doing some Mini Trophy racing, and they conclude their championship season next weekend here at Brands Hatch. You can see the pit lane's rather busy. The start-finish line is rather busy. All the cars were instructed at the start of their session to put their lights on, and you can see some of them just running the standard 2 headlamps. A good chunk of them now running larger spot lamps across the front of the car, or in the case of the Wingat racing car that's just exiting the pit lane now, you can see they've got 2 spotlights a bit lower down on their car, whereas for most of the others they are sort of bonnet mounted. So we've still got number 46, Milnair Racing, leading the way. Jack Wright set the time. Father George Wright is now behind the wheel of the car. Torburn Aston, car number 736 for Ferguson Motorsport, that's second quickest, only by 49 thousandths of a second, has come back into the pit lane. So that will be for a change of driver. And what's this? We're getting a replay of the windscreen wipers that aren't on the windscreen of the Grace Motorsport car. They're working, that's for sure.
Is that what windscreen wipers look like if they're not on the windscreen?
They're dancing, aren't they?
I had no idea.
It's not going to clear much water, is it, that?
It looks a bit like those sort of chaps with the long arms, the inflatables.
Yes, yes, where they... Yeah, they
I don't know what the name of them is.
I was thinking more of one of those little plastic daisy flowers that solar powered and dances. Yeah, I was thinking more of one of those.
Yeah, I had one of those. By the way, we haven't been talking about people that have been texting into BH Comms box. And,
I didn't realise we had to.
No, I don't think we do, but I just picked up on it earlier. Hello to Mimi. Really nice words. Thank you, Mimi. Paul Coys sent us an image of a rainbow earlier on that we didn't see here at Brands Hatch live, so thank you, Paul, for that. And he also rather likes the idea of a website called Only Dan's for Dan Rowbottom and Dan Camish. Yeah, we all do. In fact, Dan Lloyd could get involved in that.
He'd be allowed, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he'd be allowed. If your name's not Dan, you're not
coming in. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's have a look. What have we got now? We've had Ferguson Motorsport have changed from Torburn Aston, so Dad's now on board.
That's the arty shot I was talking about.
Damon Aston. Does look good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Really.
Does look good, with the refraction of the light off the lens of the camera and everything else as well. Burton Power were in. It's still showing us Tommy Valentine is behind the wheel of that car. But it does take a while, Alan, you might not be aware of this, for the new driver names to pop up, because what we used to have at EnduroKA was what was called the Hue Tag system, where you had a separate chip on your wrist and you would scan out at a separate point at pit lane exit. That's not being used anymore now. It is an online portal that the team managers use, and they submit back to race control the driver change and the time of that driver change. That gets picked up by timekeeping, and it might be a minute or two later when the system gets updated.
Big spin, and is that for the number 9 car?
I thought that was Orca Sport, possibly 74.
Beg your pardon, right.
And it is. Which is another KA name, of course, Orca Sport. So that was another one we'd missed.
We did, just briefly. And we're going to take it in turns to do the pit lane tomorrow, aren't we?
We are, yeah, because it's going to be a bit cold and wet, isn't it? Yeah, just see Orca Sport there, just all of a sudden, just snatched away very, very quickly. It wasn't as though there was a bit of a wiggle of trying to save it. Just broke away instantly, that car.
It did. Gets back on the circuit, and no need for safety cars or anything like that to get the car recovered. It got going on under its own steam. So how are we going to work this? I'll do the dry bits in the pit lane and you do the wet bits.
That doesn't sound particularly fair to me, to be perfectly honest.
I think it's going to be split half and half. It's going to be wet and dry tomorrow.
What we usually do is, for the first 20 minutes, half an hour of the race, it tends not to have too much going on. We did have 1 year where we already had a big accident in the first couple of laps. So, so if cars have problems, yes, we might wander down. But for the first 20 minutes of the race, we'll let the race settle down, and then we'll do, I don't know, hour stints down there, hour and a half stints down there, whatever you wish to do.
Okay.
Well, it saves one of us getting too cold and wet all day, doesn't it?
What I wish to do is to only go down there when it's dry. So,
no, that's not going to happen, because that's not fair.
Okay, all right. Okay.
And what happens if it's wet all day?
You have to pull me kicking and screaming, I'm afraid.
Oh, they'll be pulling, they'll be. So in terms of times at the moment, Milnair Racing and George Wright, the number 46 car, still topping the times at this stage. 7:36, which is the first of the two Ferguson Motorsport cars, now in the hands of Damon Aston, is second quickest, and third quickest is the sister car to it, which is now Billy Ferguson, that's behind the wheel of 734. Fourth quickest is number 1, that's Burton Power Racing, still showing us Tommy Valentine behind the wheel. Fifth quickest is number 3, and that is going to be Amy Watts, that's behind the wheel, daughter of Patrick Watts, who also is racing Amy in the Mazdas, as well as doing other endurance races as well. Races a bit of historics every now and again as well, the likes of Mark 1 Minis. And it is Frankie Taylor, the number 44 car for Graves Motorsport, that completes the top 6 at this stage.
Amy's been doing really well. I've been sort of following her since I... was it one of these races that I first met when she'd broken her leg?
Might not be one of these. It might have been BARC's competitive or BRSCC's.
It may well have been.
Championship that's in competition with this,
but certainly Amy has been getting better and better, hasn't she? Getting good results now.
Yeah, both in this, in Mazda say. I think it was last weekend she was out racing a classic Mark 1
by the way,
at Silverstone.
She was still racing with a broken leg. It's absolutely fine.
Big spin going in towards Graham Hill Bend. Lots of power to pull the car out at the moment. Well done for Graves Motorsport. And that was Frankie Taylor that went sideways. You could just see the turning oversteer there. And as I say, you don't have much power to pull these cars out. When the tail end comes round, Frankie Taylor doing the right thing then. Nailing the throttle. The 44 car came back round. Lots of arm twirling as well.
Graves Motorsport 33 car in pit lane. Whereabouts is that car in the order?
36th at the moment.
I was going to say, I've looked down the whole of screen 1. Need to go on to screen 2. That car having a driver change. That's the Graves Motorsports. Alistair Hardy, Alistair McDonald and Tom Wood in that car this weekend.
Pro-Am Racing, number 12, driving around the circuit. They are currently 9th on the grid. The car is in the hands of Scott Thompson currently. The car that was behind it on the circuit was the JTR car, car number 128, which was in the hands of Nick Tandy and is now in the hands of Elliot Mason. But that car has now tumbled down through the order to something like 14th position, whereas for Pro-Am Racing, 2 times winners so far this year, the number 12 car still circulating in 9th place as things currently stand. We did have an improved time for second place that time through, 7:34, which is the Ferguson Motorsport car of Billy Ferguson, 1 minute 10.668, Alan, which means provisional pole at the minute is 1:10.645. Second quickest is 1:10.668. And third quickest is 1:10.694. 49 thousandths of a second separating the top 3 provisionally.
Oh, that's going to hurt my head. The camera zooms in on the television screen of the picture that he is projecting of the team looking at themselves on television. So it's
a never-ending.
It's infinity.
Yeah.
Oh. That really upsets my OCD.
22 minutes just under of the race still to go. We've got Ferguson Motorsport team manager for this time, the 736 car being asked to go to race control. I think it was a 734 car that was beckoned to race control earlier on. So that's both cars that have now had conversations with race control. We've still got the top 6 separated by 9/10 of a second in terms of qualifying pace. The number 81 car of GM Performance, which is a car that has finished on the podium. It was second at Alton Park. Ian Mitchell and Darren Stapleton we were looking at there as it was just going round through Clearways Corner and Clark Curve and heading over the start-finish line. But the work still continues in the pits. Touring Car Racing are in, the number 40 car, and this is going to be for a change of driver. Chris Horsey getting out. We'll find out who's getting in a few moments' time.
John Davis and Matthew Robinson are the alternatives for that car. Looking at the 22 car there, that's AFK Racing, Nick Berg, Nick Creed, Tim Parsons and Natalie Knowles sharing that car this weekend. Just under 21 minutes of this qualifying session remain. And I can't believe it, we've got no spectators on the bank. That's the first time I've seen that, I think ever, whilst in the commentary box here. It's not surprising, but it becomes a little bit more difficult to see the cars on circuit, doesn't it, when it becomes dark?
It certainly does, but let's say our camera crew's still doing a really good job of picking out some of the cars.
Look a lot lighter than it is.
It does, yeah, it really does. The camera makes it look a lot lighter. It is pretty dark out there now. That's another spin, and that's a spin for Graves Motorsport, the number 33 car. Is it going to get stuck on the grass? Can it get going? Hopefully the answer is yes.
No, hopefully the answer is no. It
oh,
doesn't
no,
get stuck on the grass,
yes.
but does
Can
get
it
going.
get going? Yes. Alistair Hardy, that was.
Have to be clear about what we were saying. We hope it happens.
So he is on his way again, out of the pit lane by the look of things. That looks like Calamity, car number 121 coming out of the pit lane. And also number 40 heading out.
I'm beginning to get the feeling we're going to have fun tomorrow.
Which is Touring Car Racing,
yeah.
Also heading out.
I'm afraid we are going to have a giggle tomorrow. Some of these team names are great, and I will never tire of saying them tomorrow.
the #1 Burton Power car now that was driven so well by Tommy Valentine in the early stages of qualifying. Now in the hands of his dad, so that is Andy Burton that's behind the wheel of it. Burton Power, fundamental partners in this Enduro KA Championship, helping to develop the cars in the early stages and supplying a lot of the control parts for the car as well. Through Andy Burton's company, which is based not that far away. It's just Romford, so it's not that far away where the company is based. Ford specialists. Now, improvement there for the number 333 car. So in these tricky conditions, Philip Truman showing that he's got the right capability to bring the Carhunas race car around the circuit, and has just gone 9th quickest. So that's a good improvement from that car, because it was much, much lower down. It leapt up through the order with a 1:11.752.
So, Johnny Milner, top of the times, car number 46. Best lap has been a 1:10.645. The 46 car tops the times with, 69% of this qualifying session completed now. 18 minutes remain, just over. It's emotive, isn't it, night racing?
It is, yeah. The other thing that amazes me is I just saw sort of the blue LED flashing lights there, because of course, you know, marshals waving flags in darkness is never going to work, so they rely entirely on the LED lighting systems here, the FIA LED lighting systems. But to be able to flash the blue light at night, you've really got to concentrate, because you need to know what's going on. And to pick the cars out, you know, it's hard enough for us from the commentary box, that for the marshals, you know, they're having to do a similar thing.
I realised many years ago that flagging is such an important part of motorsport, and the people that do flagging or lighting are incredibly talented and have a huge concentration. So easy for your mind to drift off and think about something else. You can't do it.
No,
you
not at all.
Afford to do that.
I think Axiometrics are heading into the pit lane, are they? Yep, the number 18 car, Axiometrics, heads in towards the pit lane. So that is another car that historically has always gone quite well, Axiometrics. But where are they in terms of their qualifying pace at the moment? The number 18 car, just looking down through it, they are in 18th position, conveniently enough at this stage, as they head in towards the pit lane. And that is Dominic Jackson that has brought the car into the pit lane.
I've had quite a few team managers called up to race control. I'm not sure why that would be.
No, I really don't know
We don't
myself.
get any clues. We just get told that they are invited to attend.
Yeah. So we're looking at the provisional pole-sitting car at the moment in the hands of Johnny Milner. These damp conditions, former rally crosser, former rally driver, he'll be absolutely relishing these conditions. It'll be absolutely perfect for him, one would have thought.
Fans of one Valentino Rossi, do we think? Running the 46?
46, yeah.
I think we probably would assume that.
So he takes a nice wide sweep in towards it. Powerflex Racing is the car that he's trying to feed his way through and past. The last lap from Johnny Milner was a 1:13.214. He draws himself alongside the number 61 Powerflex car, which is in the hands of Paul Simmons, running in 19th position as things currently stand. Sorry, Peter Simmons. We've had a Paul Simmons race with us before, but it's Peter Simmons that's behind the wheel of the Powerflex car. And the lap time from him that time through was a 1:12.938, so still not quite getting down to the kinds of times that Jack Wright was doing earlier on in the session.
In the blink of an eye, we are almost into the final quarter of this qualifying session. So it's despite really tricky conditions over the course of today and potentially hold-ups, we're going to be finishing this qualifying session absolutely spot on the scheduled time of 6:10, which is impressive stuff by marshals and course workers and officials in race control, and super stuff, really. I wonder if you'll have that the same running according to timetable next weekend. Sometimes the truck meeting doesn't quite run according to plan, does it?
Sometimes there are a few issues along the way, aren't there?
Yes, yes, there are.
through over the start-finish line. There goes 7.34, which has gone to pole position. So brilliant lap has just been put in by Billy Ferguson. The 7.34 Ferguson Motorsport car goes on to provisional pole position with a 1 minute 10.706. It's only taken pole by 38 thousandths of a second, and now we've got the top 4 cars separated by a 1/10.5 of a second. 0.156 seconds separates the top 4 cars, and the top 9 cars are still separated by less than a second. So it's all rather close, isn't it?
It really is, yeah, and proving that even though we're into the final quarter of this session, changes could still take place. How important is pole position in a 8-hour and 20-minute race?
Not that important. It's more important to stay out of trouble. Get your pit stops right, don't get any penalties, don't get any track limits warnings or penalties that way, and yeah, that's what you need to do, stay clean.
So number 3 car, we're looking at windscreen wipers on that car, by the way. That's the Windgap Racing Leon Bridgeway, Matthew Weymouth, Mike Murray and Amy Watts car. And that's the Wolf Motorsport car of Patrick McCarthy, Stuart Kinner, Stephen Goodliff, Catherine Shipp and Chris Reed. I noticed the cars, I think all the cars are carrying the Alex Reed Motorsport sun visors, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's also involved in the championship. Mintex provide the standard pads, the Toyo provide the tyres as well. So you can see sort of the where you usually have the number on the door. That's all of the companies that are involved in some way, shape or form supporting or supplying control parts to the Enduro KA series. Into the pit lane straight away came Billy Ferguson. As soon as he set the pole lap, he came into the pit lane immediately at the end of it. We've also got the Milner Racing provisional pole sitting car, number 46 of Johnny Milner in the pit lane. We've already had Johnny Milner qualify that car. We've already had George Wright and Jack Wright in it. So with 15 minutes to go with the number 46 dropping off pole, I think they'll stick Jack Wright back in that because he's the quickest of the 3. Not that many other improvements, really, are there?
Not at the moment. Just a couple in the field on the previous lap, improving personal bests. That was an improvement, wasn't it? What was that for? The number 49 car. LDR performance tuning. Just improved performance. Who's at the wheel of that car?
Nick Rice, who works here at Brands Hatch, so he knows the circuit well. Yeah. Yeah, so 1:11.304, and then also Shine Automotive was that? No, Graves Motorsport. Frankie Taylor also putting in another quick lap that time through 1:11.307. Have we seen any other driver behind the wheel of 44 other than Frankie Taylor? Have we seen Nicky at all over the course of this qualifying session? Surely we must have done at some point, yeah, but I don't at any point ever saying anything other than F Taylor.
I don't have the answer to that. Do we assume that potentially some of these team managers might not necessarily have mastered the software?
The online, the online form submission, for driver nomination.
I've seen a couple of the cars that look as if they've had the same driver for quite a while. Yeah. What was wrong with the chip on the wrist?
Just occasionally it would prove rather troublesome, and also if you had a safety car and everybody pitted at the same time, then you end up with a huge queue at the end of pit lane because everybody's having to stop and scan out again rather than so it just took forever.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it really disadvantaged you if you were.
Because in theory that sounds like the best way of doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Without the need to put switchable transponders in the car and things like that, which all carry a much higher cost.
Exactly that. Yeah.
So we've fast approaching the final 10 minutes of this qualifying session at this stage. The top 3 cars are all 1:10.6s, Alan?
Doesn't Brands look gorgeous?
It does, yeah.
Such a lovely shot of the wash of colour from the pit lane.
A great shot from that camera. And you imagine if that was a photograph as well, and you put it on a really long aperture, so you get the headlights and the tail lights of that shot.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. So.
Love this place. Such a cool circuit.
So 736 about to head over the start-finish line. Lee Deegan's behind the wheel of 736. Now, this could be one to watch out for. Lee Deegan, who is a former Mini Miglia champion, who also did a bit of racing. You'll have come across him when he raced in the Renault Clio Cup UK as well. Let's see how he might get on at the wheel of the number 736 car, because it sits 4th at the moment. He would only need to improve by a 10th and a bit of a second, and he wouldn't just be 4th, he'd be potentially up onto pole position.
Impressive. Under 10 minutes remain. 9 minutes and 50 seconds to be precise. And yep, some of these long shots of Brands Hatch pit lane just look beautiful. That's the number 121 car. That's the Carl Lemity team. Marcus Batty, Andrew Hinch are the only drivers that I've got indicated to be driving that car this weekend.
Yeah, it's Andrew Hinch that brought it into the pit lane. Didn't see a driver change from that angle, so he may well be heading back out. Got a few more cars just trundling their way back down the pit lane and on towards the circuit. Amy Watts has brought the number 3 Wingat racing car in towards the pit lane after her little stint. Nick Rice has brought the LDL Performance Tubing number 49 car in towards the pit lane after his little stint. Elliot Mason is in at the wheel of number 128, which is JTR. Now, that is the car that I don't think we've seen Lewis Selby out in as yet, or are they going to see Nick Tandy drop back in and do a few minutes? It's Lewis Selby, who, of course, again, you'll have come across a lot this year because he's been racing in the Mini Challenge JCW, hasn't he, in a Napa-backed car?
I haven't really come... you see, the way that the touring car weekend works now is so tight with racing back-to-back, and I tend to only meet drivers that are on the podium
yeah.
on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Everybody else sort of passes me by, really, and very often you only get a chance to interview the winner. So the kind of thing that we might have had, I don't know, 15 years ago in the BTCC, where you'd get ample opportunity to interview all 3 drivers on the podium and have proper conversations with them, that's gone.
So 8 minutes remaining to the top of the time has gone 3:33 Kahuna at this stage, and that time I didn't see come in. 1 minute 10.567 now from the 3:33 Kahuna's car, puts that to the top of the time. Who's behind the wheel of that one? It is Philip Truman that's behind the wheel of it. So 40 thousandths of a second quicker than the Ferguson's Motorsport 734, which is 38 thousandths of a second quicker than 46 Milner, which is 49 thousandths of a second quicker than 736, the second of the Ferguson Motorsport car, which is then 65 thousandths of a second quicker than the first of the Autotech Motorsport cars, number 65. So we've now got the top 5 cars separated by less than 0.2 of a second.
Well, don't feel bad about missing it, because I missed it as well. So I'm not sure how many laps ago that was that the car went to the top of the times, but there's been a bit of shuffling in the final 10 minutes of the session.
Yeah, fantastic murmuration as well. You can just see as all of the starlings start to roost for the night over Brands Hatch.
Oh, yeah.
So a huge murmuration as they all start to disappear into the trees.
That word?
Murmuration.
Oh.
Yeah. Is that a new one for you, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I like it. What does it mean?
It means lots of starlings starting to
Gathering?
roost. Yeah, you know when
Gathering?
they sweep through the air and
Yes.
it looks like almost a shoal of fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's called a murmuration.
Is it?
Yeah.
Every day's a school day.
They are, yeah. I'm going to Google that to make sure I'm right, but I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Well, I came up with one earlier that I wasn't sure about, so I really wouldn't worry.
So looking as though the times are sort of settling a bit. There's a couple of cars that I still think are out of position at the moment. Now, as I say, it doesn't really matter because it's an 8-hour race. But I would say I'm surprised to see 128 JTR where they are, only 13th quickest.
Agreed.
I'm surprised to see Pro-Am Racing Nicole Drought, who we saw on the podium earlier on, only 12th quickest, because that's a car that's won twice so far this year and finished on the podium on 3 occasions in total. So, and also in 14th place, GM Performance, not quite where I thought that they would be. So the cars 12th, 13th and 14th are the 3 at the moment that are standing out to me as though they ought to be a little bit higher up the order than they are.
It's a long race. Maybe we shouldn't be too worried.
No, I agree.
You know, today might be for some of the teams just a question of safely getting drivers qualified and just shaking down the team. That's not safely qualifying. As a car careers off on the right-hand side of the exit of Paddock Hill Bend, are we going to see a cheeky set of headlights coming back on the circuit? I'm not sure.
There's a yellow flag there at the moment. The car is still stationary. See the yellow light flashing in the background of the shot if you're watching the live stream.
The headlights of the car as well.
Yeah, the car has clearly spun through 180 degrees because the headlamps are pointing back down the hill, aren't they? But who that will be won't be obvious to us for a while, because we don't get sectors, do we? We just get the single lap, and therefore you can't work out quite as quickly whom it might be.
No.
So into the final 5 minutes of this qualification session, and let's have a quick look. Is there any chance of spotting the colour of that car in the darkness? The answer is absolutely no chance. Well picked out by our cameraman, but yeah, not a clue what the number is. It is finally getting going. I think it's spun back round the right way. However, a car pointing uphill on wet grass is not going to go too far. Your best bet would be to reverse all the way back down the hill and then get going. No, you can see it's trying to get going. Has it got two wheels on the tarmac yet? It's nearly there. It's almost there. It's scrabbling. It's Orca Sport again that have gone off. Just spotted it on the side of the car. So it's going to be the number 74 car that has had an off. It's the second time that's had an off, isn't it? That was Michael Davies that had the off that time. No damage done to the car again. It will continue for the final 4 minutes of qualifying.
So the car going. Did it start the day looking as creased as it is? Because the bodywork isn't exactly perfect, is it?
No, it's not. No, there's a few that have got that ding in it. It's just because it's hard racing in KAs, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it's a very affordable way of going racing. And if you share in the car with your mates or with colleagues, then it ends up not costing you quite that much. And you get a lot of seat time for the money. 2 hour stints potentially we'll be seeing over the course of tomorrow.
So what do you do when you want to go racing? You approach the team?
Yeah, so you if you go onto the EnduroKA website, there's a list there of all of the teams that have cars available for hire.
Okay.
And all you do is you buy the seat in the car. So the team will give you the price. That price includes everything other than damage. And then they'll also identify how many drivers you'll be sharing that car with. You might not get exactly equated driving time because, of course, depending on strategy and what you want to do, sometimes if a safety car comes out, you finish your stint early and pit on the safety car. But on the whole, it's usually divided equally amongst the drivers, and it's good fun, really good fun.
But what if you were to apply to buy a drive within a certain team and they look at you and go, well, we don't want Werrell in the car?
They'll point you in the direction of another team that would have Werrell in the car, but they wouldn't tell you they didn't want you.
Sorry, that was an indelicate question, but I had to ask it.
Yeah, I think it's happened to me, if I'm absolutely honest. I really do. And I can't blame them, if I'm absolutely honest.
Okay. Okay, very good. Well answered. 2.5 minutes of the session remain, and Brands Hatch looks absolutely magical. And it will tomorrow at the end of 8 hours and 20 minutes of racing. And I've already worked out what awards they give on the podium. Top 3, that's it.
The top 3, and I think the Dagenham Dustbin gets awarded separately, does it, later on? Or it might be awarded on the podium. The Dagenham Dustbin is for the best liveried car or the smartest presented car, as voted for by the marshals.
Is it really?
They get the Dagenham Dustbin Award.
Okay, that's cool.
Which is a well sought after award. Teams are delighted when they get the Dagenham Dustbin Award, because it doesn't matter what their performance is. Sometimes the Dagenham Dustbin Award has been given to purely a team that might have had an issue and the car's had an accident and rolled early on, and it's spent 3 hours, 4 hours being repaired, and the team finally get it out there, and the marshals also will vote for that one because they've overcome adversity and seen the car home.
In my 4th year at secondary school, we had a social economics trip to the Dagenham Ford plant, which I remember not being extremely successful. We just kept being told you're not allowed to go. So I think it finished a bit early.
Did it not?
Mr. Dean was as disappointed as we were.
So we've got 60 seconds of qualifying still to go. The number 333 Kahuna's race team car in the hands of Costa Kriitsis at the moment is still the car that tops the times as they head uphill and in towards the braking area for Druids. It's only on provisional pole by 40 thousandths of a second. And that is probably going to be about as good as it gets, because the red flags have come out. There's clearly been an off for a car somewhere around the circuit. And from our position, it looks as though that is potentially Paddock Hill Bend. We've lost one, because I can see some headlamps in the gravel trap. And the car is the number 44 car, by the look of things, that's gone off right at the tail end of the session.
Taylor car.
And that is Frankie Taylor, who has been shown as being the driver of that car. It's gone a long way into the gravel, Alan.
All the way up to the...
Let's just have a look. Did it go over? Yes, it did.
Oh, dear, twice.
3 times.
3 times.
3 and a bit, 4 times, I think. Yeah, 4 times.
Yeah, that's why it got so far.
But thankfully, he's okay. That's the main thing. So Red flags come out. There are only 42 seconds of the session to go, which means that the session is complete. So subject to the grid being issued, which may probably be tomorrow morning, it will get issued. Car number 333 Kahuna's race team will start from pole position in the IndyCar 500. And it will be Ferguson Motorsport that potentially will line up alongside them. So yeah, Kahuna's race team will be topping the times. Ferguson Motorsports, the 734 car will line up second, and Milner are there in third for the race tomorrow. Ferguson Motorsport, their second car, is there in fourth place, and the first of the Autotech Motorsport cars will line up fifth. Burton Power Racing, sixth quickest, ahead of Wingat Racing, who were seventh, and Graves Motorsport were eighth, ahead of LDR Performance Tuning, who are there in ninth, and Shine Automotive will line up 10th come tomorrow. We'll confirm the grid fully tomorrow. Then it's JW Motorsport 11th, former winners, JTR Motorsport 12th, two times winners this year, Pro-Am Racing 13th, and GM Performance 14th, both 12th, 13th and 14th, all of those cars, I think, out of position slightly. KM Racing were 15th, head of Calamity, who was 16th. The second of the two LDR Performance tuning cars was 17th, head of Boston Racing, K&F, and Orca Sport, despite two spins, still will start inside the top 20 come tomorrow. Then as we head outside of the top 20, in 21st position, it will be Castrap Racing. Catastrophe will be 22nd, ahead of Axiometrics, Powerflex, Wolf Motorsport, AFK Racing, and then 11/10ths, who started the session in the gravel trap. They are 27th in the end. Semprini Racing are 28th. They've only got the one car in, not Semprini Juniors as well this weekend. And then it's Race Logic, who are 29th, ahead of the second of the Autotech Motorsport cars, who are there in 30th. And then we've got Original Checkers Racing, Road Rage Racing, Lifeline Racing and Graves Motorsports. That brings us to 34th, and the final few cars on the grid will be Touring Car Racing, Misty Racing, Carmel Racing, and one car that didn't do a single lap, so all of the drivers will need to somehow qualify for Essex and Kent Motorsport. But that all comes tomorrow, the Enduro KA IndyCar 500. But that is it from today at Brands Hatch. From Alan Hyde and myself, hope you've enjoyed watching if you've been here at the circuit or watching the live stream. But we'll be back to do it all again tomorrow. Remember, the clocks go back tonight. You get an extra hour in bed. And also remember, we can't start at Brands Hatch until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So enjoy your evening, and we'll see you tomorrow for the IndyCar 500. Goodbye.